it's not clear that Ukraine really knows what is around, what is in our storage places, what might be servable, and so on. So it's not such an easy problem. And I think that the truth is somewhere in between.
Sure, yeah. And I think you stumbled across something with the training as well. You think the phase 2 course, the standard phase 2 course for an operator of a system like Rapier is going to last what, 6 months? Okay, so you can condense that down. British military training is not very intensive in terms of time, so you kind of have a 6-hour day with time for fizz and things like that. So it's not crazy intensive. You take an hour off for lunch and things like that. You knock off quite early in the day, so you can certainly condense that down. But it still does take a long time. So my guess would be it's a question of kind of the accumulated priorities of both the Ukrainian armed forces and the capability of NATO to deliver not just systems but training for those systems, right? So, is it a better use of NATO's training capabilities to and also of Ukrainian manpower and intellectual bandwidth to train a whole bunch of people, a couple of thousand people up on Rapier, and then deliver Rapier in 3 months' time when the training is done? Or is it better to focus them on a system they could potentially get more of, like Patriot or Iris-T? It's not just about the system, right? It's about the personnel, it's about the training, and also it's about the political game that Ukraine has to play with its allies as well. So if their politicians and their bureaucracies and their lobbying power has limited bandwidth as well. So they can be jumping all over the UK Ministry of Defence to give them Rapier, or they can be doing the same in Berlin or Washington to get more Patriots or Iris-Ts, right? They can't necessarily do both. So they perhaps are making a political calculus about what the best way to go is, given the systems they already operate, given the capabilities of those systems, and given the number of people they would have to train on those systems to bring them into the field, and how long that would actually take them, and whether or not it's better just to do something else. Florian?
Yeah, agreed. But that's why I think this is the problem. We need to lean forward to the Ukrainians and actually do our planning on our side, instead of them lobbying for all the time, lobbying from Leopards to F-16s to Rapiers to NASAMS and so on. There's a bandwidth problem. I fully agree. But we should rather think, and this is this political problem of in victory. What do we have to actually get Ukraine to win this thing? And what do we have to actually get Ukraine to win this thing at an acceptable cost? That fewer civilian lives are lost, that fewer infrastructure gets killed, that less children are traumatized, so on and forth. I think it comes from both ways. But what I'm lacking is this integrated thinking that we think what we have, and then the Germans have that, and the British have that, and the Americans have a lot of kit. And this goes to this long discussion we have that industry is still not fully engaged in Europe, the orders are not coming, and so on. This integrated strategic thinking about things is I'm of course not privy to any of the discussions that really happens in Berlin or in Brussels or wherever, but from the outside communication, I still think it's a bit here, it's a bit there. There's some discussion here, but I'm lacking that this is done in an integrated strategic approach that also takes in civilian measures, that takes in support of the Ukrainian economy and so on. Even though that's one of the few things we have done well. I think the financial support to keep the Ukrainian state afloat and the Ukrainian central bank with enough funds, that is actually one of the things that actually work well. But this goes back to the thing that the EU is really good at this stuff, funding and this type of policy measure. And the EU, on the other hand, is really, really bad in security and defense stuff.
I see. I'm going to disagree, because I think there is a lot of integration and a lot of strategic thinking going on, and an awful lot of planning and an awful lot of cooperation and interchange with the Ukrainians. And this is why everything takes so long.
But they're not talking about it. Then I have not understood that. Probably you're right. But my sort of receiving of it is I receive it too little. I think they're not talking about it. There's the strategic leadership missing, and maybe in the background it's done. But that's maybe how a British bureaucracy is actually working. Looking at the German bureaucracy, I'm highly skeptical.
Well, I think, well, whether or not to talk about it is a strategic decision, right? The information around this stuff is a weapon in and of itself. So when you announce things, what you announce and when, that has a propaganda effect, and it has a psychological warfare effect. So I like to think that there is planning around that, and the control of information from the key NATO partners is coordinated and is deliberate. And we find it frustrating, for those of us who are not in the loop. We're not sitting in meetings in Whitehall and the Quai d'Orsay and Washington. It's frustrating because we don't really know what's going on and when. But I don't know. I mean, I do like to think they are managing the communications around this and the expectations around this, and the way it's done. It seems chaotic, but only from the outside. And I think the amount of time it takes to deliver certain systems is a symptom of that coordination, if that makes sense.
Yes. I mean, it's really hard to debate you. I think your arguments are good.
High praise indeed from you, Florian.
No. I think you have really a point, and I'm probably getting ahead of myself in the frustration that there is less clear strategic communication, and I misread this muted communication that may be done on purpose, because Nick said that, I think, yesterday. 90% of the population, or 95% of the population of Western Europe actually is not engaged in that. They're broadly pro-Ukrainian, but in their everyday life, what we discuss doesn't matter. They think we are freaks. And politicians, also like the Bundeskanzler in Germany, has to really hold together a very coalition with a lot of people who are also almost anti-Ukrainian. And that's why they have to think about communication very careful, and they don't go all in this communication, even though they might do something far more than I think. And this is probably what I misread, because I've always the fear, probably wrongly, that this pro-Ukrainian coalition could fall apart. And then when public opinion is not in favor of it, the support will cease. Especially since, and I look to Germany because I understand it best, because the German political system is following its population. It's not leading. And if the popular support collapses, its political support will collapse. So that's why I think you need to do more leadership, because I think people can be led, and you need to put out good arguments, because not everybody there is the 30% really crazy guys, but 70% are susceptible to good arguments. And in this way, I think your reading of it is probably better. And probably I have never worked in a really large organization bureaucracy. That's why I'm not really sort of well versed in that.
Sure. I mean, I guess there are the partners in the pro-Ukraine coalition, for the most part, have very strong governments and have a lot of cross-partisan support for Ukraine. So, for example, in the US, support for Ukraine is totally bipartisan. There are some lunatics on the margins, but they are on the margins. In the UK, all of the main parties are pro-Ukrainian. The only potential wobbler may be the Scottish National Party, but they've expressed pretty consistent pro-Ukrainian sentiments, and they're irrelevant to the government of the UK anyway. The Nordic countries, the Baltics, the East CEE countries, bar Hungary, very pro-Ukraine in a cross-partisan way. The Italian coalition has come out very, very strongly in support of Ukraine. And the Italians, they're even more guarded with information than the rest of us, right? They don't even announce what they're sending. That's their policy. And yet Meloni has still managed to build a coalition around, that shows very strong support for Ukraine. And that came as a bit of a surprise to us all, especially given some of the absolute honkers that are in her coalition. So I don't know. I mean, I think you may be taking a German problem and projecting it onto the rest of us, because we don't, at least in the UK and the US, number one, we don't have this issue with coalition building. So governments don't tend to collapse because a minor party falls out with everybody, because we have the first past the post with very ideologically broad parties with very strong central party discipline. And in the US is exactly the same. And the CEE countries, they teach us all about how to respond to Russia. So yeah, I think you're taking a German problem and imagining, or at least expecting, that that's going to be a problem in other countries as well. And I don't think that's correct. Florian?
Yeah, that's a fair statement. Also, France works a little bit like that, but in France there's also no coalition government because Mr. Macron is going to rule for the next 4 years in an absolutist manner, because the French president is a semi-king, and he is lukewarm pro-Ukrainian. He's not full in. He still wants to do the big Paris peace conference with the Chinese and everything. So he's putting himself in that position. You're right. Can I open a little bit other thing? It goes to the political side.
Of course.
Did anybody talk about Mr. Putin's talk to the military bloggers and the other political news that came out of Russia yesterday?
Not that I'm aware of. Please do go on.
I mean, Mr. Putin had this discussion with the military bloggers. And there's a few video clips that where television was present, he was talking. And it was astounding because, for first one of all, it's very clear there's no way that he will negotiate. He's still all in on victory. And he started talking about, in a way, that what Ukraine does is actually what Russia does. So I was really wondering how ill-informed he is, because he was talking non-stop about that Ukraine hits civilians and kills this and kills that and does this genocide and so on. So it was a very, very bizarre thing that either shows he's full in on the propaganda, but I'm not even sure. I don't think he's such a cunning, calculating personality anymore. I think he's rather dumb. Changed my opinion on him quite considerably the last 3-4 years. And I think he's so ill-informed that even the difficulties of the Russian army have not made it to him. And he basically gave a talk to the military bloggers on how to spin the situation better, that what they're reporting seems to be not right, and so on. So this is again one of the few direct things that he says, and you don't have to take him literally, but you have to take him seriously. And all this discussion, there may be a way to negotiate with Russia. I think they're not there, not at all. And from this, I suspect he's not even aware on all the difficulties he's facing. And then at the same time, yesterday, an article from Sergei Kardanov came out. I think I'm pronouncing him right. He's a professor in Moscow, and he heads the Advisory Council of Foreign and Security Relations in Russia. And he's quite a prominent academic, who wrote an article that actually the West need to be taught a lesson in fear, and they have lost the fear in nuclear weapons. And the only way to stop a nuclear war is actually to attack the West with a nuclear weapon. But I think it's in a way dangerous that this type of people come up with this public solutions, because it smacks of desperation. And the article was just I read it and I got almost, I don't know, I was not sure if I should cry or laugh, because he was arguing scientifically that God the Almighty gave humanity nuclear weapons because in the Second World War the Europeans and Japanese brought millions deaths upon the world, and by God giving us nuclear weapons, we're finally shown the destructive forces of hell. And this is an academic arguing that. And then he goes on arguing that a nuclear war can be only avoided if the West is taught the fear of a nuclear war by bombing a Western city with a tactical nuclear weapon. And I mean, this is just nuts. It's just nuts. But it came out in the most prestigious Russian foreign policy journal, Sergei Karaganov, that's his name. And I was not shocked, but I was surprised that this type of weird statements coming out again. And maybe this shows also the desperation the Russian state is in, that they let these people publish this bullshit.
I mean, or they order them to publish this bullshit is another
yes.
take. So yeah, okay. So two things there. One is the information flow upwards to Putin. I totally agree. That he doesn't have a realistic picture of how the war is going. Sorry, Florian, I'm just going to mute you. He doesn't have a realistic picture of how the war is going. We see that at all levels of the Russian chain of command. You know, the example I always give is there was that Twitter thread that went viral from that chap who used to be, I think it was a senior non-commissioned officer, or perhaps a junior officer in the Russian airborne forces, so the VDV, and he had a pretty horrible war, and I think he surrendered or fled or something like that, and now he's trying to claim asylum in Norway. But he spilled the beans on how dysfunctional the Russian armed forces are. And this is the VDV, so this is their elite forces. These are supposed to be the cream of the Russian armed forces. And one thing that immediately jumped out at me was the lies that were told in the chain of command. And the example he gave was he was a junior officer. Yeah, I remember that. He was a platoon commander, and he was reporting his casualty, you know, his combat effectiveness to his battalion tactical group headquarters. And so he went to the headquarters, talked to the relevant person, reported that, yeah, out of 38 guys, I've got 10 dead, I've got 6 wounded, blah 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 blah, 1 missing, etc. etc. And he saw with his own eyes his one-up writing down inaccurate figures on a board, right? So he was telling them exactly how many men he had left, what their state of combat readiness was, what their state of combat effectiveness was. And the guy who was responsible for reporting this up his chain of command was lying. He was writing that this guy's platoon had far more men than it actually did. And he saw other figures on the blackboard in the BTG HQ that were reporting known inaccuracies up the chain of command. So this battalion tactical group's grown-ups were pretending that they had a lot more men and material than they actually were, because they didn't want to be the bearers of bad news further up the chain of command. And this happens at all levels of the Russian armed forces, right? They report lies upwards. And so when you have that, that cumulative effect, the cumulative effect of those lies, when you go all the way up to Putin, nobody wants to tell Putin that he's lost a division, or he's lost eight battalion tactical groups in a month. So they tell him something else. They give him a rosy picture. You don't want to be the bearer of bad news. And so, yeah, I totally agree that Putin has an unrealistic picture of how how the war is going, and he will be basing his messaging on that and basing his policy on that. The second point, yeah, this stuff comes out quite regularly. It's also nuclear navel gazing is also a long, it's a long and ignoble academic tradition. It's kind of this applying game theory to nuclear weapons. How do we operate militarily and politically in a world where the major powers are able to destroy basically the entire world at the drop of a hat? This is a thing that academics do. Russian academics do it as well. If there's a paper come out arguing for preemptive strike, I don't know. I don't see any interpretation of this that is a change from the norm or particularly alarming, because number one, the Russian state threatens to nuke us on a weekly basis, and number two, it's it's the kind of navel gazing that these game theory nuclear academics produce at a rate of knots. So I don't know. It doesn't alarm me particularly, and the fact that he's a more serious academic, quote unquote, suggests to me that he's been directed to do this, and it's just another nuclear saber rattle. All right, we've got a couple of hands, but first let's please welcome Doman. Doman, welcome to the panel.
Good morning. I just want to add one little snippet to that conversation. A lot of Russian BTGs went into Ukraine undermanned. They went at sort of 70% staffing or so. This could be also a simple way of them, pretending. If they say they had fewer losses than they actually had, but it equalizes down to the number of actually available people that they should. Sorry if they say. Well, I'm not presenting this really well, but you can imagine how you could fudge the numbers if you started off with 70% and told everybody you had 100.
Doman, the law of large numbers and lying.
Absolutely. Abdullah, very good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Tim. Yeah, real quick before I need to go back to work, but I heard what Florian said. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday the Russian dictator also said, I don't know if the translation, I think the translation was correct. He said that Western resolve, I'm paraphrasing it, will die out because Ukraine does not produce any weapons, and it's the Western nations that are giving everything they have. You can tell how serious he is, and he said that this will come to an end. So he's just remember the old thinking that he's just going to pour us down. So that's what I wanted to say. That's what when I heard Florian talking about him yesterday. Yesterday, so I don't know. I think he was talking to some soldiers or something. Yeah. Thank you, Tim. I have to go back to work.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. Yeah, this to me is the biggest danger, right? It's the slow death of Western support. It's the idea that Western politicians, Western governments get frustrated with any lack of progress that emerges on the Ukrainian side in terms of victory. If that lack of progress becomes a thing, it's the idea that the public get weary of this, the public lose interest, the elected politicians realize that there's actually, there's not much in this for them politically. It's the slow death. I think that's the biggest danger here. I don't think there's any short, sharp, spectacular action that Russia can take to move the West away from supporting Ukraine. I think any rot will be internal to the Western allies of Ukraine, and to my mind, that is the greatest danger. Florian, what do you think?
Yeah, the thing I've been talking about the German perspective of things, that's probably the greatest danger. But I think it's overstated. I think your point was very, very good before. And just one last remark also on what you said about this junior officer reporting the numbers and then the numbers get falsified. This equilibrium of idiots. This very stable situation where idiots in the command of chain lie because it's positive or sort of stabilizing for the positions. If they would report the truth, they get removed. So they only report what the higher ups are expecting. And this is actually a system that will lead to catastrophic failure. It's a system that is maybe good in executing certain orders if they're well taken from the top, because it's a very streamlined and efficient system. But it's very, very bad at sort of sensing what's going on down there. If this reality is very different from the reality the upper echelons expect. And this is a system that works for a while, but if something really in reality are very different from the way the uppers are expecting them and directing the sort of military or the state, then this leads to catastrophic failure. And that's why autocratic regimes tend to fall in such spectacular, almost exponential fashion at one point, and before they look so stable and powerful and efficient. And this is again a small snippet of this problem. And what I observed from looking at the few video snippets I've seen from Putin, and I look at them not because I've changed my mind, but it's interesting how he's talking about things. And there was this other video with Shoigu 2 days earlier, where Tom, the sort of the in-house psychologist here, reported on the body language, where we really see, on the other hand, his body language with Shoigu is really, really bad. So there is this two things that maybe he knows it's going wrong, but maybe he doesn't. I'm not sure. But when you hear him on the voice line, I think it was real Putin. It was not fake Putin. He still thinks he can win this by holding out.
Sure, and this is this kind of chaos in reporting. I mean, it's both symptomatic of Russian political culture, in which lying is considered secondary. Lying is considered not a bad thing to do. It's all about the the truth is not assigned self-evident value. So it's all about the political effects of the words you use. We see this at the very high level messaging. So the way they do propaganda is they just fire hose nonsense and see what sticks. They don't care about being caught out on lies. They don't care about the fact that they are telling lies to start with. They simply want to get information out there that is effective to their political goals, and they're not afraid of lying. And this filters all the way down. And another thing we have to remember here is that there was a very interesting video about this on a YouTube channel called Task and Purpose, which is run by mostly ex-US Army guys, and they do very, very in-depth videos into all sorts of military esoterica. For example, they did a deep dive into the Quetzalcoatl rifle, which is the first domestically produced assault rifle in Mexico. It's kind of a G36 knockoff. If you're going to make a knockoff, quite why you'd knock off the G36, I don't know, but that's a question for the Mexicans. But they do these kind of deep dives into all sorts of esoterica. And one of the things they did a video on was the culture of competition between branches of the Russian armed forces. And what they were trying to find out was the essential thesis they were investigating is, why is Russia so bad at learning? Why is the Russian army so bad? Why are the Russian armed forces so bad at learning from their mistakes? And why does good practice not spread? And why do they not learn anything about Ukrainian tactics and doctrine? Why does everything seem to come as a surprise to them? And one of the things that Task and Purpose identified was this culture of competition. And it's this notion that all of the branches of the Russian armed forces, add-ons like Wagner, Patriot Group, etc., they're all in competition with each other because things they do militarily mean political advantage for their masters in Moscow. So at the court of Putin, if Kadyrov or Prigozhin or whatever have scored battlefield success, or at least not delivered catastrophic failure, then they are, that shores up their position in court. Now, this is not unique to Russia. This is a phenomenon in top-down power structures where people have to vie for a piece of the pie from the boss. Hence, I do like to describe the Kremlin as a medieval court, because I think that's basically how it works. What this does mean, though, is because the various bits of the Russian war effort are in competition with each other, they don't really talk to each other and they don't learn from each other. So if Wagner Group have encountered a new weapon, or they've encountered a new tactic, or they've suffered some kind of defeat, there's going to be no navel gazing among the higher ups of the other branches of the Russian armed forces as to why that was. Wagner Group may or may not learn the lesson, but the information needed for the wider Russian armed forces to learn the lesson simply doesn't make it out of the Wagner Group bubble. And this is very much part of the reason for their failure, is their inability to adapt, their inability to learn, and that is because the things they should be learning don't make it outside of the individual branches of their armed forces, sometimes don't make it outside the individual formations of the branches of their armed forces. And this is no way to fight a war, especially if you're fighting a peer enemy, and especially if you actually don't have that much war fighting experience, right? Russia hasn't fought a peer-on-peer conflict since the Second World War. And this is, and in the Second World War, they had, shall we say, some pretty serious allies, some pretty hardcore allies. And so there's stuff they just don't know. It's all theory. And if they can't learn from practice, then they're not going to fare very well. And the competition between these disparate branches is very much a cause of that. And the cause of this competition is the political structure that governs their war. With that, let's go to Jens, then to Florian. Jens.
Yeah, good morning. When we talk about Putin being misinformed, I always think of the spy chief. I don't know if Tim dropped. But in the beginning of this full-scale invasion, we had the dressing down of the spy chief for saying maybe this could be a mistake. So if you reject information and you reward lies and punish the truth, maybe it's not so much misinformed as you're rejecting information. I think when we talk about statements about nuclear threats from Russia, Putin seems to be somewhat more I don't know if I would call it sophisticated, but you don't see himself go out, and he usually talks around the subject, while his goons or drunkards are more explicit in the threats. So at least that's a plus. And then I think what I wanted to say, it seems to me that this last year and has been maybe somewhat puzzling for Putin, because in the past 10, 15 years, he has been able to do what he does in Ukraine, in other places, without any kind of strong international response. So maybe he's puzzled why he can't get away with it in Ukraine when he could get away with it in Georgia and Chechnya.
And the answer is, pretty. It's not a nice answer necessarily, but the answer is pretty straightforward. It's because Ukraine, at this point, 8 years after the Russian initial invasion, and 8 years of help by various Western partners, was able and was wanting to resist, right? And some of it is down to sheer size. It's very different when you're invading a country with poor logistical connections and 1 to 5 million people, and very different when you invade a country that's embedded in Central Europe there, in its western part at least, and with 40 million people, right? They will simply not let you do that the same way. Florian, but I see the point, Florian.
Yeah, I mean, I would be careful. Putin does these threats. He doesn't do them as often, but he did it at least a couple of times. So I would be, at the beginning of the war, he was very, very explicit on it. In September, he was very, very explicit on it. He was saying, make no mistakes, we are not bluffing on this, so on and forth. Of course, it's bluff. But I think this is essential in his mind for the great power status of Russia. That's this big nuclear power. I think that you shouldn't take this away. I think it's very important in his power calculus and his way of thinking about Russian greatness and so on. And then there comes the lying, and then there comes, of course, the reality. And the last remark, because I have to go and drop, unfortunately, is the style how Russia is governed and managed is more reminiscent of Louis XIV's type of management science than what we have learned ever since 1715. They seem to have missed 400 years of management science updates. It's really, I think whoever said it, it's a court. I think Tim said it. It's a court, and in this court, the lackeys are jockeying for powers and in internal competition, and Putin is actually surviving in this way by keeping everybody working against everybody, and he's the final arbiter of anything, of power, status, money, or removal and death. That's why he's staying there. But that's the management sign of Louis XIV.
I'm quite fascinated by the divide and rule approach that they're taking, and also whenever something is no longer useful or whenever somebody is no longer useful, there's a this is hard to describe, but they get rid of them somehow very quickly, very efficiently, right? And I think that's a very interesting one. Florian?
Yeah, but and then I have to go. That's the point. Engaging in that system is even if you might come on top and survive for long, is actually in the end always life threatening. The end game is almost every time almost literal death for the ruler and his court. And that's why I don't understand. Every rational person would not engage in such a system. You run away and do something else. You must be fairly strange to engage in such system and calculate your odds of survival that are high enough. And that's why you have, again, this is, I think, a sign of this equilibrium of idiots. That's why if you look, for example, Jens, you have talked about Narishkin, the head of the Foreign Intelligence Service. He strikes me as fairly unsophisticated, to say something nice. The same also on the head of the Security Council, Patuchev. I think these are people who would have never made it to top in any other system. I mean, I could not see any of this guy leading even a medium-sized corporation in Europe or the US. And that is ideology types, and I think you need to be as less formal intelligence or something, because you need to be really bad at calculating your odds of survival. Because the odds of survival is actually quite low, because the system may fall, the Tsar changes. If the Tsar would change you and you're in this court, the new court will kill you, remove you, and so on. But that's why no real rational actor engages in such a system. And that's why we stopped it. We learned that the court management of Louis XIV is not something you can run a modern society on.
No, and the fact reality comes home to roost at some point, right? And it very much is for Russians at this point, just because they go out and claim no, the reality is actually completely different. Because why wouldn't it be completely different? I mean, we declared that it is completely different. That doesn't actually change it. Jens?
Yeah, whenever I perceive Russia to be like a big constellation of lies that still is able to operate. But so whenever I see something, it's difficult for me to, discern what is simply just an act they put on display, where people play their parts in this charade. So it's yeah, it's just difficult for me to to derive what you know what is an act and what is just their grand derangement.
Indeed, and this is why sometimes when people try to reason what there is in Russia, or what Russia does has some sort of reasons. Often it doesn't, or often they're very silly or very trivial, and they go down to because they can, or because it shows them as a big, strong, great empire. Any of those other kind of unreasonable reasons. That's worthwhile bearing in mind at all time, right? Not to get too um, attached to trying to explain everything, or trying to find some sense in things. Plenty of things simply won't have won't have sense. Yes.
I have another question. I don't know if it's a can of worms, but I saw this story appear last night about warnings from the Netherlands to the CIA about the Nord Stream. Did you have you talked about that?
I don't think so, but I read it. And I'll say one thing. This is, if you're a journalist who's going to be writing um, about about Nord Stream at any point, I would really like it if in every article you would include what we know from non-anonymous, non-secretive sources, because it makes it seem like you're trying to speak a shady spy story into existence when you don't. And what I mean by that specifically is, whenever these articles are coming out of late, they keep quoting anonymous sources within one agency, alleged that they have told another source in another agency something, and but then we actually have stuff that's public and official, and specifically the things that was it Danish naval intelligence, technically the one that was releasing it, or the naval component of Danish military intelligence, which were, which are attributed, which are an official public release based on a freedom of information request, that they didn't want it to anyone, but they had to because laws. That there was Russian ships, including one which was very specifically set out and set up to be able to do undersea activities and explorations in that area immediately prior to in that very small area immediately prior to the explosions, right? And if you don't include that because it spoils your story, I get it, but the fact that it spoils your story should be something that you're paying attention to, right? And this is where I get very annoyed with these articles, be it in the Dutch one yesterday, or the one in it was Washington Post last week, and all the German ones, because they refuse to look at things that are actually officially in evidence, and that don't have any questions over them, right? Whereas everything that you're relying for an anonymous source within a secretive agency, everything naturally has to have a big question mark over it. And that's kind of the extent of my comments, right? Because I don't know what to do with an anonymous source in a secretive agency.
Well, that was
But
my reaction to that. Um, well, I'm firmly married to my assumption that it was the Ruskies. Um, uh, but I still understand that I'm making an assumption based on yeah, on the very thing you talk about. But I just saw saw the story popped up, and I didn't really think it added a lot to the conversation. But I just wanted to hear if you had really talked about it. But maybe because it's it's not really adding a lot. There's maybe other than reopening a can of worms. There's not a lot to come after.
No, exactly, and this is where it's really hard to do anything with it, because what are you supposed to say, right? What are you supposed to derive from all of this? There just isn't a whole lot, because they keep ignoring this one really important widely public piece of information. And then I really don't know what to do with it. It's like somebody's describing the sky and says, the sky at night is dark, and there's all of these flickering lights on it. And I've spoken to an astronomer who, under the cover of secrecy, I'm not allowed to say who it is. And he says that one of these lights in the sky is actually a giant flaming ball of gases undergoing a nuclear explosion at all times, and this is why it's shining like this. But we can't see most of these because the space in between doesn't really exist, and that we can only see them at night. And then nobody would mention, and during the day there's the sun is out, and at night the sun's on the other side, so the earth blocks the sun, and that's where we get to see it. But nobody includes that bit, because it's kind of important to the whole story, isn't it? And I don't really care about the other details necessarily when you're ignoring this really big important component. I don't really know how to explain this better. It's a really important bit of the whole thing, of what we actually genuinely know. So
Well, I think we're on the same page. I just wanted your wine pairing on it, and it seems that I should drink it like tequila with a lot of salt, with some grains of salt. So let's close the can again, and then I'll drop down.
Indeed, whatever happens, we'll put all the worms back in, and whatever happens to your kidneys from over ingestion of salt, not my fault. I just find it weird. It's like everybody forgot about this, actually official release from a fairly staid Western government, like as though it didn't happen. And I find that very odd. I don't know what else to say.
Well, I guess I achieved it. Since we're talking about worms and salt, I think it makes perfect sense to pair it with some extra anejo tequila. So I got what I asked for.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Jens. I'm perennially confused about all of this, but so it is. Marcus, good morning.
Good morning. Would you like some numbers, Doman?
I would love some numbers.
Excellent stuff. In that case, I shall bring you some numbers. Bear with. Because there they are. Found them. So today we have scores on the doors. 680 liquidated personnel. 8 tanks. 11 armoured personnel vehicles. 17 artillery systems and 2 MLRS. My apologies. 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, 15 UAVs and 13 cruise missiles, 9 vehicles and fuel tanks, but a lovely 5 special equipment on the end there. Very nice to see an extra 5. So
That's very good.
yeah.
I am a little bit surprised at the more general drop off in activity. No, it's a couple of days now where there's been a little bit less happening than I would have expected to have been happening, if that makes
I've
sense.
got a theory.
Do you have a theory?
I have a theory. I've seen masses of videos just being released recently of new prisoners of war, and I do mean a lot, much more than we saw in previous offensives. And I would say that perhaps some of these guys have decided that it's better to give up, and so that might be what's slowing them down. Let's face it, they've got to process these guys.
That's fair enough. I can understand that. Yeah, if you have lots of, but also if you have just lots of people surrendering as opposed to trying to fight, then that's going to be that's going to be somewhat slowing things down, perhaps as well. Not just slowing things down, but also the other important component here, right? It will also simply lead to fewer casualties listed because you don't necessarily need to destroy everything or dispense with them.
Exactly, and that is my theory because I've seen just tons of these videos showing up, and I think it's got to have some impact, hasn't it?
Well, I sure hope so.
I also heard overnight that a group of refuseniks, according to reports from Atesh, they shot 3 soldiers who sounds like they were in charge of them, and abruptly left with a large truck full of ammunition. Oh dear. So that's the 3rd incident of that type that I've heard now. It seems to, catch on a little bit.
Does it say where this happened, at least
No.
roughly?
Bear with, because it's one of those things that I have around here somewhere. So you might need to, I don't know, whistle for 5 seconds while I find out how far along my timeline it was. It might have been some time ago. Oh, here we go, found it. In the Donetsk region. So that's all I know. You know as much as me now. But they are being searched for. They have been deemed rebels, and they've had to deploy some forces to try and find them. So more of that.
Excellent. I'm a fan of that. So did they hand over? I mean, how did they identify a partisan grouping to hand over their stuff with, or did they just leave in the partisans and found it?
Partisans have reported on this. So
Okay.
yeah, these were a prisoner group. So Russian recruited prisoners deserted in the Donetsk region, killing 3 Russian soldiers in the process. The deserters seized a truckload of weapons, and at the moment, the invaders are currently sending out searches for these rebels. That's what I call trouble at mill, that Doman.
Well, I understand they weren't milling you around for much longer.
No, they were on their toes and out of there. And, well, long may that continue, because you never know. Those guys might just be in touch with, the Free Russia Legion, or the other chaps. What are they? The Russian Volunteer Corps. You never know where those guys might end up. Or maybe they're just going to go back to Russia and cause absolute mayhem. Sell these arms to some dodgy folks, get themselves some money, and, you know, get on with their lives, perhaps.
Quite possibly. It is nice to hear that some of them have found some sense in that they're not, you know, they're not just single-mindedly following the orders they're getting, worth following. And this is much better, probably, for everyone if they remove themselves quite this way.
Well, according to a bit more information, what happened was the in front of them, the line in front of them, was pretty much destroyed, and they realised that they were the next front line and decided that now wasn't the time for them. They decided to go with discretion as the better part of valor there. So when it's directly staring you in the eye, sometimes feelings change. You know what I mean?
At some point, you might no longer, you know, have quite as much resolve, because, I mean, what's even the point of it, right? What's even the point of it? Certainly, with having seen how many of their comrades never returned from the front lines, well, that didn't happen because it was so nice there, did it now?
That is very true. And what you say about, you know, what is it even for? Did you hear Putin's strange contradictory speech yesterday?
Actually, I didn't. What did he end up saying in all of that?
So basically, he said we will, you know, we'll probably have to make some changes in order to, you know, continue fighting the war. But really, we're not going to make any changes. And it was basically as though he was saying, yeah, we could do something, but we don't really know what it is. So, you know, that's not going to happen. And yeah, it was almost like saying, I don't actually care, out loud.
Is it right that he was the one who describing, you know, the tank losses and listing them out, indeed, of both sides of this fighting? Did it actually come from him? It did.
Yeah, they've lost 54 tanks. The thing is, while he was talking about losses, you could see him sort of, you know when somebody looks up to think, and he was thinking what numbers he could get away with, what lies he could get away with. I think it's pretty obvious he's making it up as he goes along. Sorry, that's from a comedy show.
I did recognize that, but that's you know, that's quite all right. Jens?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it seems to me that for every soldier on the front line, there's a Russian soldier behind him with a gun. And it seems to me that one of the keys to survival for Russians in Ukraine is to find another Russian and push him before you. So, you know, behind every front line, there's at least 1 or 2 levels of barrier troops. And the guys behind the front lines who are confiscating stuff from you know, convicts, or from all that, they complain about all their crowdfunding efforts. they are getting confiscated. And these guys who are, standing there with the whip, they're also filling the pockets with the Ukrainian loot and extorting their own conscripts. And I always wondered how many of them really wants to fight Ukrainians if they can just push other Russians before them. So I'm hoping to see more of these guys, hopefully fighting each other rather than fighting Ukrainians. And I'm wondering how, if they, when they get tested, if they will fall apart, because the guys who are confiscating and stealing, they obviously would like to survive and enjoy all the stolen goods. Maybe that's why we're seeing some signs of more surrenders and more signs of these, I don't know what you call them, rebellion or desertions. But maybe that's just hoping.
I think that's probably a part of it. Well, it's easy when you're going one way. It gets much harder when it goes the other, right? So then maybe some actually make the sensible choice. That's very much an option. I think it goes a little bit beyond that as well. I think with time, imagine putting any number of people in a close setting and then see how things evolve, and with time they're going to start fighting, right? They're going to start fighting with each other, and I think the same might be happening in some of these areas as well. We know that there's infighting going on at quite a high level. Of course, the Prigozhin, Shoigu kind of infighting, plenty of that. But we've also heard of quite a bit of infighting at quite a low level as well, right? We've heard of quite a lot of infighting between different groupings, different volunteers versus conscripted or whatever else. Also, Kadyrovites versus whomever. That happens quite a bit. There was a bit of news overnight whereby apparently the strike on Primorsk, I believe, was on a Kadyrovite HQ, and there's a suggestion that the head of the Chechen Rosgvardia might have been there at the time. Now, this is highly unconfirmed. It is what it is, but especially since they've been previously reported as taking part as those barrier troops, and Russia probably not having all that many of those beyond sort of FSB, GRUE types, and then some special subgroups like the Kadyrovites that they can take advantage of there. Maybe that's going to fuel more surrenders as well, if they know that they're not going to get shot in the back while attempting to surrender. Maybe that's a positive factor as well. Subject to clarifications coming in, of course. Morning, Klaus.
Good morning. I'm on my way to Tromsø, running a half marathon on Saturday. So listening in my car. So I like your train of thoughts, Jens. So behind every Russian soldier, there's a Russian soldier, and it looks like everything that Russia does is disorganized, and I would assume that goes into the planning that the Ukrainian army does to maximize, to minimize own losses and maximize the disorganized retreat that Russia is forced to do. Thank you.
I am obviously of the opinion that every Russian with a gun and a uniform personify the crimes that are committed. But I really had a crush on whenever I hear that the commanders get taken out. That is definitely a treat.
Klaus?
That while Mr. Putin has a conference with his military bloggers, Prigozhin had his having a Leopard 2 main battle tanks. So the thing about Prigozhin is that he's quite honest in this case because it suits him. And we see that Putin is living in his own bubble, information bubble, where he just maximizes his own. He amplifies his own his general's disinformation. Thank you.
Well, that's what that's what happens when you shoot every messenger, bringing less the good news, right? I mean that's exactly it. You start selecting for only a specific set of information, and when if you're in charge of a country, that doesn't tend to end well. That really doesn't tend to end well. We're in charge of most things, that doesn't tend to end well. But if you're in charge of a country, it's slightly more precarious, so to speak, right? And there's more to that, right? There's the systematic misreporting to that level of the chain, but that's not the only one that matters, right? There's plenty of other as well, and you kind of see that on various of these evening talk shows with Solovyov or whatnot, right? And you see how, and you see how whenever they bring up somebody who actually says something quite different, they suddenly then vanish over the course of a commercial break, just so that they don't get to continue saying whatever is a little bit past it, whatever is a little bit different. And we saw this with the Kakhovka Dam, right? There were several people there who were saying, yeah, we must have done it. Actually benefits us. We had the access, etc. And then suddenly there was a commercial break, cleared out studio, and then the host saying something completely different. Klaus?
Yeah, the Ukrainian information that is reported is a lot more reliable as well. We've seen that it can be somewhat verified by other sources. So whenever we hear something that is reported by the Ukrainians, we have some confidence that it's actually quite accurate, or maybe not quite accurate, but a lot more believable than what the Russians are reporting. So this goes on and on and on with anything that Russia is reporting. So just keep on fighting Ukraine. We are in here for you. Hopefully you will make it soon. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Klaus. Yeah, there's a difference between let's say attitude to most things, but especially the attitude to truth between the different sets of people, right? And well, one of them is just much more conducive, to actually getting stuff done. Actually, this is succeeding, frankly, in your aims quite systematically. I mean, in the first 3, 4, 5 days, whatever it was, of the Ukrainian counteroffensive, which is only the kind of counteroffensive for now, before the bulk of the units will have been committed to it, right? The funny thing that I saw was there was a report: Ukraine liberated 90 square kilometers of territory, and in the course of their entire, many months long winter offensive, Russia managed to conquer, to capture, to invade 46 square kilometers of territory on a net basis. So Ukraine did twice as much in the first, 4 or 5 days, whatever it was, as Russia did in 4 or 5 months, and yet this was seen as a big disappointment, despite it all. I think that's a fun one as well. Depending on, it's not just what the facts on the ground are, depending on how you perceive them, right? Depending on what other context you add to them, you come to quite different conclusions. You asked about the press conference that Putin held yesterday, Mockers. And the funny thing is, later than yesterday, there was a White House briefing on this, and the White House spokesperson said, what did she say? The United States places no importance on statements from Russia about the losses of the Ukrainian defense forces during offensive operations. But you see, I think I figured out exactly what happened with these numbers of destroyed tanks and so on that the Russians were reporting on. And I reckon what actually happened is they just reflect how many times they've shown pictures of the same vehicles, right? Because frankly, Russians keep just showing the pictures of literally the same little event up there of the 47th, right? Literally the same one. But I don't know if you have to just show it more times, or if you need to do it from a slightly different angle every time. No, but it adds up. But every time that they get displayed, it really adds up, and you really start to see how they got to the 160 Ukrainian tanks lost, right? You look at 4, and then you look at it 40 times from 40 different angles, so you get to 160. What's much more interesting still is that they admitted to having lost 54 tanks themselves. And I think that's the much more interesting one, because are they understating their number, or are they for once actually, kind of inflating it? That'd be fascinating, really fascinating to see. So I need to go and check how many tanks Ukraine claims to have destroyed of the Russians, but it's not all that different, if you see what I mean. So let's go here to tanks. Let's go on the day to day. So it more or less matches exactly up with what the Ukrainians have been reporting, which is quite interesting there. So did the Russians just take the Ukrainians' number because it's more reliable?
Maybe they did. There is a suggestion that they usually inflate figures, but in this case, maybe that's why you have to think about it. Did you also see his comments about the Kakhovkaya Dam?
No. So by the way, the sky is just the possessive, so that's why it's you get some extra letters. No, what did he say about that?
He basically admitted it in his interview. Yeah, he basically said, yeah, well, it worked for us. That's what we've been doing to slow down the counteroffensive. And yeah, so he didn't make any attempts to say that it wasn't them, put it that way.
And there's still going to be people showing up saying, well, who knows who really did it? And why?
Indeed. It's a total mystery, isn't it, Delman? Total mystery.
Yeah, it's a complete mystery, except for, motive and ability and pattern of behavior.
And obviously,
other than that, right?
And the clear facts that have come out about it. Yeah. That too.
Yeah, it's just really hard to figure out. Klaus?
It also appears that very little of the Western equipment that has been provided to Ukraine for this counteroffensive has been used. It seems that it's a mix of old Russian tanks and these with some few Leopards and Bradleys.
There's a number of equipment types that we know are in it, and that would be used. So yeah, pretty much, Klaus. It's a mix of various things, but remember the front line is quite long, right? So really, what you're looking at are quite limited, somewhat compared to if you're imagining whole armored brigades charging through together, that's not what's being done. And it tends to be much smaller batches going forward. And somewhere it might be a Leopard Bradley complement, in another place it might be a Soviet design tank, a company built around that. So it really depends on which one you get when. But yeah, it's an interesting mix. I guess some sort of thinking has to go into it as well. What the best it's a kind of cost benefit analysis is in a given case, but also just where you want to go and who do you have where. Again, from the entire length of the front line, it's many hundreds of kilometers. You're not going to be relocating very large units on a whim. Everything has some sort of a purpose there. Good morning, Ming.
Morning, Damon. How are you today?
I'm pretty well. How are you?
Yeah, all right. Going well. Beautiful weather here in Ireland.
I'm guessing it's much better than in Sochi.
I don't know. Sochi tends to have rather lovely weather too, doesn't it?
Yes, except today.
What's going on?
Well, so you know how the topography around Sochi looks like, I presume, right? You have it's in the eastern end of the Black Sea, and there's a very, very narrow coastal strip before quite steep mountains start behind it, right?
Yeah.
So what this does occasionally is clouds get squeezed into those mountains, and they dump a lot of water all at the same time. So the Lada Armada has been resuscitated. That is to say, you might remember it from last year in June, when there were large flash floodings in Sochi, large flash floods in Sochi because of this particular positioning there at the foot of the mountains, and with cars swimming downstream rather forcefully. Well, same images are emerging from this past night as well, because somebody decided to put a city where there probably shouldn't be a city. Indeed, when I first saw the videos, I thought, oh, wait, isn't that from last year? What do you mean it's from today? But then I went and checked the local press there and said, yeah, no, there's flooding. There's flooding again. It just looks exactly the same as it did last year in June.
So does this happen every year, or is this unusual?
I don't know if it happens every year, but it certainly happens more than never. So I think that having it 2 years back to back is maybe the unusual component, but the event itself isn't anything to be particularly surprised about because of the disposition there in the eastern Black Sea between the sea and the mountains. So I just checked. So apparently in 2015. There was big flash floods there as well. Maybe I don't know how frequent it is, but yeah, quite interesting, really. You get the same Ming, of course, with aircraft, right? Sometimes aircraft landing in Sochi can have some trouble because of the winds, pushing them against the mountains a little bit.
Oh, I didn't know that. Are there videos of that? Is that one of those sensational landings that you can see on YouTube?
I'm not sure, actually. I think I just read it somewhere in AV Herald that there was that they had some trouble with winds, not quite to the same degree as say Madeira or Gibraltar or anything like that, but it does, or at least it can happen on occasion.
I must apologise if I've got loud background noises going on. It's because I've got the gardeners in.
There's barely anything comes through. So little that if you didn't highlight it, nobody would have noticed. No worries at all about any of that.
So, Domin, what's been going on that's interesting recently? I've been looking around. It seems fairly quiet.
It does seem fairly quiet, doesn't it? Obviously, the address by Putin last night, and I think that's quite interesting. With everything that he ended up saying, and I don't even know what all he ended up saying, frankly. But just the bits that I did actually bother reading up on, the actually specifying losses in terms of tanks and other vehicles for both sides. That's something he doesn't really tend to do. I don't think he's ever done that before. And of course, there's the carry on.
Oh, so he's admitted to significant tank losses on the Russian side, has he?
Yeah, he said 54 tanks were lost by the Russians in the Ukrainian counteroffensive thus far, which pretty much matches whatever the Ukrainians have been reporting in the last week or so. And he said that 160 Ukrainian tanks have been destroyed, which I would suppose probably means that means that they looked at some pictures, very many times from different angles and thought they were different ones.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. Is that him sort of preparing people for some bad news? Potentially it might be, because that's quite a significant number.
Could be. I was also thinking, if you look at the mythology of the Great Patriotic War, World War II, 1941 to 1945, one of the components of it is this great sacrifice as well, and the number of their own people killed in the process of it because of, say, subpar tactics and Stalin's ridiculousness. Things like that are, I think, kind of playing into this as well, because in a way it also works better for them if they're quite substantial losses, and they get to argue, hey, look at how important this is for us to keep doing this, right? How important this is for us to keep fighting. What great effects we can have. How much this means for the glorious motherland if we do this. The other thing is probably also just the believability of it. In the case of Russia at this point, nobody's going to be believing anyone saying, "Oh yeah, we had zero losses, nothing happened." Right? It's much easier to present slow advances or defend great defensive successes in tough, very extensive battles than it is to present, even at this point, a total domination by Russia. There have been too many Russians who haven't returned from their expeditionary war of conquest, right? Just way too many to have to work like that at this point. Anyway, Klaus?
With my limited knowledge of the different fractions within Russia, it baffles me that since Putin was made in FSB, I would assume that he has on this organization. And I've also understood that Prigozhin is protected by the FSB, so the Russian MOD won't touch him for the time being. That is, how is Putin's? I guess that Putin tries to keep his card, or tries to control all the different organizations, the army, the police, the secret service, etc. But if that is true, that Putin was born in FSB and FSB protects Prigozhin, that is weird. Thank you.
I don't think that the FSB would be protecting Prigozhin, really. I mean, why, right? He's a GRU asset anyway, not an FSB asset. It's funny in a sense to see these sort of infightings at the highest level. But at some level, I think they figured out that the Wangerite forces and the deniability of them just doesn't work anymore for them, isn't worth it anymore for them. if that makes sense, Klaus. Right? They're basically saying, well, we're making them be an official part of the Ministry of Defense. Okay, but what does that mean? That means that the point of Wenger, which was making things nice and deniable, kind of goes out the window. If they're an official part of the Ministry of Defense, obviously they're not anymore. So they're basically trying to shut them down in some way, at least. Johannes? Johannes?
David E, I'm going to let you up to speak. Just keep in mind there's certain rules. Keep it polite, and you'll have your fair shake. Stick your hand up when you get allowed to speak, and we'll take it from there. Did we lose Johannes?
Sorry, maybe I have to recycle because I didn't hear anything. I just now heard the last few words you said. I'll drop off and be back soon.
David, go ahead.
Thank you, Ming. This is the first time I've been allowed in this space, I would say, for almost 12 months. But thank you for allowing me to come in. I graciously accept the invite. Most days I do come in and I listen for half an hour to an hour, maybe several times a day, just to listen and to the viewpoints that are coming up in relation to what narrative is being said, let's per se, on the other side. I would be the person sitting on the other side of the table rather than on this side of the table. My viewpoints are quite rigid. I've said in the first time actually I came into this room, into the space back in July of last year, I made a point, and I still would make today, that this war between Ukraine and Russia should never have started in the first place. It should never have been instigated by any side. It is a war that has put Slav against Slav. And now we see the decimation of Ukraine, the vilification of Russia, the separation of moral judgment and proper code, proper human code, as it were. And, we're seeing hundreds of thousands of dead people, up to 1 million wounded and scarred for life. Financial ruin of Ukraine. The consolidation of Russia, on the other hand, as a joint leader of BRICS. And the propagation of a war that could expand beyond the borders of Ukraine and damage everybody within Europe. I'm an Irishman and intrinsically linked for 30 years with Russia for personal reasons and other. I am not anti-Ukrainian. I am anti-war, of course. I saw a bit of it in my youth. I never want to see it again. And this war needs to end. It's not going to end on favorable terms for any side, because it's been put one side against the other by external parties that have caused this, and they still wanted to proliferate. You have NATO. Even yesterday, the CEO and the ex-CEO, actually, in the last couple of days, saying that the only end of this war is more war. I mean, I would think that in modern civilization, that should be castigated to the history books and is almost a criminal enterprise. I would speak as non-partisan here.
So, David, who instigated Russia to launch their full-scale invasion of Ukraine?
The determination, the qualification of what you just termed invasion, I have a different viewpoint on it. I have the term liberation, but we'll beg to differ on those on those terms. I would say that this war was propagated, as we have seen, for a long time. Ukraine has been a leverage point to get at Russia. Russia has been the target for over 200 years of European historical entities. The entity at the moment is NATO, led by London and Washington. They fed the war machine, and here we are reaping what they sowed.
David, I have to stop you there. NATO didn't.
Sorry, I didn't hear him. Ming, did you cut him off, Mr. M?
No, I didn't. I didn't. He's got audio issues.
All right. Look, everyone who knows me knows my narrative. I'm here to discuss something that needs to be stopped. This war needs to be stopped.
But David, none of us are pro-war. It's just that once you're in one, the best way to peace is to win it.
Oh, of course. And who's going to win it is Russia, without a shadow of a doubt. Ukraine is.
But I heard you. I mean, like you, I go and listen in on what the other side is saying. And not so long ago, I heard you saying that Russia were well on their way to conquering Warsaw and Berlin. How is that project going?
Well, if Russia wished to, it could. Russia at this point in time is using 20-25% of its conventional forces at best. It hasn't touched its main armory back in the motherland. It hasn't touched this tank force. It hasn't touched this fixed-wing aircraft. It hasn't touched its heavy-duty conventional bombs. It has almost 2 million men, and it will have more than 2 million by the end of the year. You know, it combined, even as of the moment combined, the Russian conventional forces are larger than all of the EU and NATO external to Canada and the United States.
So these 2 million men are all there, ready to go. Why did they have to do the partial mobilization last autumn?
Russia was greatly underfunded, and Russia was greatly underutilized as an army. I went in discussions in August, September last year with a partner of mine. I just take this time to casually go through stuff. We were all disappointed, of course, on our side, what happened at the start of the war last February. We saw that Russia went into Kiev with a 40,000 force that was not able or capable or wanted to have a war. Russia believed by going in, it caused two issues. They wanted to deflect the armies from the Donbass. They were ready to go in and take over Donbass and Lugansk. And they wanted to show Kiev, as it were, that, you know, we're serious and we should go into immediate dialogue. Minsk 1 failed, and then, of course, we saw Minsk 2 fail. So I understand why they did it. And, of course, they were a standing army of less. They were currently engaged in Syria. They had some other obligations within several countries on their borders, as let's say Armenia, whatever. And they needed the extra. So, of course, I mean, you do not have an army over 1 million in Russia when there's no need to have it. They did not need to have it. So, of course, they went in for recruitment, let's say. But let's forget what was back then. Let's look at where we are now. We have a war at the moment in Ukraine, and I'm just going to say personally, when I got married over 20 years ago, more than half of the invites were to local Ukrainian people that we got to know in my city. And I am not anti-Ukrainian. I wish to state that 1,000 times over. But what I am anti of is this callous disregard for the human value of life that's now currently happening in Ukraine. You see, if anyone were to disagree, I'm sorry, but you're highly deluded. You see what NATO has done. You see what the West has done in backing the army of Ukraine for one reason and one reason only: war. It did not become the biggest standing army in Europe for nothing. It became the biggest standing army in Europe to take out the eastern parts of Ukraine, to remove the Russians from their homeland, and to leverage a position on behalf of NATO, on behalf of the West, to usurp, cause the financial ruin, the degradation of the economy of Russia, and to hopefully put a fifth column president in there and take it over.
David, I've got a fair few hands up, people who are quite keen to respond to you. Do you mind if I go to them?
Of course, no problem, Ming. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Will.
Hey, thanks, Ming, and hi, David. So I agree with both you and Ming that we need to deal with the situation as it is and not as we wish it would be, because I do also believe that a war could have been deterred prior to it happening, but unfortunately it wasn't, because Russia invaded Ukraine. And now, so the facts on the ground, independently observed by people around the world, at least the majority of the UN, suggest that every place that Russia has occupied inside Ukraine, they have evidence of genocide and war crimes by Russia. And Russia has blown the Novokakhovka Dam, creating an environmental, economic, and human health disaster there in their effort to flee, along with 6 other dams. So if we're going to deal with the situation the way it actually is, we are talking about a genocidal invader of one country by another, and the genocidal invader is Russia. There is prima facie evidence to show that Russia has been committing genocide, non-judicial killings, kidnap of children and separation, using rape as a tool and depopulation. So those are all classified in the UN by the UN as genocide these days. And don't you have to deal with the genocide and the scorched earth destruction of Ukraine by Russia if we're going to be talking about any sort of settlement?
Well, your determination, your classification of genocide, I would beg to differ. If you mean the liberation of the Russian people from what they believed was an encroachment upon their land of an illegal organization, aka the Ukrainian army, then you need to requalify your need of genocide. We have seen in the Donbass and Lugansk area that where, by the way, the vast majority of people are actually Russians, Russian speaker, Russian national, Russian by generation. Russian. I did not interrupt you. I'm answering your question. These people welcomed the liberation, the introduction of the Russian army in 2022. They actually were very disappointed with Russia for the previous 8 years in not coming in and showing them more financial, moral, military support in their revolution. Let's just call it that. They did not wish to have the Kiev government ruling over them. And when you talk about these terms, I would like to see actual facts, because when you see local journalists per se, I'll mention them: Patrick Lancaster, Graham Phillips, some French independent journalists, Johnny Miller, for example, who's there at the moment. I mean, these people for 8 years have been walking up to the local people in that area and asking them their viewpoint. What do you think? What's your economy? How do you get on? And the people who you talk about who are being genocided are
We're going to go to a few more.
Wait, no, Ming. He asked a question, please. Let's be quite civil here now. I am being quite civil here. That these people don't recognize the Kiev government as their legitimate government. They wanted their independence, and that's it.
My dear Irish propagandist, liar, and you forced me to step out of a meeting to address you, David. We know you. You know us. You are spreading yet again the vile, propagandist, utterly inexcusable lies about the rapist army the Russians have put into the field yet again. You're coming here to excuse that, share moral equivalency, and then try to highlight that, oh no, you are civil. It is completely uncivil. You have not faced them, you haven't been there. You do not know anyone in Donbass. You haven't lived there, you haven't been on site there. Contrary to that, many of us have, including me. So please, do not do this, and we will not have this. Not in this environment. You, with this, in my case, by the way, in Germany, we would call this Volksverhetzung, which is a criminal state. It's a state of felony. You have just denied genocide, and therefore you go to room 101. Bye-bye, David, and you will not show up here again. And we will not repeat this example.
Good morning.
As you were.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I was going to remind David of what happened to Shani Witness. Maybe you should look into it. David, if you're still listening, mark my words. Remember this name, remember this face. When they come to get you, or you're hiding.
I will get back to work now.
Go ahead, Jens.
Yeah, I just want to thank Axel for putting the kibosh on this. I would probably define him as a bad actor. And I love the comparison, genocide denial with the, which all, promoting genocide. I think it's futureless when we are divided by a chasm of reality to discuss with such a person. And I could go on and on. I prepared a whole speech, but I think Axel did us a favor by shutting this nonsense down, because this is not an exchange in good faith. This is not an investigation of the truth, right? This is just pure. At best, it's madness. At worst, it's something more sinister, where there's actual approval of, the eradication of Ukrainian identity, children, hospitals, schools. So I appreciate that Axel stepped out and stepped in. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Just to give you some explanation, I've run into David E a few times, and he's got the most extreme views. What I find interesting is, for one, his kind of whole moral wiring is completely different to the rest of us, and I find it interesting to try and work that out. So. His kind of baseline is just so radically different. I find it, very, very difficult to understand. But there must be some. I just don't know where it is. I mean, it could be that he's acting in bad faith, but I don't I don't believe that's correct. So, and the other thing is, I also find it useful for us to be reminded of what it is we face out there. But I apologize to everybody who was upset by that.
No, but don't get me wrong. I don't disagree with that you gave him some leeway, but he went in and monopolized and almost assumed, the role of moderator. And I think it's good to be reminded that even in that there are these actors, as I would proclaim him to be. So he came and he talked, and we heard him, and we heard that he is clearly, whatever it is he is.
I would just like to add that he, at the beginning, he invoked his Irish and European identity, and speaking as an Irish European, any cursory understanding of Irish history or Ukrainian history or current events in Ukraine, you can immediately see the parallels and immediately understand that this is an imperialist, colonialist war conquest against Ukraine, trying to reassert control over a former imprisoned state. And the other thing is where the constant invocation of NATO. It wasn't NATO Maiden for the regime, it was Euromaiden. Ireland has been part of the European community for 50 years now, and we've benefited enormously from prosperity that has brought us and the rights that has brought us, and Ukrainians and all European nations should have the freedom to pursue whatever association with other states they wish without being invaded by butchers.
And at this point, it's my turn to jump in and explain things a little bit. So this is called a Gish Gallop. It's a thing. What some people do is they give you so many things. Just literally every little bit of things they say is ridiculous and absurd, and you literally can't counter all of them. Because for every word they say, it takes you a sentence. For every sentence that they say, it takes you a paragraph, right? So when you dispense with all fact, when you dispense with all that is true, all that is verifiable, all that is reasonable, then any argument that comes from that, any explanation that comes from that basis, ends up being, well, fundamentally a Gish Gallop. Fundamentally, there will be too many ridiculous things to address. And you will find this often from Russian propagandists. Indeed, Russian domestic propaganda at large is kind of based on that, because you can't address the ever-changing morass of nonsense, which is also ever shifting, but so expansive that, again, it takes you an order of magnitude more time to address every little bit of it than it would to.
That's absolutely right, Devin. So every statement has typically 4 or 5 loaded assumptions in it, each of which needs to be unpicked in turn.
Exactly.
So you spend absurd amounts of time going through it in detail, which is why I tend to keep my attitude to these things pretty simple.
And that's why the easiest way to go about this is to not listen to the nonsense in the first place, because then you don't have to go and even consider trying to unpick all of the nonsense if you've never heard the Gish Gallop in the first place. That's my approach of it anyway.
Great Monkey, go ahead.
Yeah, I just listened to some of that, and well, first of all, congratulations on remaining calm. It's not easy, but I think as it was mentioned just now, it reminds you who we face, and it's very easy to just assume that the people that we face are dumb. And I think the way that this person came online and talked to us shows that they're all but dumb. We're facing a heavily organized, very intelligent adversary here. And so, if anything, it should be it should just be a reminder that we shouldn't underestimate these tankies, because they are formidable in their own way. Yeah, we got to stay organized as well, and you have to find ways to counter this. I don't know what the answer is. I had a lot of trouble staying onto the space while he was talking, to be honest, because it just makes my blood boil. But yeah, let's not underestimate these people, because they are extremely dangerous, and they're well spoken, and they know how to argue their case. However, whatever the level of nonsense it is in it, it is still argued in a way that might be compelling to a lot of people. So let's keep that in mind.
Here's how to fight it. Russia has 2 million soldiers. It's the largest standing army in Europe. Their intercontinental ballistic missiles are standing ready. Their submarines dive deeper. And their aircraft carrier doesn't blow black smoke because it still runs on a coal engine or steam engine, whatever the fuck she runs on. Yeah, well, they're well spoken, all right. They go in and they try to make you feel scared. That's what they do. They manipulate people to play them using fear. Well, you don't have any reason to fear anything because over the course of a year and a half, you saw the great forces of the Russian Federation being defeated conventionally on the ground of reality in the battlefield by Ukrainians, not NATO soldiers, not zombies, not aliens, with technologies that have been in service for more than 40 years. End of discussion. David is very well known to a lot of people. He attracts certain types. He tries to command the authority and speaks from a position of authority. And, you know, Russia, great Russia is coming. This is going to happen. This is about to drop. You know, they haven't mobilized everything. They haven't used everything. They haven't done everything yet. Russia is coming. Russia is coming. Well, we're waiting. Just, you know, tell their airlines or their train company or their freight company that they should charge them for, you know, late fees or something, because we're waiting, man. We're waiting. It's like a promo for a soap opera of next Ramadan. It's been 2 Ramadans now. I'm waiting for my soap opera, and no one is delivering anything. And in no time, it will be next Ramadan, and all those fucking Russians will be buried anyway. I'm waiting for the movie. Bring it, man. But yeah, it's just, whatever. It was a teachable moment. I really wanted to speak to him when he was here, but it is what it is. But yeah, David is not welcome here, and he shouldn't be welcome here. And he's not making a case. This is direct propaganda. Yes, they are well spoken. Yes, they use fancy schmancy terms, and they do this and they do that. But you know what? It's all futile. It's all meaningless. It's all pack of lies. The Russian Federation, the Soviet Union, paint and rust. It's coming to an end, and it's coming to an end soon.
And I think there's a realization that it's coming to an end. That it's coming to an end. That's why that's why the panic is setting in a little bit, right? And that's why
That's the only
there's
thing they
so
can
much.
do now. It's their nuclear weapon. You know, they will not be deploying nuclear weapons because their nuclear weapon is disinformation. Their nuclear weapon is making people suffer paralysis by fear and through fear, so that they can continue to, you know, wheel and deal and try to wiggle their way out of it. In fact, a lot of people actually know what they have planned next to try to, quote unquote, plan a safe exit for them out of this mess. It will not work, and people are already working to stop it. So David and his ilk can continue to claim whatever they claim. Sorry, Domin, for cutting you off. That's the last thing that I need to say.
No, we agree, right? It's this is why they're doubling down on their utter nonsense of propaganda now, because they know it's their last chance. Because it's the only thing they still have that they're still able to do. Because they don't have vast reserves of tanks, whatever else, still somewhere back in Mother Russia. Okay, I mean, they have a scrapyard full of T-34s, but Now that's not going to change anything ever, right? So that's why they're going full force with just spouting utter and complete nonsense and hoping somebody somewhere falls for it. But they won't. We won't, surely. Because some things just go too far, and for people living in a completely alternate reality from their reality. Well, that's the only place where anybody's going to believe any of it. I'm going to go to Slavo Karini, then to Johannes, and then back to Freight Monkey. And I think Bloke woke up while gnawing on his perch earlier on. Slavo Karini.
Hello, I'm Slava. I hope you can hear me good.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. So about the informational war still going on and in Ukraine, I'm in Ukraine. So just want to say whatever idea David have about Ukraine, it's all false. I'm on the west of Ukraine. Yes, war is still going on. But informational war is like we getting like a past week, like a preparation for Ukrainians. Be ready to reject all the false information, because for Ukrainians, like it's happening on the Russian front, like in the Russian language. So like we have this like internal fight, like a military and information front is happening. And like with the David, like yes, we all know that David.
Russia is losing.
So he's like doing the stuff. Yes, we know this from the last year. But of course, we know what to do, and we know the truth.
Russia is losing
because he's desperate. He's desperate, like losing, and that's it. So, thank you. The good reaction. There's people like already here, so have nothing more. So, thank you.
Russia is losing.
Cheers, Slavo Karini. Yeah, indeed. They have Russia stands no more chance of any of this.
Nice to have you here, by the way, Slava. You and I have run into these trolls quite a lot, and I always enjoy hearing you talk to them when I see it happening.
Yeah, special fun times. No, but it is just ridiculousness, and it's just a little bit of a waste of time. Johannes.
Yeah. By the way, Gish Gallup, I mean, that actually goes back to a US evangelical apologist. So that's actually comes from the religious sphere originally. But it's funny to see this kind of re-implanted in a secular context. Just what I really find very important to point out, and maybe it's one of the strategies that can be used to stop such trolls in the tracks, at least to some extent, is really they always will claim that they are anti-war, and that their whole argument is about saving Ukrainian lives, because if the war would end, no more Ukrainians would die. And then they turn around and speak about how the Russians are liberating Ukraine, how this is how Russia will win. So they very clearly say that they're actually not against war, but against the Ukrainian victory, and they're in favor of anything Russia does to achieve its victory. So I guess at least for me, this is quite important, because I'm not sure where this guy is coming from. When I was 12 years old, I was at one of the largest rallies that there was in Germany ever, in Bonn, in the Hofgarten, against nuclear armament, against the so-called NATO Doppelbeschluss, which kind of stationed, I think, the US. So I guess I want to say I have a long history of like pacifist engagement, and I know, like, be it the Iraq wars, be it the Yugoslavia wars. So I guess we always tend to listen when somebody says, well, actually, I'm against war, I just want to save human lives. And therefore it's quite important to expose that they actually don't want to do that. That they actually, what they're arguing for isn't peace, but it is Russian imperialism and Russian victory, and that at any cost. So they don't actually give a shit about human lives in Ukraine, and that's, I think, what has to be made very clear. And because I mean those guys tend to self-expose, which this guy actually did. And but this is the one thing that I find valuable to point out. Else, I guess it's quite pointless to argue with them.
Completely and utterly, Johannes. Completely and utterly. You know, they're against war because war still happening means they haven't yet gotten what they wanted, which is literally what the Kremlinite attitude is. Bloke, good, exceedingly early morning.
Good morning. I had the space on. It lulls me to sleep for some reason. I had it on while I was sleeping, and this woke me up. I guess David has that effect. A couple of things I wanted to point out is that these efforts are going to be sped up. Over the coming weeks and months. They are going to try everything they can to, especially the narrative that the war is unwinnable, right? As the Ukrainians try to, counterattack and build up the momentum and start to liberate their country, the narrative will now shift to try to instill fear, uncertainty, and doubt that this righteous cause is not worth fighting for and that there is no way of winning it. Those are absolute elements of Russian propaganda. And also the thing to beware of people like this is they will try to find reasonable people who, will try to use logic and reason against them. I have tried with this one individual, right? There is no logic and reason in his viewpoint. That's not what he's here for. And I remember hearing Slava on a space, keep calm, which I admire. It was hard for me to keep calm. I often lose my temper with this particular individual and end up calling him what he deserves to be called. But the point is that his point here is not to have a reasonable discussion. His point is to shoehorn his way like some sort of, bad Russian vacuum cleaner salesman into your door, wedge the door open, and shout things that will frighten people. It's his job. He does this on purpose. He comes on numerous spaces and tries to hijack the space in order to, try these lies, try just throwing stuff at a wall to see maybe in the 500 other people in the space, some of this nonsense will stick. So we just have to beware of this. Enough respect for people who try to use logic and reason to counter this. And there were some excellent points, Ming and Will brought up some points and they pointed out that, well, aren't you promoting genocide? He does not care. He is all for it. This individual has no moral compass, right? His point is that one time I tried to point out to him that in his profile he had the words Ireland for the Irish. So I argued that perhaps Ireland should be for the English because, he is denying Ukrainians their self-determination, their freedom, their ability to live in their homes without a genocidal invasion from an aggressor. And something that he wants for himself, but will deny to other people. And that's the classic definition of a fascist, right? So there is only so far you can get with these people. They will try to manipulate reasonable people, and they will step up their efforts over the coming weeks and months. Ukraine will win. They have to win because that's the only way they're going to preserve their country and their people and prevent their people from being massacred. And we have to support them. And everything we do, we must, counter these tankies. We must ensure that they are not able. We will, counter their lies with the actual facts. So, for example, he'll bring up this thing that Russia is big and scary, and they've got this massive army, and that somehow this army has magically turned competent, which is, like absurd, and that the war is unwinnable. Don't believe any of this bullshit for this stuff for a second. Let's stick to providing the facts and information to people. I have enough respect for everyone who uses logic and reason to counter these people, but they are not here to listen to a reasonable argument, and they do not want to be convinced. They either as I put it in a phrase, either later paid to spout their propaganda, and it's manipulative. So we're just going to have to win on the battlefield, and to do that, our job is to support Ukraine 100%, arm Ukraine to the teeth, give them everything they need. We should have given a lot more, a lot sooner, but we will redouble our efforts now. Phone your elected officials. We have to win this existential fight, not only for Ukraine, but for freedom-loving people and democracy everywhere. And I could probably go on more, but there's almost no point. I love all of you. I love the positive message of the space, and I have enough respect for everyone's ability to counter this misinformation. But sometimes there's no countering because he has no intention of having a reasonable debate. He is, like I said, trying to sell some vacuum tube Russian televisions door to door as a salesman, and he's trying to get that foot in the door, and let's just not give him that opportunity. The other thing is that these people just need to be defeated. It's just like trying to reason with Putin. Everyone has tried reasoning with Putin. They tried reasoning with Putin in Syria when he was supporting the gassing of civilians. They tried to reason with Putin in 2014 in Chechnya when he leveled Grozny. What has this gotten us? It got us here. The only thing to be done is to utterly defeat this monstrosity. That is the only way forward and the only way to achieve peace. So if anyone is a peace-loving person, the only way to achieve peace is through ejecting this genocidal invader from Ukraine, and by offering Ukraine all the weapons and support that they need in order to do that. They will do the fighting. They're happy to do the fighting to liberate their homeland by themselves. All they ask for is the tools to do the job, and our job is to do everything in our power to provide those tools. And with that, I will have another coffee.
Thank you, Blood. That was very well put. It's not an option. Ukrainian defeat just isn't an option. Where those mysterious, endless tank brigades are going to come from Russia, who knows? Maybe it will be T-34s. And we've seen T-55s being brought in. Red Monkey.
I was about to say there must be quite a few T-55s to get churned through before we get to the T-34s. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that bloke just said before, and it was very well put. And also to what Johannes said before, this is why I had my hands up. This claim that he's anti-war, I have actually seen him. Now, there's one thing that unites all these tankies in chief. The same thing with a guy like Jeraman. They will always claim that we're neutral in this, right? We're not for the war, etc., etc. But I've seen this Irish guy, I can't remember his name now. I've seen him referring to the Russian army command as our leadership. He's actually written it down. It's in one of his tweets. The problem is he tweets so bloody much that you can't actually find anything. So, but in one of the tweets, or maybe it was a reply of his, he was mentioning our leadership. So it's, you know who they work for. That's all I like. For anybody who's got a shadow of a doubt, you know who they work for. And our problem as democratic, freedom-loving people is we're sometimes a little bit too weak. When someone says something, we tend to be a little bit too trusting from time to time. And it's obviously not going to work on people in this space, because I think people in this space are very invested. But my worry is always for less invested people. They will hear something, talking points like what was mentioned earlier today, and it will create doubt, and that's where our job comes in when it comes to narrative, and we just got to keep that up.
Thank you, Fred Monkey. Well, go ahead.
So I just wanted to provide some good news I think this is the telling thing, and this is why I just wanted to just before the Gish Gallop, I tried to focus on things where prima facie evidence should rule and see where that went. That's one of my go-tos. But I do have some actual evidence here, and I don't think the Russians are doing very well at this either. I haven't actually looked at it, but it would be worth looking at how much money the anti-Ukraine people are for whatever reason, and how much money they're raising. Because I think yesterday was an amazing day that I want to reflect on. That started in the morning for me with Alan and Lou Reynolds was on, and Lou got morally outraged by some things going on in that Russia had done. Its latest outrage, the blowing of the dam and elimination of all the economic activity and all that. So he said, what we need to do is support Ukraine, as Bloke said, and I agreed with everybody. So he said, look, I'm going to match anybody who puts up donations, and started this like impromptu funding drive yesterday based on people's pent up hatred, and turn your hatred into something good. And I have not seen the official numbers yet, but as I understand it, because he was on, he matched donations. Then the lady from the deputy mayor of Kherson showed up, and he actually gave her offered her additional $7,000 for one of the pieces of equipment that they need. So Frank heard that. Frank from Canada, who's a really good guy from Vancouver, he heard that, and he said, "You know what? I'm also going to match the donations given today." And so, as I understand it, yesterday, more than $125,000 was raised between MriyaReport and Maria Aid, and I think we got to wait for the final numbers. But I just guarantee you that there aren't people who are voting with their feet and with their pocketbook like that on the Russian side, where you go into the space that they have, and whoever, I don't give a shit, who's Kim.com or whoever, with their 10,000 bots in there, I'm guarantee you that they don't do a one-day fundraiser and raise $125,000 for their cause. And that says something, right? Facts say something. Villages taken back say something. You could genocide evidence says something, and being able to raise money says something. And so I just wanted to reinforce how good it is to be around with people who are willing to demonstrate their commitment in their time, in their money, in their voice to parliaments and all that, to maintain support. Because I find it, as I always have, I find it good for my constitution to come in and listen to folks who I don't share all the same views with or expertise, but just reinforce what Bloke said, which is, Ukraine is going to win this, and these trolls and Russian vatniks and shit they are getting more and more desperate. So take heart, folks. the good side's winning.
Thank you. Well, Yanis.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I propose that we should not even spend time on those people who are they are paid actors. So even during the start of this latest invasion, there was like scandal in Latvia, and there was network exposed of such actors who were paid. Yeah, they try to give money to several internet influencers to push this propaganda. So, and I heard that somebody from previous speakers said that we have like disadvantage due to our democracy and freedom of speech. So please do not feel bad to shut up such bad actors, because it's not about freedom of speech. It's about what they are doing for money. So, and all those emotions provoked, it's exactly what they wanted to achieve. So let's not give them this what they have come for. Yeah. So they are just paid actors. So we know already about this Prigozhin troll farms, etc. It's nothing new. And there is multiple occasions when after something already happened, those people came up and explained that actually they do not believe these narratives they were pushed before. It was just job for them. So promotions, etc. So no, it's nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis. And that's exactly what it is. You know, it's a systematic approach, and in some cases, you know, voluntary, I'm sure, but in general, it's a systematic approach to bring the rest of the world down to Russia's level, to a level where fact means nothing, or at least very little. A level where all sorts of nonsense can float around in the public sphere, in the public space, because that helps, you know, the likes of the Kremlinite regime, because they operate on exactly that: absence of fact, absence of verifiable fact. They operate in a they operate in a, what our dear Thomas and Bardot likes calling the fire hose of bullshit, which it is. But it's more than that. It's also a buffet from which everybody can choose exactly the nonsense that they feel like believing in. Because then truth doesn't matter, nothing matters anymore. And in the ever-changing world that especially Russian domestic propaganda tries to portray, and wanting to expand that in other directions, let's call it. They want to bring the whole world down to their standards. Don't think they'll be able to, but certainly what they want to do. Mr. M?
Yes, I wanted to go on something else. The Russians did blow up the dam, but the effects it has is different as they expected, because they are getting all sick and they are dying. The water has E. coli and other bacteria in it, so that isn't too good for the Russians. And also there is reports that Delimkanov, deputy prime minister of the Chechen Republic, he was wounded in Ukraine. So
yeah, there were rumors overnight that he got killed in the strike on Primoz.
No, he is so a special Kurson cat says he is wounded. I will send the mail to 99 for you, Doman.
Thanks, Mr. M. Yeah, exactly, right. So there was a rumor that he was killed, but apparently he's wounded. Another report came out from a Russian opposition channel that Kadyrov says he can't get in touch with him, and even asked for, in exchange for a fee, various people to inform him of where he comes from, or where he is, and apparently his boss can't find him, can't figure out where he is. Peace for Ukraine. Good morning.
Good morning, Doman. Good morning, Ming. Good morning, Mr. M. Good morning, Peter, Yanis, everyone who's listening to us. Thank you so much for the space. Thank you for your continuous providing of information about what is going on Ukraine. If you don't mind, I will open a small parenthesis and then go back to the effects and water and dams in Ukraine. But small parenthesis I just wanted to open is two small parentheses. First is that the Luxembourg Parliament has recognized Holodomor as genocide made by the former USSR. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm 2 for 2 on the countries that concern me. So my homeland, Portugal, already did this back in 2017, and now Luxembourg. So those two boxes are checked, rightly so. The second parenthesis I wanted to open is that today is a Remembrance Day. Over 1 million of people from the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, were victims of the USSR mass deportations that started in 14 June 1941. And we should all remember that those countries in the year before were occupied by the Soviet regime. And 2 years before, this same Soviet regime signed a pact with the Nazi Germany to split those countries, and terror ensued. So the same terror that the Soviet regime enforced on so many countries in history is the same type of terror that today's Russian regime or the Kremlin regime is enforcing on Ukraine and has enforced in the past in Georgia, in Moldova, and in so many other countries. And I wanted to bring just a small piece of news that I saw, and I don't know if this was linked yesterday. Yesterday in Kryvyi Rih, there was one warehouse that was blown up and quite a few people died. That warehouse contained water that was being stocked to provide water to the people in Kherson who are currently without it, drinkable, potable water. And today in Odessa, also, there were people who died, and there was also a warehouse that was stocking water. Plus, we know that with the destruction that Russia made on the Novokakhovka Dam and on the smaller dams, drinkable, potable water is also being affected and reduced. So, do we notice a pattern here? I think we do. At least I notice it. I don't know, maybe it's just an idea in the back of my head, or I'm just seeing things where they aren't. But the pattern of destruction, the pattern of genocide is clear and evident. And anyone who denies it, it's a genocide denial. Please present yourself to The Hague. And that was just it that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace for Ukraine. This is a worthwhile reminder. You know, why was there stockpiling of water in Odessa and Kryvyi? Because it has to be. Because in much of the south of Ukraine, the water in the pipes that comes out the taps was coming fundamentally from the Kakhovka reservoir, which is now empty or very near empty. There have been some plans already put into force in Ukraine to extend pipelines going down from, I presume, just north of Zaporizhia, from the next reservoir up, and that are going to be feeding further south into cities like Kryvyi, possibly some cities further south as well, maybe even the city of Kherson itself. But that's going to take quite some time, right? At this point, there's already quite significant reductions for the city of Kryvyi, and in how much water should be used is available. Of course, industry, any large water consumers, they've shut down altogether. And Kryvyi, well, it got the majority of its water from the Kakhovka reservoir. There is another, there's another one or two systems that it was plugged into. So now we're trying to rebalance things by just using those much smaller sources, much smaller systems to be able to reach and supply water to there. And of course, you know, nothing new for Russians at all. They start by invading, conducting straight genocide, and they kicked out of certain territories. Then they flood them, then shell them. Well, shell them, then flood them, then shell them some more while people are trying to evacuate, and you know, then use missile strikes against collection points further back, be it in Kryvyi, be it in Odessa, to just fundamentally make things worse. Peter.
Yeah, good morning, Dan. Yeah, I mean, you know, with Putin claiming that he's trying to liberate anything, he's just trying to destroy everything. And, you know, I mean, that is really apparent. I don't think he even cares about getting the Donbass. I think all Putin is intent on is the land grab to Crimea. Crimea is a big military base for him to control the Black Sea and to take 80% of the coast of Ukraine, which, I mean, he makes all this spiel about Peter the Great and wanting the Sea of Azov as being a central thing of Russia and all that rubbish. So I think all he is interested in is the land grab to Crimea, and then he would have carried on if he had his way down to Odessa Oblast and Moldova, and then Georgia. And, you know, they are now losing. He is coming up with his nuclear threats again. I mean, we're talking about the power station. And we have Belarus with their tactical nukes. That, he's saying, I have control of these tactical nukes, which I'm going to use if I'm threatened. It's all indications that they are using their only successful weapon, which is nuclear deterrence, which has worked through the war. And that's indicative that he knows they are losing. As for David, I've had so many discussions with David. I've seen him on many sites and had massive arguments with him. He should not be entertained. He is just very manipulative. He will, when he needs to be, he'll be as polite can be, and you think, oh, what a nice gentleman. I've heard him talk absolute gutter, and he is just trying to infiltrate and then to manipulate. So I just wouldn't give him any space at all, because you're not trying to. I mean, I think there's a good point that you know, we live in a bubble in a way, and we should look at public opinion outside and all these other things we talk about. But that's not allowing David in, because I've kind of had cross swords with him for nearly a year now, and he is not somebody to even attempt to talk to. He's just working for Russia, and that's it. But yeah, I mean, this is a great space, lovely people. Doman, thanks for all your efforts, which are amazing, and your brain just is amazing. I mean, I wish mine was half as good as yours. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, it's a I want it, and if I can't have it, nobody can. That's the general approach, right? There's no question that the initial intent was to conquer all of Ukraine, to subjugate Ukraine, like Russia has historically subjugated many neighboring states. There's no question that was the initial intent. It just got somewhat spoiled by Ukrainians saying no, you don't, and standing up to him, and then gladly the rest of the free world, the rest of the free world standing up with them and saying, here you go, here's some javelins, 777s, Panzerhaubitze, HIMARS, eventually IVs and tanks and so on, and they're going to figure them out. The only question is when, and sadly that when is not being that well affected, or as well affected as it could have thus far, because quite a lot more should have been sent to Ukrainians to be able to really push them out in a more expedited fashion. But yeah, thanks for that, Peter.
Can I come back quickly? Is that all right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the other thing is I did get reports which I sent through on Putin threatening the nuclear power station of creating some big accident. I think we need to learn from the dam and the West response, because a weak response will just encourage Putin to make these threats. And I think it needs to be made very clear to Putin by the West that any accident in the nuclear power station will be treated as a nuclear attack, and that will get a severe response from NATO and the West. That is, what do you think?
I'll say this much. I think that's being made clear to the Russians, at the very least on the back channels, not just by the West, but also by some of their somewhat friends. And that might work even better than anything else. This is why the dam was a lot more palatable for them, even if the consequences of its destruction are not as even if the consequences of its destruction might actually be tangibly worse, because it avoids that sort of taboo effectively, and if anything will have been made clear, that will have been made clear, and once again after the Russians blew up that dam at Novokakhovka. So let's leave it at that, but it's certainly something that they want to threaten with. Best way around it, probably cut them off with a bunch of Russians in there. Peace for Ukraine.
Speaking of the Novokakhovka, I haven't expressed this out loud. It's now 8 days that the Russians blew the Novokakhovka down, and whoever still has doubt about it, please go and take a cold shower or hot shower and think again. So, since it's 8 days, I say it's only fair, and I believe that the Kerch Bridge is currently in deficit of 8 attackants, 1 for each day that has passed. And why 8? I shall explain. 2 attackants each strike on each of the road bridge and 1 on the rail bridge. That's 6. We had 2 additional for good measure. that will be the only fair solution is to give to Ukraine ATACMS and everything necessary to expedite the expulsion and the destruction of the so-called Russian army that is currently still in Ukraine territory, sovereign territory, so that we go back to 1991 borders as it should. So that was my small observation about the Novakakova Dam. And I just wanted to sort of remind some things that are going on that I'm sort of curious and hopeful that actually those ATACMS do come true. Is that yesterday and today, Secretary General of NATO Jens Stoltenberg is currently visiting the US. Today, I believe he's back because there will be the NATO Ministry of Defense meeting, which anticipates the tomorrow's meeting, Ramstein format, that will happen in Brussels. And in the meantime, we also had yesterday the Jeff Nations meeting, where already some good news came out of it with additional support for Ukraine. So indeed, I'm very hopeful that further good news of further supplies to reinforce and enforce the only type of peace that will occur, which is through superior firepower and total Ukrainian victory. Thank you.
So, thank you, Bishop Chris.
Sorry.
And let's pick up on the Jeff update, right? Because what did they bring up? They said air defenses, support for air defenses, but they were very coy as to what exactly that referred to. Now, Norway is one of the countries that's adding a very significant contribution to that, right? It will, of course, be a part of Jeff. But the thing that I wonder is, one thing that we've learned here in the first week or so, the Ukrainian counteroffensive, is that Ukraine can definitely use more, let's call it short to mid-range, very highly mobile air defenses. And everybody's, of course, familiar with NASAMS, but NASAMS is a semi-stationary battery, right? There is, however, another version which can be mounted on a very mobile vehicle, like a Humvee or similar. And something like that would be incredibly useful for Ukrainians right now. And, you know, the greater the quantity, of course, the better. But something like that would be the most useful, the most useful thing here. And if that was included in that, that would be absolutely tremendous. I understand Norway already utilizes some of these. Bloke?
Oh, sorry, I was distracted by something. Oh, yeah, I think that that is going to be one of the things that will come out of this. I think that the need for mobile air defense is really important for the counteroffensive, and I'm hoping to see more of that. I won't dwell on the past. We should have done this a lot earlier. The Hawks, I'm hoping, will be quite useful. The other thing I just wanted to bring up momentarily, there's you'll hear over the next coming weeks a lot of talk about these so-called Russian red lines, which are nonsense. They have no red lines. You know, their red line was crossed when they invaded Ukraine, right? The only red lines that mean anything are NATO's red lines. So just a reminder to everyone that there is only one organization in the world that can draw a red line, and that is NATO. The strength, the military strength, the firepower, the complete and utter air dominance, the competent military structure exists in NATO. NATO draws the red lines. So whenever you hear the word red line, Russia has no red lines. They can babble about nuclear threats all they want. At the end of the day, we have our deterrent. The Russians know this. The whole nuclear narrative is driven to scare the gullible. And that's why, these tankies are trying to convince everyone that it's an unwinnable war, to undermine support for Ukraine. And I just want to remind everyone that the only war that is, the only way this is unwinnable is for Russia. For Russia, this war is unwinnable. In fact, they've already lost strategically. Sweden and Norway are now in NATO. Finland alone could march to St. Petersburg tomorrow if they had any interest in occupying that desolate territory, right? No one has any interest in Russia. So just remember, when you hear these narratives about Russia drawing red lines or that the war is unwinnable, this is projection. The Russians are losing. The war is unwinnable for them. And the only organization that has the capability of drawing a red line is NATO. And so they can just go and find themselves because everything they say is utter crap and nonsense. So sorry about that tangent, Domin, but I just thought I'd get that off my chest because we have to learn how to go against these tanky narratives and to remind everyone of the truth that Russia has no red lines. They are weak. Their military is weak, incompetent, and losing. And the only way this war is unwinnable is for Russia. For Russia, the war is unwinnable, and it already has been proven to be so. So all these narratives are Russian tanky projections, and we just have to remember what the truth is. Our job is to save Ukrainian lives by providing them the weapons they need to do the job. And that's it. I'm sorry for pontificating so much, Domin, but you got me up early, so I had to have some coffee.
Domin, doesn't this sound like a 1.5 cup bloke?
Depends whether he used his birch cup or his beach cup.
By the way, bloke, I think we're in agreement that the only red line which currently exists is about 40 kilometers to the east of Engels Air Base, because that is currently the outer range of what Ukraine can fire at.
Peace for Ukraine. I had a quick question for you. Did I hear you say that you lived or used to live in Luxembourg?
Yes, sir, you heard correctly. I live in Luxembourg. I'm Portuguese. Nee. Guten Morgen, guten Mittag, and that's about it.
I grew up in Luxembourg.
Yes, so I've heard a few times. No, I didn't grow up in Luxembourg. I arrived in Luxembourg when I was 25 years old, and that was almost 26 years ago. That's it.
Hello, can anybody hear me? My name is John.
Hi, John. Just to give you a little background on the rules here, if you go down to the bottom right, the second icon from the right on the bottom, you can put your hand up, and then we'll call you up to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't see it. I only see a heart now. It says mic on. This is my first time. Sorry, guys. I didn't want to interrupt.
No problem. No problem. Happens to everybody the first time. But if you just hit that little heart with the plus.
Oh yeah, I see it. Thank you very much. I got it.
Yep, got it.
Anything else you want to know, Ming? You wanted to speak a bit of Luxembourgish, but I only know the basics.
I can say, I'm like you, I can say wie also major, etc., etc., but that's it.
Yeah, wie said, filmus merci, and that's about it, indeed. I am sorry for this Luxembourgish parenthesis, everyone, but that was, I actually find out, Ming, that you lived in Luxembourg quite a few years here in the space, but I believe we never had the occasion to speak to each other. So So yeah.
I won't ask where either for fear of your privacy. It's not a very big
Oh,
place.
no worries. I live very close to the city center. Actually, my street is the border between Luxembourg City and Strassen, and I live on the Strassen side. So you'll know more or less where I live.
I know exactly. I know exactly
There you
where you
go.
are. Yeah.
There you go. So that's it.
So this is kind of funny, right? Because Axel was just talking about a little bit east of Ingels. And I'm thinking, oh, a little bit east of Luxembourg is Trier, and then you get stuck with Marx.
And who
no,
was
but
born there? Yes, exactly.
exactly. But no, but on a much more serious point, Axel, are we sure that Ukrainians have storm shadows that can reach out all the way to a little bit east of Engels rather than just the shorter ones? Because I actually have a thought on cruise missiles that would be even more useful to Ukraine right now than even those very long-range storm shadows.
Oh, I'm sure that you are sure. We could even be certain.
We could even be certain. But I had a thought yesterday. Because speaking of utility of cruise missiles, there were these images from Radio Free Europe that came out, satellite images of air bases that Russians occupy in and around Berdyansk, especially, and they had these long runways and taxiways, and they just had helicopters kind of parked in a line. They're spaced apart, like Thomas was describing.
Yep.
And you know what Thomas says, right? Get them attack them with the cluster munitions.
Yep.
But there's another way. Apache.
Yeah.
So for anybody who is a bit confused, there's the predecessor. There's the predecessor to the Scalp or the Storm Shadow, called Apache, which is less accurate. But what it does is it's specifically meant for cases like this. So it flies along the length of a runway, dispenses submunitions, and then they fall on the runway, destroy the runway, and anything that might be parked on it. So I would think that the attachment points and the programming for it should be pretty straightforward on a Sukhoi 24, seeing that they already have its evolution, the Storm Shadow Scalp already installed. Wouldn't just even a dozen of these would make a tremendous difference when it comes to just getting rid of Russian close air support in Ukraine?
I really like your research, and I really like the way you're thinking. It's always good to be able to interpret messaging, right?
Yeah, but they're also old, right? Like France needs all of them, and again, like a dozen would make a big difference.
Yeah, given that the French finally said that they would provide, say, weapon systems and weapon system training, that made a few ears perk up. Then we didn't hear much, and then somehow, in recent days, they come around and say, well, maybe we have this, maybe we have that. And this is one of maybe 5 different munition types in the world which can perfect a feat like that. So whether it's an airburst, whether it's droplet bombs, whether it is say a massive ground explosion with a secondary, any of those would work. Obviously, the wider spread, the better. And this one is something which could, because it is essentially on the same mount, could fit very well. I completely agree. Did you stumble into a missile shed this morning?
No, I thought of that last night.
My goodness.
I saw those pictures and I thought, hey, didn't I read something about the predecessor to the Storm Shadow that did this really cool thing that is exactly seemingly like the medicine for what we see in these satellite images,
and which the
Just
French
makes
have
sense.
phased out.
I don't know if they phased it out technically or not, but they must be in a shed somewhere, right?
They have replaced everything. The French tend to upgrade stuff to the absolute hilt and have what our friends often call Gucci kit. So they've really produced as much as they could for their Rafale and the likes to be top-notch, high-tech. Very well done. I mean, no question. But they have tons of old equipment and tons of old ammunition. I doubt that they will ever need it.
Exactly.
John, go ahead. It's your turn.
First, I want to say thank you guys for a great show. This is my first time saying anything, and I'll make it brief. I just want to check you can hear me. I'm on a set thing here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, I have a question. I want to zoom out a little bit and ask you guys to look in the crystal ball, because I'm really interested in what's going to happen when at some point the inevitable happens and Ukraine pushes Russia back towards its own borders. And here I'm talking about the limitations on the use of equipment from, I say, America, not to hit sovereign Russian soil. And I'm just wondering, this is maybe something you've all talked about, and you might laugh at me and say it's so obvious the answer, but I'm wondering what happens when Russian artillery or Russian equipment is back on their own border, firing into Ukraine. What do Ukraine do? Or is there some sort of intervention at that point where we make a buffer zone? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, it's kind of two things. I'll simplify it. One, counter battery fire. Ukraine's been doing plenty of that across into Russia as it is. It's not really a taboo for anyone. The thing that people don't want to be seeing are like cruise missiles, ballistic missiles flying toward in the general direction of Moscow. But any of these sort of more border area stuff, that's been a routine thing as it is. The other thing is deterrence. And this is where NATO membership for Ukraine is so vital. This is why Zelensky is so adamant that this should get sorted now, so that Ukraine is then protected with Article 5 and all that. But also because then you can just have American F-22, F-35 squadrons, deploy on a rotational basis to Ukraine and whatnot, and that helps a lot when it comes to deterrence. I think Bloke can expand on what's doctrinally the solution here.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting question that comes up a lot. And first of all, I agree with what Doman has said. There will be counter battery fire and so forth. But you also have to keep in mind two things here. One is that, going back to Sun Tzu 1,000 years ago, a nation cannot afford to be perpetually at war. And by this, I mean Russia, because first of all, the political situation within Russia will be such that at that point, they will be unable to explain to their own people what they have done and why their own borders are being, attacked. Right? So that'll be politically unsustainable. And then the other thing is economically, it will be unsustainable. I know people are frustrated with the pace of sanctions. Sanctions are an instrument that they require time above all to work, right? So as time goes on, Russia will just become weaker. So they will not be able to sustain that ad infinitum. They just cannot, right? So at some point, they will have to capitulate, and they will just have to accept the reality that this war was a mistake. They've been defeated, and now anything they do to try to sustain this war will be counterproductive to their own political, economic, and military interests. So, and let alone once we get to that point. At that point, we get to decide that Ukraine can join out of NATO membership, or even have security guarantees, and the deterrence at that point will be complete. So I'm not too worried about that. They can try, but they will just be shooting themselves in the foot. Literally, they will be shooting themselves in the foot, because they will actually be causing further military degradation on their side, with little or nothing to show, with absolutely nothing to show for it, and just a grim future. They will have to back down. They will have no choice. So, patience.
Can I ask just a supplementary question? Can you see a scenario? Because I hear people of course, also people are very emotional, especially if they're Ukrainian, saying there will be no negotiations and we will take back the territories. Can you see a situation like with some of the Israeli wars, where simply Ukraine will reach the border and they will cross the border, they will take regions in there and hold them, and they will be part of a negotiation with Russia for a settlement? Thanks, guys, and thanks for your answers.
I don't see that happening because, first of all, Ukraine has no interest in doing that. Once the Russians are ejected from their territory, then after that, it's just deterrence, deterrence, deterrence. The same was true of the same is true of Israel to a large extent. Okay, so you could argue that the Sinai was something that was given back to Egypt in exchange for peace. But I don't think Ukraine really has any interest in doing that. It's something that they're not interested in. It's deterrence that will make the difference. And if you look at the situation of Israel, just to take that analogy a little further, Israel has deterrence now. They can any nation that tries to attack Israel now knows that they will be unsuccessful, to put it mildly, and so that's where we have to get Ukraine. The most important thing right now is that the war be won and Russia be ejected from Ukrainian territory. Afterwards, there will be negotiations, but they will be on terms that are acceptable to Ukraine, and there will be security guarantees. The future, to a certain extent, is unknowable. We don't know exactly how these negotiations will play out, but my suspicion is that Ukraine will have no interest in occupying any of Russian territory, and if were that to come to pass for whatever reason, due to constant harassment from artillery and so forth, it's not even in Russia's best interest to continue with that, because it only further weakens their military. They do not have an unlimited supply, despite what everyone says. Russia does not have an unlimited capacity to wage war ad infinitum. This is just a fallacy. To a certain extent, no country does. Even the most powerful countries in the world, if you look at the example of the US and Vietnam, things are, none of these are analogous. They're not exact matches. But my point is, this war will end. The point is that it ends on Ukraine's terms. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, since nobody's stopping me, one last question. This is my first time, so somebody else has to mute me if you want. How do you see Putin getting out of this? Do you see him making some sort of gesture saying, we're going to stop this because we are going to save the world from nuclear holocaust, and it's not? Do you see him sort of making excuses, backing out, but trying to save faces? I know it's a wild shot here, it's a glass ball question, but what do you see?
I'll jump in and I'll give my preferred option, which is I think that look at how they withdrew from right bank in Kherson. Look at how they withdrew from Kharkiv Oblast, right, Eastern Kharkiv Oblast. How they withdrew from all of these large known areas around Sumy, Chernihiv, Kyiv. Before that, they do these gestures, right, and then they explain them away. And I think this is just going to keep on happening with everything, and then they're going to say, Lukashenko said kind of half of this already about a month ago when he was asked by a journalist. He was asked, "How can you say that Russia is the second army in the world? Look at how poorly they're doing." And Lukashenko's answer was, "Second? They're not the second army in the world. They're the first army in the world because they're fighting all of NATO and holding their own, right?" And I think that the end of this might just, I don't think it's likely to happen, but just as a thought experiment, it might just end up as a Russia destroyed 7,000 Leopard tanks, 2,000 F-16 jets, whatever, right? They make up numbers all the time, and has averted the invasion of Russia by NATO. And then Putin, of course, can survive because he's won the second Great Patriotic War, right? The question is also timelines. There's the immediate term, what happens, and then there's the what happens down the line. And now Bloke is going to say something much more likely to actually occur.
Oh, no, quite to the contrary. I agree with much of what Doman has said. I mean, of course, Putin has the advantage of being a ruthless dictator where he can just throw people in jail if they, disagree with him. So he can spin any narrative he wants. Whether the Russian people will buy it remains to be seen, and so his fate is one of two things: like either he's able to spin the narrative and just say, as Doman said very eloquently, that he'll just declare a glorious victory, against all of NATO, spin it any way he wants, or he will be launched out of a window. One of the two things will happen, depending on how useful the Vicky or find him to be after he has led them to this catastrophe. So either way, I'm not overly concerned about the fate of Putin. He will deserve whatever is coming to him.
Or we could hope that he will declare victory on the way out of a window, depending on how high the building is. Guys, thank you very much for your time here. Thanks a lot. I'll go back to listening.
Thanks for joining us. We love having new speakers, and it's great to have new people come up.
Thank you, John. Yeah, there's options abound as to what might end up happening in the end, right? Could be this, could be that, could be something else. I think that the other question is what happens in the medium to long term, in the next 10, 15, 30 years. And depending on how the Russian invasion of Ukraine ends for Russia, in pragmatic terms, then the chances of a big fight within Russia, either one that balkanizes the country or otherwise, they vary as well, right? So that's the other component that's much more difficult to address, because a lot of this is subject to relatively random forces, right? Kind of Brownian forces almost, if you want to be somewhat kind of quasi deterministic in this, or quasi scientific in this. And it could well happen that that's a component of it, depending on how it goes, how wide scale it will be, and when exactly it will happen. Now that's the other part of all of this. But that's a lot more complicated to address in a sense. It's good to understand that it probably will happen. It's imperative that Western countries prepare mitigation scenarios for that, because that's going to have all sorts of messy consequences for the rest of the world as well, right? You just don't want to see another big sort of balkanization, civil war type thing going on. It will require mitigation. But that shouldn't deter us, because that's going to happen kind of whatever happens. Unless Russia gets to be a super successful empire, which nobody wants to see, and that is the thing that should be avoided at all costs at all times. Anything else can probably leads down this path eventually. Quick comment, bloke, and then we're going to Florian, who's been having some technical
just
difficulties.
one last thing to put a pin in all of this. Remember that in autocracy, that sort of violent dictatorship that survives on its ability to be able to use violence against their own people in order to keep other republics subjugated. So my prediction is that once the Russian military is thoroughly defeated, at this point, they are going to need those artillery pieces for other purposes, because they will have bigger problems. There are a number of so-called states within the Russian so-called Federation that will see the writing on the wall, and they will decide that having this ball and chain of Muscovy attached to them is doing them no good, and they will look for their own independence and autonomy. And at that point, Russia will have bigger problems. They will not be able to sustain this forever.
Precisely, and this is where the longer term effect is so much more complicated. Florian.
On a more technical term, I don't think it's a Brownian motion. It's just a lot of heavy tails and extreme distributions, but that's almost a freak discussion. There's two things. One thing, a short comment on what has been said. We are still thinking too rational about this. Russia can be eternally at war. The Soviet Union was, in a way, eternally at war until it fell apart from its economic consequences. I think that can continue. Putin may continue, and they continue on a war footing. Either to hold themselves together, and either to threaten Ukraine constantly. I can be fairly pessimistic on this. And Russia is a country of old men and women. There's no revolutions out there. I don't think there's a revolution, a real popular uprising. Kamil Galeev recently also wrote something very good about it, that it's not in the making. It's not in the making. I don't think it happens. There may be a coup and another dictator and so on, but I don't think anything that happens. I had a question That's why I came up before I got a call and the whole thing crashed again. Yesterday I couldn't listen to Thomas Tyner because I had to care about children and so on. What is the current state on counter-offensive? Where are we? What do we know? What we don't know? If somebody would be so kind to summarize that, would be very interesting, because I've lost track in the last few days.
So, I'll put it this way: if you're looking at a map and borders and so on, that's not been, or lines of control, that's not been changing an awful lot, at least not within what's public. What has been happening, among other, though, is some very interesting, let's call them deep strikes by Ukraine. There's been a few of them in and around Berdyansk, around Henichynsk, but also there's one reported today, and in the one near Berdyansk, one of the ones near Berdyansk, Primorsk, it looks like that Kadyrov's kind of second in charge of Kadyrovites ended up being wounded, and Kadyrov himself went out on Telegram and called on the Ukrainian intelligence services to tell him where they hit, so because he can't get in touch with him, offering a monetary reward. So, do you want to see how confusing and confused they are? I think that's the perfect example. What else there is there were a couple of columns of Russian equipment bunching together around Kremina, and apparently they were just sat there for like 2 hours waiting for a commander's speech, and they got hit by HIMARS because they were in one place for too long. I don't know if HIMARS was necessarily needed for something like this, but either way. The other thing that might be worth highlighting, Florian, is that Russians keep trying to go on like a localized counter attack, or localized counter attack, and that's been that's been a part of it as well. So that could very well serve Ukrainians, because then if Russians exhaust themselves somewhat more, Florian, it's then easier for Ukrainians to go forward.
And shortly, there was this very interesting long tweet by Raver yesterday on why are the Russians really fighting in the first line of contact, why they don't fall back in better position where they have sort of control over the battle or can shape the battle better. And his conclusion was they were simply running out of personnel. There weren't enough soldiers, and that's why they had to fight the battle at the earliest contact line. And describing why this is all very nonsensical and so on. That's simply to the last comment you made.
Yeah, I really liked his treatise yesterday. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's an interesting thought, and I quite enjoyed reading that. It does make sense, because what we kept hearing is, Russia doesn't have enough people to actually man all of their defensive lines, not even one line fully, let alone anything else. This might just be the easiest way to do it, right? This might just be the easiest way of that. So yeah, that makes sense to me, Florian, as well. We won't know until we know. I'll kind of leave it at that, and then once we do know, it will be so much for the better. As to the rest, look at how much the political component is a big one here as well. They could well be doing it just because somebody said, not 1 inch or whatever, and they went with that because of that. That makes sense to me, there, Florian, as well.
The not 1 inch guys tended not to be very good military leaders, especially if you come from the German-speaking world.
No, Florian, we covered the whole Raver thread yesterday. David read the whole thing yesterday evening. But it was very interesting analysis, very detailed.
No, sorry, I couldn't listen. I had to care about my 9-year-old children, my twins, and avoid a home civil war.
Right. So in a moment, I think we're going to talk, Dermot, aren't we, about Russian airmen running away to Lithuania. But let's just cover the hands first. Peter, I think it's your turn.
Yeah, just on what I think Putin will do after this, after he's defeated in Ukraine, I think he will put his attention to incorporating Belarus into Russia. I think that's very much on the cards. I think that's what their maneuvering is, with putting weapons and things into Belarus. I think he knows, Lukashenko won't last for very long. I'm not even sure how long Putin will last, if what you read, and it's you have to take everything with a pinch of salt, but he was apparently in a lot of pain yesterday and had to again call his doctors, and he was using doubles again, which he seems to be doing more and more. So, I don't think Putin will be around in 5 years. I don't think Lukashenko will be around in 5 years. So I think that if he fails in Ukraine, which he will, I think he will look to incorporating Belarus into Russia. That's just my feeling.
Yeah, but that makes no difference anyway, because in practical terms, it's already effectively there. It's just a question of whether he ever can or not in the first place. So anyway, it is what it is, and we'll see how it goes forward. There's a life expectancy problem for him to solve anyway. Fancy.
Hey, Doman, I do think, or do you think that the message by Kadyrov on his Telegram channel is really from him? To me, his channel kind of seems hacked. I can't imagine him writing such an odd message, right? That's completely out of character, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting bit here. Now, why is he doing that? Either he's kind of slightly lost it, or maybe he just really needs his 2IC back. I was really confused by that.
If I was to bet my money, I'd bet someone hacked his Telegram channel, maybe even the Ukrainian intelligence, right? And they're taking a piece out of him here. It does not at all look like anything he would post, really. It's too odd. Yeah, so I would not even think about it, right? Let's wait actually what gets confirmed, and if maybe Kadyrov pops up elsewhere and angry saying his channel has been hacked, I see that as more likely. While I hope that this second hand of his, this appalling guy, that he's really been killed, there would be something to raise a glass to today, because I enjoy when really not only the Mobics get hit, but really the ones in charge of these abhorrent crimes, right? And Kadyrov, his second hand, those are really the guys that deserve whatever they have coming for them. Slava Ukraini.
A short comment to what Peter said. Don't quote what comes from Journal SVR English channel. It's a comedian. I think it's all made up. It bears no resemblance of reality. And there's a speaker here, Lexicon, who actually talked to the guy who admitted it's a parody channel. So don't take this seriously. It's too ludicrous. Nobody reports that close around Putin. I think he would be killed. I think it's parody. Don't take it seriously. Read it and enjoy it, but I would not use this as anything that comes out of reality from the Kremlin.
No, I wouldn't look at that as anything a source of sensible things. What it is, though, it is quite illustrative. And the manner in which it's illustrative is to say, look at how ridiculous things are actually believable about Russia.
I mean, it's like Shakespeare writing about the kings.
Yeah, kind of, yes. You know, it is very well. It's less subtle and less interesting, of course, but it's very much the same. The same kind of. It's very much the same kind of court intrigue that he's describing either way, right? Again, if you think that these things are believable, and if they are believable to just so many, then you've already messed up your country top to bottom anyway, or no, it just wouldn't come across as believable otherwise. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, but it's not.
You know, sometimes fiction can be revelatory in that.
Correct. It's a correct fiction of what's going on, but it's not. It's not sort of believable today events. If he bad and pain and so on, I don't think that fits.
Absolutely right. So, I mean, we spoke about helicopters. We spoke about helicopters being parked in a line, or two lines rather, in a base in Berdyansk. But just getting rid of Russian helicopters—that's one way of doing it. There's another one, isn't there, Ming? If their pilots just get sufficiently depleted, you know, if they don't have enough helicopter pilots, then they can't really fly them anyway. Do we know any ways by which they might be losing helicopter pilots?
Well, so there's very interesting BBC interview with a gentleman who was not actually a helicopter pilot. He was, in fact, I believe, a navigator. He's described as a navigator on an attack helicopter, so maybe a Ka-52 or an Mi-24. His name is Dmitry Mishov. And what he did was, looking at what he was confronted with and knowing that he would very likely end up in Ukraine, he took his chances and overnight fled across the border into Lithuania, where I believe he now is. Anyway, the BBC got to interview him. And so he, I mean, obviously there's a number of things in this interview, you know, and one can't dismiss the need for self-preservation as being a primary motive, but he's very much opposed to the war. And there's some really intriguing elements in the interview in terms of what he actually says. So there's a couple of things that stood out for me. One is, now this, keep in mind, might be confirmation bias, but he estimates that the Russian helicopter losses are equivalent to the total losses that they suffered throughout the war in Afghanistan, where they admitted to losing a total of 333. And he thinks that they've lost about 300. Now, this is the confirmation bias potential piece about this, is that the Ukrainian number as of 2 days ago was 299. So it's very possible that this Dmitry Mishov has seen the Ukrainian estimates and is repeating those. It's also equally possible that it's a confirmation of the accuracy of the Ukrainian numbers. Now, the other interesting thing about him is that he is an officer, so he's a lieutenant, and his pay package was roughly about $1,000 a month as a professional, highly trained, combat airman. And he has been watching the Russian army trying to recruit, and this is the army, not the Air Force, trying to recruit grunts, basically, at a rate of $2,500 a month. So obviously that breeds a lot of resentment, and I'm sure he will not be alone in feeling that resentment within the Russian armed forces overall. Now, of course, Russia can promise to pay its new recruits whatever it wants, whether it does actually pay them anything at all is a completely different issue. But that was intriguing as well. I shared this interview with Latin, and Latin, of course, is a professional airman, and he came back to us with his views on this. He has, he says that he thinks the Russians simply do not have enough trained airmen, and that they went into this war with a ratio of airmen to vehicle ridiculously below any standard that any Western military would maintain. For instance, I think the Western military typically has like between 3 to 5 to 1 per combat vehicle, and the Russians had nothing near that, which would explain why the VDS, the Russian Air Force, is somewhat missing in action, and that, together with the fact that the rather scary incident where 2 helicopters and a couple of fighter bombers were shot down, probably by Patriots, that the Ukrainians have been very cunning in moving around, even close to the Russian border, will have also had an effect.
Yeah, that's probably not helping their work there either.
Sorry, I've popped the interview, the BBC piece, up at the Nest, so you can all take a read of it at your leisure.
Yeah, it's very good. It is quite interesting, isn't it? That you have them not just kind of short on pilots, but then again, no wonder. If they're underpaying them like that, I thought they'd be getting paid better than that for for military officers piloting combat aircraft. Surely that would have been a component of it. But it does speak to something else. Somebody said this yesterday. I'm not thinking that Russian pilots want to go off and die for Putin. I think that's probably a good component of it. If there was a nice capacity, let's say, to push them onward and out, very much out, very systematically out, that would help as well. The trouble, I think, is not very many are going to follow this chap's example, which is really the damn shame here, right? Like this, Dmitry says that he never went to Ukraine. This BBC says they can't verify that part of the story, and that's perennially a problem. What do you do even if, say, someone who has been committing what are likely war crimes in many cases, and in other cases it's at least arguable that they might be, at the very least. What do you do if they hop over and ask for ask for asylum or whatever, right? Like this guy did too. I think he hopped over from Pskov to Latvia, if I understand correctly. So what do you do with them in the first place? On the one hand, yes, depleting their pilot force would be useful. The thing is, I don't think that it's going to happen anything like the high enough rate. If it were to, it would have, and it will have by now already. So there has to be something else that has to be done, and that's fundamentally where those Apache, I guess, not Apache, but Apache missiles come into it, because it's the only really useful way, that or the cluster submunition attackers, to just get rid of all of these helicopters, the ones that are stationed in Ukraine. Just get rid of a lot, and then you don't really have these problems anymore.
Devin, you're going to have to remind me what the Apache system does. Is that the one for attacking parked fleets on the ground?
Yeah, so it's pretty clever. I quite like the concept. So the Scalp, e.g., or the Storm Shadow is derived from it. It kind of looks like a Storm Shadow on the outside. What it does is it dispenses little bomblets. It flies along a runway, and it just throws out little bomblets, kind of like flares. And wherever they hit, they explode, right? So either it pockmarks the runway, which makes the runway not usable, or if they fall on helicopters, planes, all of those are unusable as well. Now, when I say little bomblets, they're not like little fireworks or anything. Still quite sizable. And this is a way, you send one of these along a runway, and it just gets rid of an entire wings aircraft, right? That's kind of the idea. And my thinking was, these are somewhat outdated things, somewhat outdated cruise missiles, which must be in some sort of storage, some sort of stocks in France. And they should also be compatible, I think, presumably, pretty easily with whatever setup Ukrainians have on their Sukhoi 24s to launch the Storm Shadows from. Because, the form factor of these things is basically the same, right? The way they should be operating is much the same. It's a somewhat less advanced thing. It's a somewhat less thorough, less thoroughly thought through thing. But, nevertheless, it'd be really useful. So, yesterday, satellite imagery came out of various air bases, especially around Berdyansk, I think. And you just see these, runways, and there's just helicopter, parking one next to another. And with the range of these cruise missiles, you can quite easily reach them, be it in occupied Ukrainian territories or even further out. And of course, these helicopters need to be relatively close to the line of contact, because otherwise they're not able to be useful for the Russians, right?
So they have very limited range, correct?
Exactly, right? They're not meant to fly 400 kilometers, do something and fly 400 kilometers back. That's just not on the cards for them. So if you can take these out, I think that would be absolutely tremendous. There have been quite a bit of Russian close air support activity, especially in the south of Ukraine. Getting rid of this would be tremendously useful. And if you can get rid of, 10, 15, 20 helicopters or jets per missile expended, that is an insanely good return on investment as well. Just an insanely good return on investment there as well. So I would really implore Monsieur le Président Macron, if he would be so kind as to send a bunch of these to Ukraine. The more the better. But really, they only need like a couple of dozen anyway. It's a very specialist thing.
Yeah, the downside with this Apache system is that it's much more effective against fixed-wing aircraft, because all you have to do with them is puncture the skin. But helicopters aren't pressurized, so puncturing a helicopter skin isn't going to put it out of action. You need to hit something mechanical. They are mechanically fragile, but they're much more effective against fixed-wing aircraft.
So that's true, and this is also why Thomas Steiner is arguing for the cluster munition ATACMS that are kind of basically airburst, right? That's where those are super extra useful as well. But I would say, either way, I think this makes quite a bit of a difference as well. You say, oh, mechanically, something mechanical needs to be hit. That's true. Something mechanical does need to be hit. The thing is, I think that most of it is able to get taken out by one of these things, right? So these submunitions are pretty sizable. They're going to deliver some shrapnel as well. Will every helicopter get thoroughly taken out? Maybe not. But by and large, if you have 20 parked and 16 are done for, and then 4 need to undergo repairs to be useful, that's still a pretty good job done, and quite limiting then for the Russians of what can be employed, right? So I think that's a good idea.
So isn't there perhaps a better way, a better return on investment in attacking this issue? Would it not be, couldn't we take advantage of this ratio of trained airmen to aircraft and aircraft in general, by setting up an underground railroad where they get smuggled out, as opposed to having to take kinetic operations that require, Western munitions, etc.
Yeah, that I guess that's true. The thing is, anything right now that can really that can really take advantage of this, if that makes sense, or anything that can dispense with a lot of these Russian close air support systems really quickly, is a good way to do it. And I think it's relatively easy, if that makes sense, right? It's relatively easy to employ, and it would have a very significant effect. So that, I think, is useful in itself. Right? That I think is useful in itself to have a little bit more of an effect. And if you look, if you just get rid of 70-80% of what they have stationed in Ukraine, you've achieved a lot. You don't have to make perfect the enemy of the good. Ideally, you'd get rid of all of them in the sky, right? But by then they can do damage once they're already in position to launch missiles. And this is something we've seen early on in the Ukrainian push further south. We've seen quite a lot of activity from Russian helicopters from maybe 10, 15 kilometers away, launching rockets at advancing Ukrainian armored and mechanized forces. And there wasn't really anything that they could do about it, right? Because you need quite long-range air defenses to take them out. They're beyond the range of manpads, effectively. So if they're beyond the range of manpads, that's not very useful. If they can be taken out by something a little bit longer range, for example, those highly mobile NASAM systems that Australia and Norway have by now implemented in their own forces, then that's fantastic. Books might be useful. They might be a little bit too slow to actually counter something like this. And OSA is kind of borderline whether the range is there. So it's important to get rid of these. They could be employed within a relatively short time period. And if they're doing the silly thing and parking them in a line like this, then take advantage of that. If we know that, don't even announce it. It's basically a storm shadow. It's just a worse, older storm shadow. So no need to particularly announce it, give them too much warning, and just launch, a dozen of these all at the same time, and see a number of these bases just become completely useless with a bunch of scrap metal on them, and that could really help, Ukrainian units, ground units in the immediate. Because they would have one fewer threat to deal with, right? There's always the threat of the Russian ground forces on the other side. Okay, that you can't do anything about that. Then there's the mines. Can't do that much about that. Rather than get rid of them, other than getting rid of them. And then the third one is whatever else there is that's attacking Ukrainians from the sky, and that's a really easy one, which is try to get rid of the helicopters if you can, and the planes. But they have a bit more range. Not that much more range. Still, I think within the range of an Apache. It's funny because we were just talking about the Apache helicopters at some point, not too long ago, right? So maybe it's the other Apache, the French Apache, that's really the useful one, rather than any of the attack helicopters to quite the same. In quite the same way. I think it seems to only have 10 submunitions per cruise missile. However, there are 50 kilogram warheads each of the 10. That's a lot. Now, those are quite big explosions.
So
if there's
we're
any
talking
fragmentation,
a total of 500 kilograms, are we?
500 kilograms of explosives across 10 submunitions. That's a lot.
Yeah, that is, and especially if it's going to puncture holes in runways as well.
Exactly. So it makes the runway unusable for fixed wing, right? But also just any, imagine your concrete or asphalt runway suffers from that. What ends up happening, especially if it's a concrete one, so much stuff is flying around, right? They're just shards of concrete at very high speed. I think it would rather mess up a lot of the say the cockpit glass, the electronics, the avionics in the helicopter as well as mechanical bits.
Anyway, David, just to atone for my misbehavior earlier when I let David E up, I find typically in these scenarios that the best way of dealing with it is to focus on the positive and I found yesterday extraordinarily positive. It started very emotionally when, and I apologize because I've forgotten her name, where the secretary of Kherson Town Council came
Halina
up.
Lukhova.
Halina Lukhova, that's right. I have to remember that because it's basically the Ukrainian version of Galina, isn't it? Anyway, and she came up to ask for donations to help the Kherson region recover from the awful flooding that they've been subjected to, and specifically for means to power the children's hospital. And there and then on the spot, one of our listeners, Lou, asked how much it cost, and finding out it was $7,000, he offered that there and then on the spot, which reduced Halina to tears. And I think we were all in tears in the background pretty well. I mean, I was. I know Mockers was. I don't know about you, Damon. You're probably made of sterner stuff. But and from then on in, an impromptu, somewhat impromptu, I don't know, maybe it was planned. I perhaps missed the bit a bit before that. Lou followed up by offering to double any donation received on the day. And so where did we end up at the end of the day, Doman, yesterday, roughly?
Hi there. I'll jump in. Okay. Good morning. So it looks as though can you hear me?
We can.
Right. So it looks like the total is $125,000+ it's a lot of supplies, not just for Kherson, it's for all the causes that we support at MriyaReport, and there was a generous doubling of donation, and that was one of the great listeners we have, who has his own charitable foundation. He doubled the 50 to 50. He added another 25 for MriyaReport to create some better web spacing and web development and all the back end stuff. So we really appreciate it. But I did want to come up to discuss something else, and I'll pass it back if that's the answer to the question. I can continue, or you have anything else to add there, Ming?
Not at all. I went to bed yesterday evening absolutely staggered how this impromptu fundraising had been so remarkably successful, and we're immensely grateful to everybody who chipped in on that.
Absolutely. Let me sec here. Okay, yeah, no, we're always fundraising, and what about okay? And there's another issue I wanted to talk about. Doman, I heard there were some unsavory ideas being floated earlier.
Yeah, they were so unsavory they'd need a whole salt mine to accompany them.
Yeah. Well, I was actually speaking. That person had been messaging me for a long time wanting to speak, and I actually said I will talk to you on the space myself, but with myself as co-host, because I wanted to demonstrate to the audience, some new listeners, what Russian propaganda is and how to combat it. I thought maybe that might have a beneficial effect. But apparently he spoke for 14 minutes unencumbered, which I'm not a big fan of that. So that won't happen again. But I'm more than happy to parse specific points of view from the individual if anyone wants to hear it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
If he wants to explain how to distinguish truth from misinformation, then I think we're all quite happy to listen.
I think that might be helpful, especially for our new co-host too. All right, I'm going to Ming. Let's switch your room for a second.
Yeah, no problems. I'll step down.
No, I hope you stay in the speakers panel though. And then I'm going to come up. Unfortunately, I have to ride the co-host. I need the mute function. You see what I mean, Doman?
Oh, I know.
Oh, you know. So, did he really have a free reign for 14 minutes, or was he not stopped at some point?
Oh no, not quite a free reign, but Ming wanted to see this through, and I said, okay, well, it's your experiment. I don't bother to engage in such experiments. I know exactly which way they go.
Yeah, no, I think sometimes it's important. I haven't done it in many months, I don't think. Have I?
No, it's been quite a while. It's been quite a while.
Well, the bit that amused me was his claim that, Russia has the largest standing army in the world with 2 million men, and they haven't even started trying yet. And I just simply asked him, well, why do they need to do the partial mobilization? And then there was some mumbo jumbo about resources in the military or something.
Oh yeah, no, this person has been messaging me for a while. Definitely right out there in left field. Strongest army, or Ukraine's about to lose. Would message me when Russia was losing Kherson. He started saying it's a great victory for Russia. Very bizarre, but it's good for talking points.
And I also had a conversation with him on, a tanky space where he was telling me that Russia were well on their way to Warsaw and even Berlin.
Oh yeah, I know, and not only that, he has other colorful views. There's a nexus. So there's one of those Venn diagrams, and I think it's important. Who can co-host me here? And 911 truthers, anti-vaccine. Basically, every harebrained idea is what these groups of people kind of promote. These are their worldviews, and it's important because it really shows the audience exactly what's going on. And I'm not going to belabor it, but I just want to point a few logical fallacies out for some of these people, and then we can move on. I think on the positive side, we're going to be talking today with the deputy mayor and to see how we can purchase these items. Toot sweet, that's French, Ming and Doman.
Je me débrouille en français.
I don't know what that means. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. Okay, so let's go ahead and say, hey, what's going on here? Definitely a part of the learning process. And here we go. Ready. Well, it looks as though with the funds for Kherson, we're going to be able to purchase many generators, not just for the children's hospital, but for the invincibility points in the city. And if there's other stuff they're looking at, we can look at that too. It's all for the benefit of the Ukrainian people, and it's just an incredible last 24 hours. People have really stepped up. So thanks to the report, there were over 300 donations made in that period of time, and it was pretty impromptu. But I mean, we're always available for donations, so we can send them on to Ukrainian causes. So we don't buy them here or anything. MriyaReport doesn't purchase it and ship it. They send the money to those, or they, I think they've used a company credit card to buy stuff for people. So we're also supporting the Starlink for the 38th Brigade, and that's good news. And go ahead, Doman.
Yeah, I'm curious, Yehuda. Why do you think so many of these, Russian propagandists have, let's say, become a lot louder of late? Could it be because that's the only thing that they have left to, avert and prevent panic among their own ranks, with what is inevitably coming for them? Because clearly the Russians have realized, the Russian establishment has realized they won't be able to hold on to Kherson, Zaporizhia, Oblast, whatever they've ever had for much longer, right? And that's why they blew up the dam. They're quite happy to sacrifice the future economic potential of a region that they won't be controlling in the next few months. And could the step up in Russian nonsense talking points around the world simply be a consequence of they don't have anything else to do or say, and it's their one way to kind of keep the impression of the great, glorious nation alive?
Yeah, well, you answered your own question. That's why they do it. They're living in a fantasy land, and I think it's important to call it out. So I have a series of conversations with Mr. David. It went everything from, Ukrainians are being slaughtered due to the Americans. That I should be a patriotic. It was my patriotic duty to surrender. I'm not sure what that meant. And sham narrative. So I just want to address some of the main talking points. Buckle up. It could be a little ride. Some people call it troll destroying. I might have a reputation in something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm going to see if he dares.
Well,
Ming,
you're
go
not
ahead.
alone, but I stopped it, and I stopped it when he made up excuses for genocide, invasion, and mass rape, and it went too far.
Yeah, well, no worries. It could be dealt with in a different way. I want to address those points.
We dissected. He was dissected properly right after, without him necessarily having to be there.
I hope he wasn't dissected. I hope it was his argument.
His avatar was definitely dissected, and yes, I meant it.
Yeah. Got it. I wanted to do it with him. Thanks, Axel. Appreciate it. Ming.
Yeah, no, speaking to it, confirming what Doman was saying there about, David showing up in our space is potentially a sign of desperation. Well, my last run-in with him before today was another space which was entitled, "Is This a Fake War?" And the premise of the space was that the Russians were somehow playing some game, pretending to be at war, because how else could you explain how badly they were doing? And David then launched into a long monologue about how fantastically well they were in fact doing, and shortly they'd be in Warsaw and then Berlin, which actually I recorded and tweeted. I can share that with you, Yehuda, if you want to listen to that.
I don't need that.
And the really interesting thing was the host's response to that, which was, "Thank God, David, just when I'm feeling really down about this, you put the fire back in my belly. Their morale is really down and really suffering."
Yeah.
And I guess that's David's role. He's a kind of morale booster on the pro-Russian side, and morale.
Yeah, I know. We don't need to discuss that anymore, Meg. I just want to. I'm going to get him up here for a brief second, and I want to address a couple points that I wanted to address before, and then we'll just switch a Jens, go ahead, and if he doesn't come up, that's fine. I was going to give him our unified response. Go ahead, Jens.
Well, I think we basically already had the teachable moment. It very much reminded me of what we've practiced before. They had this menu card of talking points, and the only thing he was stuck before he got to the dessert where he talked about George Soros and the global bankers. So
yeah, I
would just put my vote in for let's not repeat the nonsense. I think we had the teachable moment. That was all.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No, I was going to go there myself with the globalists. I've heard the individual speak. It's kind of a personal point of point of information I'd like to deliver. Let me just see here if he's not going to come up. He's probably afraid, and probably for good reason. So, anyway, I guess we're good. 1 second here. Domin, go ahead. Let's talk about something else, please, and I'm gonna try my best. And then if not, we'll just carry on.
Right, something completely different. There's a very interesting report in the Washington Post this morning, saying that. Oh, do you want to switch gears, Yehuda? You can take this.
Oh, there he is. Okay. All right. Let's try it. All right, David. Okay. All right. So just to address some accusations from the pro-genocide, pro-racism camp that we don't allow other points of view. I heard you had a good run, David. You got to talk and gave a few monologues. Are you here?
I am Walter, yes.
My name's not Walter, but thank you. It's Yehuda.
I know.
You know what Yehuda means?
No, I don't.
Okay. It's Hebrew.
Well, I've nothing against that.
Oh, no. Why would I think you did? I mean, most people talk about globalists and Soros, and they don't mean anything about the Hebrews. So I'm definitely not trying to malign you right off the get-go. Hey, listen, I just have a couple questions. I've heard your points. You mentioned sham narratives. I just want to address one because this is coming up a lot from your side. Jewish neo-Nazi president. Do you find that to be contradictory?
No.
No? Okay.
I
Definitely,
honestly don't care what religion
That's
it
fine.
is. I don't have a religion myself,
that's
so
fine.
I'm okay.
Yeah, well, I know you're okay, but I think other people aren't when you say that. So
Well,
it's actually pretty big.
I'm only talking about
It's
about
actually
myself.
pretty big. Well, so how we're going to do it is I'm going to talk. You wanted to respond. You'll do it when I'm done. When you say Jewish neo-Nazi presidents, if you don't realize the insult to the memory of the Jewish people who died in the Holocaust, or the President Zelensky's own family died in the Holocaust, I think it either means you're incredibly ignorant or incredibly bigoted. So the fact that you don't care, it should be of concern to you because it's concerning to us. So one thing we don't promote is hatred in this space. You messaged me telling me that Ukrainians are being slaughtered and they're losing the war. I don't know where you live. Maybe I could send you a pair of glasses. I don't know if you heard of a place called Kharkiv and a place called Kherson. The Russians were kicked out, and as we speak, the Russians are getting kicked out of Zaporizhia. I mean, you can say that, well, I don't know why you don't take the normal Russian talking point and just say that it's the Americans and the Polish that are fighting the war, right? Because that's what normally those people say. But you do have eyes, presumably, and a brain in which to think. So where do you get off with this? That's what people want to know. Why do you keep saying Russia's winning this war? Can you point to something that shows me a Russian military victory? Just a question. Let's start with that.
A Russian military victory. Robert Kennedy, the frontrunner for the Democratic Party, just said there last week, 350,000 dead Ukrainian soldiers. That's I wouldn't call it a victory. I'd call it a slaughter, and it's wrong.
Okay, so you quoted a man in the States who's not a Democratic frontrunner, but okay. But you said that he said something, and therefore that's true. Answer me this: what part of Ukraine has Russia captured and is advancing? Anywhere? Nowhere.
Well, the narrative is that, of course, because they don't hold grounds, that they've obviously lost. But since the engagement of the war last February, you can look at Zaporozhye, parts of Kherson, Lugansk, Donbass. You can look at the battle that ended in Bakhmut with the loss of life of over almost 80,000 Ukrainian soldiers versus 20,000.
Where's your source? Where's your source?
Oh, well, the sources are there in front of you. Everyone can see those sources.
Yeah. No, the sources we see are about 50,000 dead Russians and a lot less dead Ukrainian soldiers.
Well,
Okay.
of course, you would say that.
Yeah, of course I would.
That's your narrative.
Because I'm reasonable and I know how to think and do math and count. And so you're wrong. So obviously you know that there are no Russian advances.
Don't
The
be
Russians
so
are
weak.
losing.
Don't
The Russians are.
don't be so.
Hey, listen, David. We're just here to out you as the racist and the bigot
Well,
you
don't
are.
be so weak,
Come
Yehuda. Don't be
on.
so weak, man.
Well, I
Don't be
don't. People don't talk
don't
over
be
other people.
spineless now,
And if you're going
Yehuda.
to keep talking over me, I'm just going to have to put you to the listeners. We ask very simple questions. How is Russia winning? There is no Robert Kennedy, a man who lives in the United States, who no one heard of until recently, said so. Okay. We didn't get as far as I would have liked, but I just want to point out as a teaching moment for people in the space that when you hear the Russian propaganda and you ask for sources, you get a very circuitous pathway to something completely irrelevant. I wanted him to talk about Russian victory. He can't, so he's making it up and saying that Ukrainians are dying and therefore Russia's winning. Russia is not winning, and Russia is not in a position to dictate anything. And I would suggest, quite humbly, that in the next month or so, when most Russians are removed from the area, that you'll see that that's true. What I really wanted to touch on was David's anti-Semitism. I've seen David in other spaces, and there's a nexus. There's the anti-Semitism. There's anti-vaxxers, anti-science. They couple it with the Russians are the best force in the world. Unfortunately, I didn't think he would talk over me so much, so we're not going to be able to have that conversation because we don't want to punish all the listeners. But it was my point to get to all the confluence of crazy ideas and frankly racist ideas, racist and bigoted views against LGBTQ, against minorities, against Jews, against blacks. And it's very much the pervasive element. Now, David, the reason why I was curious to have David up is he's been texting me for a while, and he was in some spaces I was listening to. He encapsulates all that bigotry. And what was really shocking is I was going to give him an example, and I know he can hear me, is that if I would say the Protestants of Northern Ireland need to protect the English speakers in County Cork, so they're going to invade and commit genocide on Ireland. And I thought, as an Irish person, how he would like that. And obviously, I know the answer. And I know he wouldn't be able to understand the analogy. He would say it's not the same thing. But we have to be careful. We're seeing this happening more and more and more. And we're going to see it even more now that the Ukrainians are winning back their land, liberating their land. We're going to hear it all the time. And it's really super important. That's why I wanted to, I'm sorry, I know that some of the hosts are like, what's going on? People like David, probably not paid, but these are ideologues who are, fanatically believe in this Ruski Mir, and it's not true, but they'll do everything in their power. So I wanted to highlight. I really wish I could have gone a little further. I wanted to get to the globalists with the parentheses around it. You see how he didn't have the courage to just call it and say, yeah, he thinks Jews are neo-Nazis, but then by saying, I'm not religious, I'm just like using the word neo-Nazi Jewish president. These are not accidents. These are well thought out statements that are made to confuse, to obfuscate, to create some parody. And this is how it works every single time. I know Gregory knows a lot about this. Did you want to go up, Gregory?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. I heard you laughing.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was comedy time this time of day. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says that all this crazy stuff. I cannot believe it because his whole family knows the man is daft. He's crazy. He should be in a mental institution, but he's not, and he's sort of functioning as a so-called
Well,
political candidate.
he's the front runner. He's going to win the election, apparently, according to David, political expert.
In what
All right,
anyway?
we got to
This is
tone down
just.
the loudness, Greg. It's too loud in this space. You got to tone it down. Sorry, it's really loud in
I'm
the
sorry.
back.
I'm sorry. I've got it in cruise control, and I can't tell quite how loud I am. I just found that just so off the charts. I happened to tune in just as it was being said, and I thought, my goodness, what kind of mental illnesses have spread out there? But the Russian falsehoods, I think, are a thing, and then we are going to be suffering from the so-called fire hose of falsehood. So it will be all kinds of crazy talk, left, right, and center. More left and right extremes, and this guy who's running for president in the United States, and we'll have a platform spewing all kinds of wackadoodle stuff. And it is, it's unfortunate that the world is going to hear this stuff, and that people will put it out there, and it's a shame and a stain on his family's name, by the way. I think that this is something, and Yehuda, I don't want to interrupt where you were going with trying to engage and illustrate with examples and actually giving people a chance to, try and express some line of reasoning. But this is, some things it's difficult to reason with. I found it extremely humorous just to hear, because it's so illogical. In any event, sir, if I've been too loud for folks,
let's just address the key points. I know you're a bit of an expert on this too. So these are reason why I was comfortable. I wanted to bring him up because I wanted him, if he could, not railroad the conversation, which he obviously wasn't able to help himself. Why is it important? Why go so far with the crazy narrative, right? Like what I like to say to people is, these talking points are made by the people who make them in order to be so outlandish as to make a neutral observer think that somewhere in the middle lies the truth, right? So that's why it's important to discuss it, because if he was sounding more reasonable, maybe you'd think he would get better results. I think the point is to not sound reasonable, right? Like using Robert Kennedy as an example to describe, Ukrainian losses. Like, what would Robert Kennedy Jr. know about Ukrainian losses, right? He just makes things up out of his head. So I think the goal of these people when they do these things is to create so much like BS in between that a listener might go, well, it might be some, maybe it's not 300,000, maybe it's 150,000. You see what I'm saying?
yes, indeed. And I think that there will be so many of these things thrown out there that it will be very hard for, the average person to sort through it. And it's also a way to try to, completely muddy the waters. And it doesn't even matter. They'll be completely inconsistent, as, this unfortunate politician is. He's completely inconsistent.
But forget about Robert Kennedy Jr. I'm talking about the Russian propagandists. They come and they say things that are so out of left field, and they're so far wrong, because the expression where there's smoke, there's fire, right? I suspect they figure if we can create enough smoke somewhere else, people won't notice. So
well, this is, at the moment, I think this is all really to cover up for both the military failures, which is what your topic at hand was, as well as the war crimes and the horrors that they're inflicting upon the Ukrainian people. So it is, they are amping that all up so much right now. I guess, Yehuda, the challenge for disinformation is that, there will be so many different pieces of it that it's almost like trying to take each one down is a challenge. And I think what you're doing right now is trying to illustrate an educational process of, look, you hear something from somebody saying an outlandish statement. Do you take it as, that there's a form of smoke and try to average it out? Do you ignore it? Do you attribute it immediately to Russia? It's very hard to also say that, for example, the person speaking is directly connected in any way to Russia. It's not, probably, it's not a straight line path. But, I think that where we are is in the phase of the war where the information war will amp up tremendously. So there's only going to be more of it, Yehuda, and I think I should hand it back to you. I am driving at the moment.
No worries. Yeah. So really, I know people were gnashing their teeth when I brought him back up. I think I really wanted to point out that it's no surprise that the same people who think Russia's winning also believe that Russia's winning on the battleground, that 8 million Ukrainians are dead, that the Jews control the banks in the world. The individual was in a 9/11 truther thing where I got to hear him and some funny people say that the Mossad blew the towers and this guy Larry Goldstein insurance and money and cashed in and yada yada. Every bizarre, like really wackadoodle thing you can imagine is what this guy believes in. And I mean, you can't. And the reason it was almost like the quintessential conspiracy bigot, and I really wanted to point it out. Unfortunately, I just couldn't get him there, and when he was talking over me, and he obviously wanted to try to derail the conversation with other stories. Like, how can you say so? So here's a tip for young people who want to be the head of their debating club, just like Gunny or Addis. When someone asks you where do you get the source of 300,000 Ukrainians, or how is Russia winning the war? And you say Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said 300,000 Ukrainians are dead. Okay, so you can't. I mean, we're off to a bad start, right? Didn't know that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. decides how much territory Ukraine wins back. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm crazy. Let's go to Addison and Gunny.
Yeah, hello. Pity that this David guy left. I wanted to simply ask simple questions. Why so-called winner Russia is still mobilizing conscripts? Yeah, and yesterday their president signed decree that all travel passports are being cancelled for these conscripts. Yeah, how come Russia is winning when she's sitting in a deep defense? Or what happened in Kharkiv region? What happened in Kiev region last year? What happened in Kherson? This is ridiculous. But we have to be ready for these type of trolls. They will try to push this narrative more and more, because since Ukraine is gaining the moment, and I have noticed the pattern of behavior of these accounts. Usually on Thursdays, Friday nights, they start to push misinformation, disinformation, stupid memes, and all the same thing in many accounts across the Twitter. So I think this weekend won't be exception. So we will see this bullshit over and over and over again. And what else I wanted to add? Yeah, just the best medicine, just ignore them, because many of these trolls are being paid, and if they're not delivering, they're not going to be paid. And the best we can do is simply remove them from speakers. I don't know.
I removed him. Listen,
like that.
If he was going to answer the questions one for one like he promised to do, I was going to continue until he displayed to the whole audience that the people who support Russia are racist bigots who believe Ukrainians should die, who believe in Jewish that's enough Jewish neo-Nazi president. I have no issue with it. I'm an atheist. Cool. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure how that doesn't mean you're a bigot when you say that, but maybe again I'm wrong. So yeah, I definitely ended it because he had promised he was going to answer questions and not derail the conversation, but he lied. What a shocker. Go ahead, Gunny.
Yeah, morning, troops. Yeah, good call getting him on. Actually, I'm glad I caught that. I've had some discussions with him. Bless him. At one stage, he genuinely did think I was part of 77 Brigade. Him and his ethnic friends really did lose their minds over that one memorable night. Convinced that things were starting to be recorded. To the extent I even pretended that one of my corporals bought me a cup of tea halfway through a discussion. Instructive, because he's not very good at this when he hasn't got the howling, screeching Vatnik mates around him. His performance was frankly very disappointing. Anyone who's been on the space will know what happens is you pop up there, you try to have a reasonable conversation with them, and you'll get 3 or 4 people screeching at you, and then they'll silence you, they'll jog out the usual tropes, and then you'll get a say, but you'll get maybe 15-20 seconds if you're lucky. You stick him on the stage on his own.
He didn't like it.
No,
did
he doesn't like it.
He didn't like it when the shoes on the other foot. I saw him do this to 10 other people, and it was pretty incredible that he just couldn't handle the heat. But apparently, I'm the coward. It's funny how that is, eh?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, he's an appalling orator at this kind of thing.
Well, don't tell him that.
Well, God forbid. I mean,
quite convinced.
We've clashed. He's a genocide denier in Srebrenica, about Srebrenica. I told him I'd seen it unfold. I'd done briefings on it. 4 or 5 people screeching at me that it was NATO initiated, that it hadn't really happened anyway. Just all the usual stuff. But also, what you'll notice about their spaces, and they're not really spaces. They're discussion rooms for people of a like mind, but don't kind of take any counter argument. They never do battlefield updates. I've been in those spaces and things have happened. They do not do genuine minute by minute updates of a situation on the ground. It's just alien to them, because they've gone so deeply down the rabbit hole. They're convinced that anything that comes out via the news wires that doesn't kind of hit on their agenda is just going to be rubbish anyway, and therefore it's not even worth reporting. And it's another example. It's lazy debating, and that's a problem with most Vatniks. You can't debate with them because they don't have facts to hand. And the easiest, laziest way to debate is to say, "Well, that's Western lies. Move on. Next question." Well, no, it's not, is it? Because lots and lots of people are reporting this. NGOs, UN inspectors, independent surveyors. It's all Western lies, and that's all that they'll do. And that's why he failed this morning. And I hope he's listening. He's stupid, really, because he could have come on and he could have, he could have pushed his narrative a little bit in the enemy space. He could have sounded reasonable, erudite, informed. He could have raised questions reasonably about things like NATO expansion and why NATO sort of grew. We know why, because if you're threatened from the east, you join the west because it's a mutual defensive alliance. But he could have really pushed that, and instead you just kind of dangled you dangled the Jewish hook on there with a marshmallow, and he just kind of he was thrown by it because he's not used to that. He's used to saying, "New World Order, George Soros, Jews are probably responsible, Russia is fantastic," and 9 or 10 people will nod and go, "Yeah, man, you're absolutely right. Yeah." And people like him can't handle it. So yeah, a bit of a poor show if you're listening, David. I kind of expected better of you. And just to remind you, the Union Jack
more,
still
Ethan.
flies over Northern Ireland. So thank you, David, for your service.
It's one of these things that I did obviously use it off the bat for a reason, because had been unfortunate enough to listen to his views on 9/11 and Jewish control of the everything. Still wondering why I work for a living, because I'd like to just sit back and collect a check. But apparently I missed out in a bar mitzvah school. Got some other hands up here. Let's go to Tom, and then we're going to go to Tom, Robin, and Insects.
Morning, Yehuda. I missed hearing this guy in the space. But I just wanted to chip in that the point you're making about people being outlandish is actually the point. I totally agree. It's massively exaggerating or just simply lying about things. So the point is that if someone thinks, oh, okay, maybe there's a little bit of truth in what they're saying. So if they say, Ukraine has lost 150 tanks, like Putin said the other day, they think, oh, well, maybe they really have lost like 70, 80 tanks, Psychologically, the method is called anchoring. And it's something that you use in like negotiations and haggling. So, you name a ridiculous price and then the person tries to haggle you down. So the best strategy to use it in is actually negotiating for a salary. One of the best things you can do when they ask you how much you'd like is to make a joke and name a ridiculous number. And then simply by even making a joke that someone knows isn't true, it psychologically moves their sort of arrow of quantity in their head. And then when you make like more reasonable suggestions, or they make a counter offer, the counter offer is higher than if you made a reasonable suggestion in the first place. So it's definitely something that works. Anchoring is something that's well researched. I don't know if that the people using this bullshit exaggeration and lies strategy know that, but I think they've stumbled upon the fact that it works, because if people believe 20% of what they're saying and it's all lies, then the strategy's worked. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
No, it's a great point. Yeah, anchoring. That's what we see them do a lot, and it helps somehow control the narrative in their minds. You think a more sophisticated person would say, "Well, yeah, Russia's had casualties and they lost, but they're just trying to mitigate the civilian damage they're trying to mitigate damage to civilian infrastructure." That's a lie as well, but at least it's a reasonable lie. Versus, no, Russia is literally winning on the battlefield. Right, I don't believe the media. Like, they're almost in Kyiv, right? Like that's what I was trying to get at. All right, let's go to Robin.
Good morning, Yehuda. That was really something to wake up to this morning. I'm not sure I should leave this space running all day. But it was. I'm grateful that you called him up, because this is one of these. This kind of argumentation is something that I think we all deal with, and it's really good to get an illustration of how to handle someone like that. Now, I had a specific question that I'm glad this came up, because I wanted to ask you about this. I have some ultra-Orthodox friends who are they're wonderful people. I don't agree with their approach to life generally, but they really are good people. They spout such right off of RT propaganda about Ukraine, and I want to pick your brain a little bit. How you would handle dealing with people like that? They isolate themselves from the news. They really know nothing. I've been getting this line from someone for weeks now about how Ukrainians and Russians are really the same thing. It's a civil war. All Ukrainians are anti-Semites. I know two people who escaped from Ukraine, and it was terrible. And because these people are so out of touch with the news, I really am at a loss sometimes in how to try to enlighten them. I've had more luck with people who at least are mistaken, but they have their feet more in the real world. So I'm throwing that over to you. I hope you have some advice to how to handle dealing with people like that. They're not bad people. They're misinformed, and they're not amenable to hearing the truth, apparently. Thanks. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, the simple thing I do is I often ask, are you willing? Do you want to have information? Would you like me to send you some sources? Would you like to read the Pew Global Research poll on anti-Semitic views in Eastern Europe and in Russia? If you're open to have your mind changed, there are plenty of resources that are neutral, and you can read them and determine what you think. If a person's open to that, then you send them the information that you have. I mean, I have a bunch of information I posted in the space. But if they're that's all mainstream media lies, blah blah blah, then you're stuck, right? You're just like, well, you want to believe in a narrative at all costs, and nothing makes sense. Like, for example, this person was messaging me for weeks because they wanted to talk one-on-one, and they would answer questions and be civil about it. And now he's kind of crying in my inbox here that I muted him. And so I said, no, you got to answer the questions. If you're the one with the strange views, you're the one who wants to tell us what you think. Well, we want to ask you questions in return, right? He had his chance. He got a platform to give a bunch of soliloquies, and obviously people were very upset. And I tend to masterfully deal with people with these points of view, frankly, and dare I say, I might enjoy it. Tom, I don't know what that's called, but you'll explain it later to me. Where I get that joy. And then let's go to Johannes, 16th century Pope name, and Insects. Go ahead.
Hey, somehow my mic already unmuted itself. Yeah, maybe I just want to restate something I said earlier. That is, I think his the way he presented himself didn't really cut it. I mean, it wasn't even. I mean, bad propaganda has to be somehow convincing. And if you say two things which are mutually exclusive, then you don't really fulfill your job, I guess. Because on the one hand, he started by saying, well, that he's how terrible the war is, and that he's totally against the war. And then, he switched to saying how Russia is winning and how Russia is liberating so-called Russians in Eastern Ukraine. So he's actually totally totally on board with the war. So I mean that somehow, I guess, made it followed, of course, by those utterly ridiculous claims that the Russian army could conquer Berlin if they wanted, and also, I mean, even Putin has stopped saying, "Well, we haven't really started." I mean, that was Putin's go-to response, I guess, for many months. But at some point, he actually stopped making the point, and now only the super hardcore tankies continue to make the point. So, but what I think one important, well, there's something with communicating with people over the internet who you don't really know. You don't know where they're coming from. You don't know what their history is. I've been living for some years in Copenhagen, working with an organization supporting the rights of indigenous peoples, and somebody who's been also for many years kind of also been doing a similar kind of thing was a Danish person whose first name is also Klaus. So each time I hear Klaus with a Danish accent on this base, I always have to think of him. But he, even though he also knows Russia and has been working partly with the same partners as I do, he has gone full tanky now, and is blaming the war totally on NATO and on the US. And I still know that from his history, he isn't faking it. He thinks he's on the good side, and that's something. I'm not sure. I mean, he's blocked me now on all these channels. We actually work quite. I mean, I still try to communicate with him and try to convince him, but he's blocked me everywhere. So we won't talk unless I go to Denmark again someday. But I really
Yeah, no,
I
that's
just
unfortunate. Maybe you can give him David's Twitter handle and they can become pen pals.
Yeah, I just wonder whether David also thinks that he's a good guy, or whether he's actually being paid for spreading his propaganda. And that's maybe something which is always hard to discern, but for me, that seems like an important distinction.
Got it. Yeah, we got it. Thank you, Hannes. Go to Insect and then back to Gunny and Robin.
Oh, hi there. Thanks for the space. It's great. My only point about that guy, David, is that he's just a fascist and, he just needs to be blocked. I dipped into his profile, looked at some of the stuff, and, you see something which is like an anti-gay comment, and you start realizing the type of character he is. So, in my mind, the only good thing about someone like that coming up on the space is to remind you what these people are like, and it just makes you feel like every time someone comes up like that, I'll just donate more money and block him and move on. That's all.
Ouch, David's listening. Do you hear that? This is why I like highlighting your behavior. When you highlight the hatred and bigotry of the side that supports genocide, you piss off good people, and good people then give money to buy things to help Ukrainians.
That's it.
So
exactly.
thank you. Thank you for saying it. Thank you so much for saying it. And I know it bothers him, because guess what? We just raised $125,000 in a day, and that's going
come
to
back.
Ukrainian
We'll rage
people.
donate. Let's rage donate. That's what I'm going to do.
Fair enough. Go to
you're a
MriyaReport.org.
masochist, Yehuda. You're a masochist.
I'm a glutton for punishment, and you know what? I wish he was here during the fundraising. Off of his hatred has fueled goodness on our side. His hatred and bigotry, and I'm glad that it's so out there. The first question I threw right at him, caught him off guard. Jewish neo-Nazi president. He thought I was going to talk about territorial gains. I don't know. I don't think about it. What? You don't think about it? You just maligned as many people as you can. But guess what? The city of Kherson is going to have generators for their children's hospital, the one that you guys destroyed there, David, you and your friends. They're going to have generators and fresh water, and they're going to have blankets and all the stuff that they need, and they're going to have food, because thankfully people like you show people who don't know, people in the middle, the neutral people, it shows them just how psychotic the genocidal machine in Russia is, and how pervasive and insidious Russian propaganda is. So if you thought that you got something out of us, I can promise you we got a lot more out of you than you got out of us. And I think that's a great point you make, Insect, because people will be so turned off by that behavior, and they'll want to help the people who are the underdogs.
Turn the darkness into light. Okay. Thanks,
Yep.
guys. See ya.
Amen. Yeah, that's where we're going with this. Gunrid.
Yeah, look, he'll run a space later. He'll claim victory. All his little minions will nod sagely, and they'll talk about the same shit that they do every single night. And it will be a complete repeat of the same stuff that they discuss every night. There'll be nothing about the situation in the Ukraine. There'll be nothing about the daily updates. There'll be no news about the fighting. There'll be nothing political. It will just be 20, 30 people. All in some kind of circle jerk. I would just respectfully say, we've given the headache a healthy dose of paracetamol here, but he is vermin. He will feed off the attention. So I think maybe at some stage soon, let's put him in the box with a sticker on it, marked Fruit Loop, and not really talk about him anymore, because I think after a certain time talking about that freak denigrates the space. He's not worth the time.
No, you're right.
And what will really annoy him, or any of his mates listening in, will be to hear about the latest Ukrainian advances, and how the boys and girls on the front line are doing us all proud. That'll really piss him off.
Well, but Jenny, I mean, after Kherson and Kharkiv, you'd think they'd catch on. I mean, what are they? How do they justify that to themselves? They don't, right? They don't have to. And you're right. I don't want to mention the name anymore. I wanted to mention, because we haven't had it for a bit, and I suspect it's pretty clear that Russian disinfo is going to really leap up in the next few months, and you're going to see it. It's going to be riddled with anti-Semitism. It's going to be riddled with drug-fueled president, killer grasshoppers, biolabs. Everyone's trying to attack Russia. This is the play that the Russians have, right? They're really into the Russian disinfo space, and it's important for us to be able to remember. We all know this. Everyone on the panel knows. All the moderators know. The co-hosts know. But every day there's 1,000 new listeners who've never heard our space, and that's why I like to, I guess you can say, kill them with kindness. Okay, well, tell us more about your fantastic idea. Oh, okay, well, what about this? Well, this is what this said, and these are the facts on the ground. How do you square the two? Because they don't match, and they can't answer the question. And therein lies a whole bunch of new supporters of Ukraine. So definitely, I'm not there because I like to fight. I wanted to address it, and I know he got up. I guess Ming beat me to it. He brought him up. I said to him, because I wouldn't want to torture any other co-hosts with his shenanigans, I was willing to be the masochist and absorb the nonsense if it helped this space. So that was my reasoning, and definitely didn't want to railroad anything. But I think it's super important because it's actually turning up, and you're seeing it a lot more. There are a bunch of articles just out recently. Uncovering, for example, the Russian disinformation network targeting, strangely enough, French Jewish people in Israel. Right? French Jews in France and French Jews in Israel with like a torrent of fake news. It's definitely, if they're that sophisticated to go down to that level, that says something pretty incredible, right? That's where they're going with this. Doman, if you want to pop in, and Markers, if you wanted to get up on the saddle, I'm comfortable with that. Or if you want to take your tea break and relax, you let me know.
If you want to continue driving this, feel very free. And I think that we have lots of people who want to. But if you feel like it,
sure.
Absolutely be my guest.
Okay, I don't want to be accused of railroading because I'm not an engineer. Get it? Railroad engineer. So yeah, whoever was next. M's up to the table. Let's go. Who's next? Anyone?
Let's go to M.
Yeah, we've seen that before. Anyone who's been operating in the information space watching for disinformation campaigns, there was a very curious case, some guy called Shami Witness. Apparently, at some point, Shami Witness rose to fame as the definitive authority on the activities of the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant, or ISIS, the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, or Islamic State, whatever you call it, and turned out to be just a kid hiding in an apartment in India, in Delhi or Mumbai or whatever. and then he was arrested, right? Some of them are ideologues, some of them are paid. Eventually, they meet a reckoning. So when I told David that his fate will be that of Shami's witness, is basically he will be outed as a troll supporting genocide and denying the crimes and the war crimes that the Russian troops, regimented Russian troops and otherwise, committed in Ukraine, right? So there was precedent for this, and such trolls are active in the information space for more than a decade now, and they are known, and eventually someone will get to them.
No, amazing points. Yeah. No, it is. You know what? I wish he came on during that fundraiser. I think he would have pissed off so many people who would have voted with their wallets. Ukraine needs help. How can he justify hitting material? So here's the other thing, another big talking point, because all of the atrocities, all of the bombing of hospitals and infrastructure, they say it's actually the Ukrainians. Everything is Ukrainian setup. Bucha, European Hostomel. It's an incredible claim to make with no evidence. I did ask him what expertise he has. He said it's a short time in the military. He said he was an expert. I said, but I have 30 years of reading into this and I know all about it. That's about as honest an answer as he's given. And I'm sure he thinks that qualifies him to be an expert. But I would argue that it does not. So, Doman, if you could do the hands, I'm not sure.
Absolutely. Let's go to Gunny, then to Tom, then the two Jenses and me. Gunny.
Yeah, just a quick one. What's really interesting is I think we're starting to see, I don't know if Em agrees with me, but we're starting to see the preparation of the ground for excuses for losing as well. Assuming that there is some kind of higher authority sort of loosely directing what should be said as part of a disinformation war, I'm seeing a lot more we are taking on NATO, we're fighting the good fight against the entirety of NATO. How are we supposed to win? Completely unfair, yada, 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 all the other stuff. And that says to me that there is some forward thinking here, ready for the fact that this isn't going to come off for them. And they need to start damage control on it. They need to start coming up with some excuses. And I think as we all watch over the next few weeks, you're going to see more and more of that narrative. I think people like Hinkle, Kennedy will probably start to be even louder because they're sort of people like that are kind of the heavy hitters. And they're going to start really pushing a line that Russia simply couldn't compete against evil West. And that's why certain things are going to happen. Just keep an eye out on it. Just keep an eye out on it. The problem at the moment is because Ukrainian OPSEC is so tight, we're not getting very much information. And in the cyber warfare domain, and this is cyber warfare, social media spaces, Twitter, Facebook, they all are part of the cyber warfare domain. There's a void, and social media absorbs a void, a vacuum, and they are filling it with disinformation because there isn't really that much real information coming out. So if you get a bit disenchanted and you kind of look at it and you see odd villages and things like that mentioned, but an awful lot of people banging the drum for Russia, that's just part of the game here. And I would rather have tight OPSEC on the Ukrainian side, and the good people will continue to fight the good fight on here and other places, and give out what gen up information about successes that we can. And we'll just have to suck it up with them, just being able to go unchallenged. But, the mallet will strike home on the testicles on this eventually. And I would just take it as more of a sign of panic, really. And I think that's what we're seeing.
No, for sure. Yeah. And it's going to only increase over the next little bit here. All right, Domin, again, sorry, I don't have glasses. So.
No, I'll just add a little bit to that, right? The setup for that has already started. I mean, what did Lukashenko say? Russia, second army in the world? No, they're the first army of the world because they're standing up and they're holding their own against all of NATO, right? So we're already unraveling there. We're already, going down that hill. So it makes perfect sense. Is exactly as Gani highlighted there. Tom.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a bit more about what we call motivated reasoning, which is that we believe things not simply because we've coldly analysed all of the facts, but we tend to believe things that fit with our existing worldview and disbelieve things that don't fit with our existing worldview. So if you're someone who, you know, has been brought up in a very low information environment, you know, doesn't really watch any news, doesn't have a good understanding of history, and then you've been given information like, you know, the Russian army is the best in the world or the second best in the world, and you're a supporter of Russia, then to find out that the Russian military is inferior to the Ukrainian military with Western help is actually quite emotionally painful, because if you were to come to the correct conclusion, which is actually the Russian army is not as good as the Ukrainian army with Western help, you'll realize that you were fooled, that you were conned in some way, that it was a lie, that, in other words, that you were stupid. And no one wants to believe that they're stupid. And that makes them completely incapable, well, not completely incapable, it makes it very difficult emotionally to update your beliefs to something that's closer to reality. Now, I completely bought a lot of the Russian propaganda about the Russian army. I just thought it was huge, they had loads and loads of tanks, and they probably were the second best army in the world. You know, not even taking into account the nukes. Now, I was completely wrong, but because, you know, I hadn't bet on the Russian army horse and I wasn't in any way emotionally invested in it, me updating my beliefs came as a pleasant surprise rather than an unpleasant shock. And so it was easy for me to go, oh, right, okay, they're nothing like as good as I thought they were, and I was wrong. So it was easy for me to change my mind. So there's two reasons why people are going to be putting disinformation out there and continue to do so even in the face of the facts. The first one is that when you do present them with the facts, if they were to actually acknowledge that that's the truth, they would feel so stupid that they don't want to feel that way, and so they just deny, it's all Western lies. You know, the next thing is make excuses, exactly what, you know, Gunny was saying, exactly what Dom was just saying. The third thing is, if they know it is a lie, as in they know it's not true and they're deliberately putting it out there, as opposed to being someone that's drunk the Kool-Aid and been taken in by the propaganda themselves. And I think all of these people are a mixture of the two. I think that they think that lying is a good thing to do because I think they think they're the good guys. This is something that I think our society really struggles with, because so many of our myths and our movies, the bad guy is actually unspeakably evil and knows it's unspeakably evil and is totally fine with that, you know? So Darth Vader, Lord Voldemort, they know they're the evil bad guys. But that's not what real life is like. Someone like Putin thinks he's the good guy. He knows he does things that other people would consider evil, but he just considers people that think of themselves as being good as being weak. Actual psychopaths think they're awesome. They think they're the good guy in their own story, and they don't care about anyone else. And so people who are not necessarily full-on psychopathic, but are rooting for the wrong side, they're rooting for the wrong side because they think they're the good guys. And so that explains why they're prepared to lie, because they think that the ends justify the means, even though it doesn't. So, yeah, sort of stupidity, emotional pain, and narcissism, I think, explains an awful lot of these people.
Certainly one way of explaining all of this, right? If only there was some I don't know, facts, reality that will come and hit them on the head. Oh yeah, there will be. Very, and if not quite yet, then very shortly indeed. Jens Feller, I had you up next, and then Robin. But if you can't speak at the moment, that's fine. Just whack your hand back up when you can. Nope. Okay, Robin.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Dermot. I just wanted to say, first of all, I'm in awe of the quality of people we get on this space. Thank you, Tom. That you explained. You really have put this in the context, and I understand a lot better the motivation of these people now. And I really am grateful to you and many other people who put their time into helping those of us who are not at your level understand what's going on. I just wanted to mention I think all of us get frustrated with the lack of consistency, the illogic, the arguing. I mean, like Lavrov and a lot of these people, they will say two completely conflicting things and not even acknowledge that they've been inconsistent. I would refer you to Timothy Snyder's Road to Unfreedom. If you haven't read it, order it today, get it and read it. It is incredibly important. And he gives you chapter and verse and explains how all of this, with citations, that all of this is a thought out part of Russian propaganda, that if people hear things on both sides and they're confused, that they'll at some point are likely to throw up their hands and say, well, I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to ignore all of this and I'm not going to do anything. It's something we have to fight against. And anyway, so if I could buy a case of those books and start handing them out, I would, although for me, it was a slog. I don't have a background in political science. But anyway, if anyone who wants to know the ideological underpinnings of what's going on now with Russian propaganda, that book is extremely important. Thank you. And Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Robin. Like Annie said, we need to pay close attention, but also, tracking the development of it gives you an idea of how to project for what they'll bring up in the future. Ming?
Yeah, no, I was really interested to hear what Tom had to say there. Tom, David is in fact the bloke I sent you a recording of about a month ago, I think now, because I wanted your professional view on what made him tick. I think it's too simplistic, for instance, to say that they're paid, that there's something else going on, and very interesting to hear what you had to say here in terms of his overall approach. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks. I've still got that link in our DMs, but I haven't listened to it, I'm afraid. So I should go back and have a little listen of that today if I've got time. Yeah, it's just that what people often believe things about themselves are the opposite of reality because it makes them feel better. Because if they believe the actual reality, they'd feel bad, and no one wants to feel bad. So the irony is that quite a lot of people that are quote unquote good people feel really bad about bad things they've done in the past. And that feeling bad about bad things we've done in the past helps us to mostly be good people. Whereas some of the most evil people on the planet, one of the things that underlies it is a lack of guilt and remorse. And so if you don't feel bad about something you've done, you can believe that you're a good person and carry on doing bad things. And it's the same thing with like a lot of knowledge. A lot of really, really dumb people, really ignorant people, think they're really smart and will accuse people that actually have an idea of what they're talking about of being, if you ever hear the word sheeple, someone's a conspiracy theorist because they've just picked up that word from somewhere. You people that watch the mainstream news, you're idiots. I got all my news from YouTube. Oh, yeah, because no one on YouTube would ever lie to you. They couldn't possibly be putting a crazy idea in your head. But yet people do this and they think that they're smart. That's the thing that I find particularly frustrating about it. They actually think they're cleverer and they're not, they're idiots. But, if you believe something and you believe that you're clever and that makes you feel good about yourself, you're motivated to believe it. Whereas the feeling of, oh shit, I messed up there, I believed something that was wrong, I was foolish, that's uncomfortable and none of us want to feel that way. So some people just push that feeling away and don't change their beliefs.
At some level, that's a very interesting failure in reasoning and failure in interacting with your surroundings, isn't it? If you can't readjust your assumptions or anything else really, just because you're too down the same down the one. Well, I'd say a toilet bowl, but I know that's not that popular in Russia. Donna.
Hi, Dilman. Hi, Tom. Really interesting way of looking at it. Just something that I would add and maybe it's just because of the perspective of what I do for a living, which is I'm a high school teacher. I think quite often some of these people on Twitter are basically just acting like high school kids, and whatever is the right thing to do, the right thing to say, the right thing to believe in, I'm going to do the exact opposite, because that makes me the cool kid, that makes me the rebel, that gets people looking at me, and somehow I gain status from that. And I see it again and again with kids. And I like it to me, it just seems a lot of that. Like if I go with the contrary view of whatever is being said, then I'm somehow going to become the popular person and get a following and have people look up to me. I don't know. What do you think of that, Tom? Or am I totally off base? Did you hear that, Tom?
Yeah, sorry, I was just dealing with a small dog dispute. Yeah, I heard the high school wanting to be cool, the contrarianism thing, and yeah, I do think there's some of that, but I think there's another factor that comes into play in social media, which is the attention, the bots, and the algorithms. So the likes and the retweets and stuff. I mean, we all know what it's like when you post something and you get a whole bunch of likes and retweets. You get a little boost of dopamine, and you're like, yeah, people are listening to what I say, or whatever. And there's a couple of things that really magnify that effect, which is, one is, I think, the bots. Now, I'll talk about this in relation to COVID conspiracy stuff, because I've seen this happen quite a lot. There are people who are like, say, medical doctors on YouTube, so like proper, sensible, credentialed individuals. And presumably we all go on social media because we like a little bit of attention, right? At the end of the day, we are doing it for, the likes and attention. Let's not pretend otherwise. It does boost my ego if I get 5,000 likes or something. So some of these people go on YouTube, they put out their videos, they talk about dieting and, various diseases and things like that. And they're getting, a couple of thousand subs. And then they talk about COVID or a COVID vaccine, and all of a sudden they get 100,000 views, many of which I suspect are bots. I would not be surprised, although this is a conspiracy theory, I don't know if it's true, but I would not be surprised if Russia and China have bots that promote COVID conspiracy vaccine stuff to try and kill us. And the amount of likes and views and follows that people get when they say something like that are so huge, and all of a sudden they're making $1,000 a month off of one video, that it conditions people, it literally psychologically conditions people through reward to go down these rabbit holes. And I think it's the same for, sorry, my dog's molesting people. Karma, come here. Sorry, she's harassing picnickers. I think it's the same on all social media. If you do something, look at the Vatnik spaces, look at the spaces run by Mario that have like 8,000 listeners. And, I went and investigated and found that everyone at the bottom of their space is bots. And it only shows you the first, used to be the first 1,000, now it shows you the first 500. So probably everyone below that is a bot. If you host a space and you get 8,000 listeners, you and other people in that space are going to think, wow, I'm really popular. This is really cool. People really like me. How would we feel if we suddenly got 10,000 listeners in here? I think it's happened once or twice with bot attacks. But, this is what people think. So yeah, they're doing something to be cool. They're doing something to be contrarian. But if it gets reinforced by the algorithm and reinforced by, 8,000 bots showing up, it's going to make them think, oh, I'm really popular now. And exactly like high school kids, people like that. And so they're going to continue doing it. And I just think it takes people down rabbit holes. And it also, one of the things that makes people retweet stuff is seeing that a bunch of other people have retweeted it. So if you see something and it's got 100 retweets, you're actually more likely to retweet it yourself. So when real people watch these videos or see people's social media posts and see that it's been liked and retweeted and shared thousands and thousands of times or viewed thousands of times, they're going to think, this must be really good. I should watch this. I should retweet this. I should like this. And so the algorithm, the real viewers and the bots and the psychology of the person that is posting this crap all reinforce to sort of spread outrageous bullshit that makes people go, wow, rather than the boring truth, if that makes sense. That's just my view on a lot of social media at the moment.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. Let's go on to Ming, to Bloke, and to Simon. Ming.
Nations in that it's the clout argument. So, you know, being, let's call it for argument's sake, in inverted commas, normal doesn't necessarily get you any clout. And, you know, and these Vatnik accounts and their spaces, they're much rarer. Therefore, it's an awful lot easier to build up a large following very quickly. So I think we've seen this with, what's his name, Mars Chong, flipping from normal.
Hot mic, yeah.
Go on, I mean.
We've seen this with you know, Mars Chong flipping from sort of, you know, relatively normal, you know, more or less wholesome views to being a complete, you know, out and out Vatnik. We've seen it also with Jackson Hinkle going from the sort of Bernie bro to another totally out and out Vatnik. And you know, Jackson Hinkle, on top of everything else, is on record as having said that everything he does is only for the clout. You know, these accounts, because they're that much rarer, do attract large followings, and I think a lot of people have just cynically made that choice. I'm not saying that goes for David E. He's a special case, and also he has got a large following because he's recovering from a suspension, all the rest of it. He's operating on a new account.
Oh my. Bloke.
Yeah. Thing that Tom said at the gym, so I'll be brief. But Tom, you're absolutely correct. In fact, the Russians have even documented this themselves. The Russians and Chinese have been at asymmetric warfare for a long time. They know that they have control over their own social media spaces. They can block who they want. They can prosecute. And so this is a way of asymmetric information warfare. It's well documented. I can send you some links. I can't now, but you're absolutely correct. This is deliberate, and yes, who benefits? The more discord that authoritarian regimes can sow to undermine democratic discourse, they gain, right? Because it weakens democracies at the end of the day. So this is an absolutely orchestrated campaign. There are known bot farms. You know, they get busted all the time. So you're absolutely correct. And this is something that we haven't been very good at since 2011, due to the you know, the structure of our democratic system that privileges free speech and so forth, right? And they know that they can exploit that as a weakness. What we're doing with this space is trying to counteract that. And I think that's an incredibly important point that you brought up. So that's all I have to say, and I'll drop down.
Oh, before you go, Bloke, yeah, first thanks. I know obviously that they've got loads of bots and that they're trying to promote political discord in the West through disinformation. That's well established. Do you know if they actually have done it for COVID though? Because I've heard the conspiracy theory that they are trying to make people basically not want the vaccine so more Westerners will die. But I haven't got any evidence.
Yes, there is evidence of that. Like, so again, I would have to go hunting and dig it up again. It's over, you know, 6 months ago that I had some of this. But one thing in particular is that when Russia cut off Twitter in Russia, the amount of COVID disinformation suspiciously went down by an order of magnitude. So yes, I will try to get those references for you. Yeah, they do this all the time. It's orchestrated for sure.
Yeah, and in addition to the bots retweeting, viewing, liking, sharing the bullshit, the producer of that bullshit gets an intrinsic emotional rewards and dopamine release. People are paying attention to me. I'm getting clout. I look cool. I matter. But also, in the case of things like YouTube, advertising revenue, they're literally getting money because of all of these bots. And so this is why you get perfectly reasonable doctors putting out fairly boring YouTube content. And then they talk about the vaccine and something about COVID, and suddenly they make $1,000 and get 100,000 views. And it's pretty scary, really.
All right, thank you all. Simon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dobry den. An honor to be on here again. So just a little forth and how easy it is to do an IQ test. It wasn't spectacular, but it was 134 plus or minus 12, I think. And I've certainly been fooled. And in things big and small, I know I'll never see that lawnmower again, for example. And if you have, without sounding too much like Dr. Stockman from Enemy of the People, the average person has got an average education and is averagely intelligent, and half of the population is less than that in one way or another or both. And we mustn't look down on them or be mean to them. It's usually an accident of the time and place and wherever they were born. But indeed, the things that go deepest to our core beliefs, our religion, our political beliefs, are invariably statistically heavily weighted to a particular place of choice because of where and when we were born. And that includes whether you're a low information person and so on and so forth, or an isolationist. So I just want to note that it is everybody's responsibility who has a message to communicate to always think of the audience that one is trying to communicate to, and that one has to find a way to reach out to people, whether they are highly educated or haven't had the benefit of an excellent education, whether they are gifted intellectually, or whether they're just an ordinary person who perhaps isn't gifted or doesn't have the time to get a whole load of information. It is the responsibility of those who communicate to make sure that communication reaches, not the responsibility of the person to make sure that they understand it as much. The responsibility should always be on the communicator. That's it, really. You do a fantastic job, folks. Slava Ukraini. You can drop me down.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Simon. You're quite right, and this is part of the purpose and reason why we do this, right? It's to help elucidate, because there is rather a morass of not quite impassable one, but a difficult to navigate one, and sometimes people just lose the will to it. What with all the nonsense around, and especially when punctuated with the images of violence, of gore, etc. And many people just turn off because of that. But see, this is why we think, because it's important to keep well-thinking, well-meaning people together. That we in part do this as well. What I will interject to therefore give a little bit of good news before we go on to the excellent favorite is that the Swiss lower house voted with 132 to 59 to decommission 25 Leopard 2A4 tanks and sell them back to the German manufacturer. These things in very good condition. So as soon as the Senate rubber stamps it, and in the Senate the political situation, the electoral mathematics, let's say, work out even much better than they do in the lower house. This should be done fairly quickly. So that will release 25 Leopard 2A4s from elsewhere to go to Ukraine, which is definitely a very good thing. David, good morning.
Hello, good morning. G. Culture. How is everybody?
We're glad to have you among us, David.
Yes, it's good to be here. I'm happy to announce I consider myself an Irish Republican with a small r, and I would like to point out that in the last 2 hours it seems like we've heard from an imperialist from Ireland, I've been going through his account. He's talking about the glory of invading and subjugating a people, the glory of wiping out a nation, the glory of sending missiles to wipe out a nation, and then glorious imperial Russia. To me, it's disgusting. In Irish society, we dealt with that violently in the last century. And so waifs and nobody's children like this guy float around. I wish he'd use his real name. I know his first name is David, but he doesn't seem to believe in himself enough to use his own name. And another thing, funny thing is, Ireland has such a strange demographic of population. I can promise you, we are one person removed from one another. I'd love to find out who he is and have a chat. I wonder, would he make a threat of violence in person? Probably not. But I haven't come to say that. I've come to say that we need to remember that the enemy makes much use of information, basically shite talk, because it's cheap. Talk is cheap. What they don't have is 40 years of maintenance done to the nuclear arms. They don't have any new technology. They don't have any money right now to buy any weapons. They're begging for bits of guns from Iran and from other people who they sold guns to 30 years ago because they're a broke joke. Everything else, they just need to get attention so they can make money and not starve. I wonder why this guy Dave didn't sign up. There was a McCarthy man who signed up. McCarthy's for centuries are known as big name, big family, big fighters, respectable people. But one of them, a McCarthy, signed up for the Russian side and he lost his life before Christmas. I wonder, does David consider himself a fake patriot because McCarthy gave his life for the cause and he never did? I would think that's a coward's choice. I'd like to remember that this space here thrives because we are diffuse and we believe the human condition naturally should be free. And luckily, we can put our money behind that. And so I'd like to encourage everybody not just to feel invigorated or that you've heard an interesting conversation and then go write a couple of messages on social media and get ad money for Elon Musk. Don't do that. Spend money at MriyaReport.org. If you feel impassioned or if you feel really happy that you thought this guy was made clown of, or rather he was allowed to speak and we saw what clown he is, then pay some money for that. Go to MriyaReport.org and donate. If you were listening and you thought this guy is a horrible creature and I can't believe such people exist, an imperialist in Dublin with an accent like that, pay money. If you were upset by it, go to MriyaReport.org, crush these fools with your wallet. The joke, I heard a bloke speaking just now about the open west of free religious association, freedom of conscience, freedom of action. And this has been infiltrated by mal-actors who would be delinquents and drag down the European Union, the Council of Europe, the United Nations, these institutions of peace that we built to secure the peace after we put fascism to the sword in 1945. So no, I don't think we'll be losing all of that just for the sake of a losing imperial ambition, but I think we should be conscious that those are the stakes. And then we should motivate each other here to take action with that freedom of speech. So they may feel that they have infiltrated and are subverting, but wonderfully, by the same token, we are free to communicate with each other, to spread the word. And then, if we're lucky, we can motivate each other to raise money, because that's where our strength is. Our decadence is in our freedom. It's in our wealth. And you might not think you're wealthy, but I promise you have indoor plumbing, more than likely, unless you're listening in Russia. You probably live in a country that has some kind of free education. You probably live in a country where there isn't a huge AIDS and HIV epidemic, which unfortunately is racing through Russia. And they think homophobic, anti-civil civil rights laws will, solve that problem, although it has been shown that HIV is a heterosexual disease. So basically, they're all over the place. And we can hasten their demise simply by spending money. You might think that sounds a little crude. Oh, Dave, it can't be so easy. It is. Instead of buying a coffee this morning, give €5, €5, £5, 5 shillings, whatever you have, to MriyaReport.org. At the moment, we're fundraising for, I would say, life-saving equipment or life-sustaining equipment, maybe generators and water filtration machines, to go to Kherson to combat against the terror attack of the blowing up of the explosion of a dam which flooded thousands of people out of their homes.
Hey, David, do you think it would be a neat thing for a future fundraiser that people can say, I'm donating this $100 to buy a generator, and then the name of their favorite Russian propagandist?
Yes,
So
you can
we
say
can let them know just how
$100
successful their work is.
Dave Jenny. A Jenny for Dave. And it can be a Jenny for me or a Jenny for that other fake Irish person who was on. But yeah, you know,
Well, that way they could really see the fruits of their labor.
we can
right?
tabulate it. I'd like that.
We'll get more
Well, yes, we can also keep a track on it to see if it's effective, if that does motivate folks. So if it is that you are motivated by us speaking in this way, please do put a note on your donation so we can track it. I'd like to see, but honestly, I think this is just grist for the mill. We should take this as inspiration and we should spend accordingly. Refuse to be brought down to the dumps. Why? It's full of those losers anyway. We need to stay up here, stay positive, stay fundraising and motivating each other for freedom, as is expressed in Ukraine. I heard you mention earlier, Yehuda, the piece from the AFP was covered in the Times of Israel of the anti-Semitic campaign having been flushed through the Francophone world, reflected out of some, I would say, questionable Francophone media outlets and then being back into the French speakers in Israel who might be Jewish or the Jewish people who live in France. And why is that important? Well, that is important because France have blown the lid on it. And usually speaking in these things, it's not just a one-time deal. So I'm holding my breath to see, well, sorry, I'm not holding my breath. I'm pretty sure there will be a little bit more information coming out in that regard. And it's interesting because last year we saw a heavily infiltrated German government rid itself of some well-placed infiltrating spies. So perhaps the same might be said for the Parisians. But I just want to drill into the point of being motivated and being appalled, but you must connect that to making a positive contribution, in my mind anyway. So if you feel you've been motivated, and I love to hear from Simon previously, it's lovely to hear from you. I love when you come up and speak, but it is true. We're not, I mean, people of all shapes and sizes are welcome here. However, if you can't manage to have your ideas hold water, and then you reduce yourself to schoolyard tactics, then you'll be thrown out. But I think we should use this to motivate each other, and we should fundraise and let it be something, a fire in someone's belly to donate even €5 or $5 this morning. And that really is the surest way to knock this on the head, because as soon as that grift and money dries up, all these clowns will suddenly disappear. I don't even think his first name is David. It probably is a nom de guerre. But he did confess to war crimes previously, so would love to have his second name. Please retweet and share the space. This is MriyaReport.org. If you're in the mood for giving, or if you've been motivated, or you feel some kind of passion, convert that into donations, please. Go to MriyaReport.org and give as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Shall we go to Mockers, and then we have Mark and Jens Vella back, I see. Mockers, how are you doing?
I'm all right, actually. I've seen something that cheered me right up. Would you like to know about it?
I would love to.
Excellent stuff. Well, I'm hearing this from a number of sources that a Russian unit, before assaulting, a big unit was gathered together with their vehicles, and they were standing about waiting for the division commander to turn up, or some commander, some general. And he was going to give them a pep talk before he threw them out to the battlefield. But he was late. And during the time that he was late, they were shuffling their feet for approximately 2 hours. And HIMARS decided to greet them instead. So basically, this concentration was smashed to smithereens. This was near Kremina. An incident occurred in one of the divisions that were about to go on the defensive. For 2 hours, people stood in a crowd in one place waiting for the division commander to say his motivating word. But instead of him, HIMARS, MLRS, and enemy artillery had their say. And there seems to be, well, as you can imagine, a lot of emotions due to their emotional day.
Yeah, Gunny, is there a term for something like this?
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm trying not to swear, but yeah. Can you imagine being on parade for 2 hours, which is bad enough? When you're waiting for a senior officer, there is nothing more annoying than standing there, kicking your heels, mumbling, and then briefly you look up, and you have that sudden moment when you realise that actually standing around on parade for 2 hours isn't the worst thing that's going to happen in your life. So yeah, it'd be nice to see some. You know, it just goes to show you how bad they are, doesn't it? I mean, imagine holding a formation parade prior, assuming they'd have been within reasonable distance of the front line. And what do? Yeah, well, before the blokes move to the start line, let's have a scale A parade somewhere nice and obvious, and let's keep them hanging around there for 2 hours. I mean, just the sheer stupidity of it. I'd like to know the numbers. That would be interesting, whether it was a regimental or a battalion or something like that. So I wouldn't, don't get too excited yet. I would imagine probably it was a battalion-sized formation, like a BTG, something like that. Maybe waiting for the off, with a senior divisional commander off to address them. What kit? More importantly, what kit did they have? And again, always think the conscripts. Yeah, they're nice to kill. It's the people with the shoulder boards with the ranks. So maybe a battalion commander is S1, S2, S3, all that kind of thing. They're the really important kills here. Same as when that Combined Arms Army commander got thwacked. Yeah, it's nice to kill him. Killing his command staff, that's even better, because then you really do decapitate a formation. So yeah, hopefully that'll be the usual footage, and then we'll maybe be able to. Maybe some of the T-Farms guys will be able to get a feel for just how many there were sort of stood around. And that, you know, if it was a battalion, that's going to be a BTG off the board. If it was MRLS and tube artillery as well, and they threw everything at it, though, well, yeah, that could say to me it might have been something bigger. Moral of the story, don't hold scale A parades within enemy artillery range.
And we'll keep an ear out for it. You know, whatever it was better than not having interdicted that, right? That's the real easy decision there for Ukrainians around there. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, Domin. Thank you for taking my my call. I don't know, but Miss Ockers, thanks for sharing. One sure thing in life is if something is going to cheer you up, it's going to cheer all of us up. And Domin, I just have a quick comment, but just before I do, listen, the thread you put together on the consequences on the flooding down at Kherson was really brilliant. I found it very informative. So thanks for taking the time. My comment is in regards to the Russian spaces. I've been guilty of visiting there just to hear what they have to say. And other than the obvious, I did find one glaring difference between the pro-Russian spaces and the pro-Ukrainian spaces. And it goes along with the common thread we commonly hear over there, the anti-vax, the you know, anti-gay, you know, all the other stuff. And that is, there is absolutely no comments or no efforts or no intent on how to help Russia, fundraising, that type of thing. Where when you go to pro-Ukrainian spaces, it's all about fundraising. How do we help Ukraine? That type of thing. I mean, absolutely zero conversation about how to help Russia on their spaces. And Tom may weigh in on this. I'd be kind of curious. But the one thing I attribute some of that to is the other thread that you have on our space is this pro-masculinity thing. Putin ride around a bare shirted, but it's all about pro-masculinity. And I think maybe part of their psyche is, helping, that's not masculine, that's for sissies. We're tough guys. We don't need to concern ourselves with helping. So anyway, just my thoughts and observation there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. On the first bit, I'll say, I've been putting these together every day until yesterday. Then, if more news comes up, I'll do another consolidation. But I just do it because otherwise I lose track of stuff, and it's just easier for me to go back when searching for bits of information to have it organized myself as well. I'm glad I thought it might be useful to one or two other people as well. So what I'll say to the rest, Mark, and I'd love Tom's thoughts on this actually, is one of the main things that they say a lot is, right, BRICS, the glorious BRICS nation, the Russia nations that Russia is leading, they're so awesome and rich and powerful and great. Obviously, they don't need any help and funding. I think it could be just as simple as that. Now, I am looking for reason in a place without any reason, but for people who look at Russia and say, Mark, like some are, some tend to say, yes, but you see, Russia, their military hasn't even started yet. They have like 20 times as much military still left to go. When there's people like that, then of course they don't need any help because they still have all that other military and they're just waiting to use it at the right time. So clearly, no help's really needed. So it could be that. But Tom, maybe there's a deeper psychological thing that I'm completely missing out on that you might be able to help us.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say really, but I think one of the things that I've noticed is that our spaces seem to be more motivated by compassion, whereas those sorts of spaces tend to be more motivated by anger. Just you don't hear them making jokes. You hear them laughing at someone trying to tell them the truth as a sort of defense against that. But generally, they're full of anger. They tend to be anti something rather than pro anything. So a lot of what the tankies and also the extreme right have got in common is a dislike of their own government, a dislike of their own sort of prevailing sort of Western liberal democracy, whether they're against the capitalism on the tanky left or the social liberal values on the tanky right. They're all against that. And I think a lot of the people that are in the West that are kind of quote unquote pro-Russia, they're not so pro-Russia that they want to go and live there. They aren't really pro-Russia. They're just anti anything that America does. And I think being motivated out of, I don't know if hatred is too strong a word, or maybe it isn't, but motivated out of hatred, well, you're not going to want to try and help anyone. Whereas we know that there are faults with, the United States, United Kingdom, all sorts of Western and NATO and EU countries and non-EU countries. We know that there are problems. We know our governments aren't perfect, but they're a heck of a lot better than Russia and China. And so when we see these dictatorial regimes trying to muscle in on a country that's trying to walk in the right direction of history, we want to stop that and we want to help the Ukrainians. Even though we know our system isn't perfect and there's all sorts of problems that we'll no doubt start squabbling about again as soon as this war is over. But there's another point of view which is just really anti everything. Anything the government does is wrong. You can't trust them. You can't trust anyone. It's all a lie. And I think those people are just vulnerable to believing anyone that shares that view. And so because Russia is anti-West, they've got a certain number of people that will just cheerlead them because they're against the same thing that the person is against, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Tom. Oh, I was going to go to Jens Fell again. Every time I want to go to Jens Fell drops. It's like, and I know he's not pulling my chain. It's a perfectly nice chap, but it just so happens, I think.
Because Twitter's got something against you being able to have a conversation.
Maybe we'll be third time lucky. Anyway, where were we? So we mentioned actually, Marcus, you weren't around for this. I think this is very interesting and kind of important to touch on it generally. So Kadyrov, you know the guy, fancies goats.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he went out on Telegram and said, "I can't find my buddy Adam. He doesn't get in touch." And he asked Ukrainian intelligence services to tell him exactly what place they hit so that he can find his dear brother. And he's promising a generous reward for it. I think that's quite interesting, isn't it?
What world do we live in that he's appealing to the Ukrainians?
Yeah, really interesting. I've never quite seen anything so inventive as this quite yet. But I think he might be really, truly desperate.
So he thinks he can bribe the Ukrainians because he thinks the Ukrainians are the same as he is.
Well, that's one thing, but the other thing is like, wait, so the Russian military doesn't know what positions A he was at and B what got hit? They don't know. They don't know where one of their senior officers was, together with many of his men, were blew up. Because are they so used to it, or do they just not keep track, or what's
Maybe,
good?
gentlemen, so many places with men blew up that they're not quite sure which one he was at. What do you think? That's a theory. There were so many different places that blew up all at once, they're not quite sure which one he was at.
Could be. But then why does it? I mean, they can still keep track of where he is, right? In the first place, I'm just very confused at the whole thing. It is how it is, and I'm just.
You are
very...
still thinking that the Russians are working. The Russian army is like a NATO army, Doman. They don't work that way. So you could be perfectly right that they don't know even where their men are.
No, Mr. M, I agree, but I will disagree with one thing, which is that I am assuming that the Russian army is working like a NATO military would. No. I'm assuming that the Russian army has at least roughly the same sort of relationship with its colonels as you would expect from, let's say, a well-adjusted 5-year-old to have with his jacket in kindergarten, and to not leave it behind, right? So they don't really, stitch the name Russian army into the skin of their colonels, but at the very least, they kind of tend to keep some track of them. They put their name nice and on a little plaque on their chest with all the medals. They kind of try to keep track. I thought that's why I'm confused. Yeah. Apparently, not as good as your average 5-year-old. The Russian military at keeping track of their own stuff. Marcus.
Remember the guy who Prigozhin sort of took prisoner and forced to do an apology video?
I don't. Wait, Prigozhin made somebody write an apology? I don't remember.
No, Wagner. Sorry, Wagner took the commander of the 72nd Brigade hostage for a short time, and they gave him a bit of a kicking, as was quite obvious. And then they made him do a video saying that he didn't like Wagner's. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's
the
come
lieutenant
out.
colonel.
That's the fella. Yeah. Well, he's obviously an ex-commander now, but he's come out and said that it's Prigozhin and the Wagner mercenaries who have given over the coordinates to the armed forces of Ukraine. So he's stirring the pot. So he's basically saying, in an attempt to discredit me, Wagner PMC spilled about the facts of their own treason. They have collaborated with enemy intelligence before, organising leaks of locations of our units, and this has happened again. So is that more trouble at mill, do you think? At least I think somebody is making an attempt to discredit Wagner and Prigozhin.
Could be. That would make sense. Look, they're trying to get rid of him anyway, and both from bottom up and top down, right? But I just wonder, when will they be at parade somewhere within artillery range, and somebody else will leak it out on them. Yeah, fun times.
Well, of course, that sort of thing as well leads other people to think, oh, well, if they're doing it to us, we'll do it to them. So you never know. Ukrainians might get some interesting phone calls soon. Would you like the geolocation of some Wagner units? Yes, please.
Of course.
No, I mean that's fine. If Russian units fighting other Russian units is accelerated by virtue of HIMARS, that's fine as well. I'm okay with that, and I think Ukrainians are as well. There's literally nothing better than to catch them out at the parade ground, like Gunny said. Already annoyed with everything, waiting there for 2 hours, and then that. Yeah, very good. I'm likewise obviously a big fan. So yeah, two big let's call them Central European bits of news. One we mentioned already, but since it's very good news, it deserves another mention, and that is of course the fact that Switzerland, the Swiss lower house, has authorized the decommissioning of 25 Leopard 2A4 tanks from the Swiss army. I believe that these are the 25 of the tanks that were in long-term storage anyway. But Swiss storage is not like Russian storage. Swiss storage is nicely enclosed, and they drive the tanks around a couple times a year, or 2 to 4 times a year, something like that. Make sure that they don't get too sedentary. Grease up everything nicely, and generally keeping them in very much perfect condition, so that in case, I don't know, Liechtenstein invades or Campione d'Italia tries to secede, there's a nice they can have an immediate reaction to a threat like that within 12 to 24 hours. So
was
what
there
they
a
said,
peace treaty? Was there a peace treaty with Liechtenstein yesterday?
was there? Did I miss it? No, but I can tell you something else about Liechtenstein.
Never to invade again.
But I can tell you something about Liechtenstein. That's not really about Liechtenstein. So, when we were saying, oh, look, Russians managed during the course of their whole winter offensive, 4 months or so, invade about a net 46 square kilometers, or about 28% of a Liechtenstein. Well, in the first week, Ukraine managed to liberate about 90 square kilometers, or about 0.55 of a Liechtenstein, which is about double. And that has been roundly proclaimed as a failure. So then what is the Russian 4 months? No, but very seriously. So it doesn't mean that these tanks will be able to go to Ukraine directly. However, they're being returned to the manufacturer, which in this case, I don't know whether that means Krasmacher Wegmann or Rheinmetall, but it doesn't really matter. The critical bit is that then they get to be sent to somebody else. A4 Krasmacher. Okay, so the critical thing is that then they get to backfill whomever other stocks, say German stocks, and then the 25 of the Bundeswehr Leopard 2A4s get to go to Ukraine more or less immediately, which is good, right? Which is very good.
And you can always upgrade them to what is essentially a specialized A5 version, like the Max or the likes, and by then it's a different tank.
Yeah, the turret configuration of the A5 is a lot more conducive to survivability as well, right?
Yes. And who says that you can't replace the turret?
No one at all. Now, the other bit here is to say this still has to pass the upper house. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. This isn't done yet. However, in the in the Senate, in the upper house, the pro helping Ukraine parties have a larger majority. So even with some dissenting voices within those, it should be more or less a done deal anyway. And unlike the lower house, the upper house sits year round. So it's very important that the lower house does this before they leave for goodness knows how many months before they meet again. But the upper house is around much more. Also, the upper house, you might recall, returned for decision making back to the lower house one of the other proposals recently, because the upper house does actually, in a majority, want to help Ukraine much more. So all is well. It's not quite a done deal, all of it quite yet. However, we're very close to that, and I'll be very, very happy indeed once these are in Ukraine, where they should be, or rather, 25 of their, identical twins are in Ukraine very shortly. Yes, right. The other bit of news has to do with the U.S. Senate. That's not Tim's American cousin, but instead their upper house. And one of the senators, Senator Risch of Idaho, who is the top Republican in the Foreign Relations Committee, he basically put a stop to a $735 million arms sale to a Hungary, who wanted, for some reason, to expend money on that when their economy is doing abysmally poorly. Of course, it's to defend themselves against, who is it? No one at all, because nobody wants to invade Hungary. And that is being done as punishment, effectively, for countries' refusal to approve NATO membership for Sweden. So he's taking one of those giant carrots and using it as a stick. He basically says Hungary must allow Sweden into NATO if it wants to buy this arms package, which includes 24 HIMARS rocket launchers, including with more than 100 rocket pods and associated parts. Senator Risch said, "For some time now, I have directly expressed my concerns to the Hungarian government regarding its refusal to move forward a vote for Sweden to join NATO. The fact that it is now June and it's still not done, I decided that the sale of U.S. military equipment to Hungary will be on hold." Significant arms sales in the U.S. require both the chair as well as ranking members of the Senate and House Foreign Affairs committees to give clearance and approval before the sale is publicly noticed. That is to say, approved by the State Department, and this basically prevents it for the time being. The U.S. ambassador to Hungary, David Pressman, the least popular man up on Buda Castle, said that the United States will continue to work tirelessly towards closer collaboration with our ally. However, we have real concerns about strategic decisions Hungary is making, and those concerns are shared broadly. Ambassador Pressman, the U.S. Ambassador Pressman, almost sounding as though he's the UK Ambassador Pressman, with that excellent degree of understatement in that statement. Now, I'll invite you all to cast your minds back to the various other activities of the U.S. Embassy in Budapest, which has been very actively countering bits of utter and complete nonsense that the government, rather, excessively pro-Russian government, let's call them that, has been purveying over the course of the recent months, year, perhaps even more than that. Indeed, just earlier today, Peter Sijarto said that if only Trump had won in 2020, there would be no conflict in Ukraine. because he just goes around saying weird things, and he goes around to Rosatom conferences in Sochi, stuff like that. At least he got lucky that the Rosatom conference in Sochi isn't this week, because Sochi is suffering again. I was quite surprised to see that, actually. Sorry, complete side point, but I was quite surprised to see this morning lots of images and videos from a flash flooded Sochi, and I thought, goodness me, aren't these from last year? And apparently no. Apparently it's happened again. Apparently Sochi is suffering from flash floods yet again. If only Russia could have spent their resources and funding to something better rather than going and invading their neighbor, maybe they could have prevented the encore for the Lada Armada. And just the last note, Lada Armada, of course, being the many Ladas which are being flushed downhill at great speed by the torrential waters. Last year we had Lada Armada, and now you can have Lada Armada too. David.
Hello, Doman. Good morning. The record you. Hello, everybody. Please retweet and share this space. This is MriyaReport.org. I was very tickled by the news from our Republican senator from Idaho. It really does my heart joy. Also, I wonder if the message has been received. I read a quote from the senator, and he said that he had been in constant contact with the Hungarian ambassador and their officers in Washington, and made it clear to them that these were his conditions, and that this is not something that has come out of the blue. It's something that Hungarians have been advised of. And so, on the balance of probability, on the balance, I guess, Orban's regime has decided to stick to their self-defeating foreign policy, and it's only compounded by the fact of this warning which they've broken. I'm not sure if they have overestimated their worth, as Turkey seemed to have in the NATO equation, but I think Turkey were wise enough to come along and do the right thing when their conditions had been met. I think a different solution is obviously in the offering for Hungary. I also think it's worth noting that because of a political choice made by the people of Hungary and made by the people of Turkey, I don't think it is, well, it's outside the bounds of reason to then threaten in a Russian way to punish them by excluding them from our members club of NATO or members club of EU. These are not the ways we run open democratic institutions. Rather, we should look to the future generations of Hungarians and generations of Turks who will probably be better allies. We just must muddle through this difficult political time they're having at home. And this is the strength of our alliance. We will allow them this latitude, but it's not without consequence. And so, when reasonable requests are made by reasonable allies and still are stiffed, then I suppose there are going to be some consequences. I also wanted to make a remark about how it is that some folks refer to the NATO alliance and get very excited after 80 odd years that the United States for 4 years asked people to pay their worth. And then we had a delinquent talking about disbanding NATO. And then the response was, okay, America, now you're back again. Thank goodness you're all gung ho NATO. But oh, whoa, how long will this last? Which, if you invert it, makes sense, but doesn't make sense like that. So by inverting it, I mean, if an alliance is good for 80 years and there's 4 years of question, well, then surely the takeaway would be that there's 80 good years and 4 years of question, not that one aberration now makes precedent. I wanted to point that out. It amuses me no end when I see it. I wonder if other people see it too. And I'd like to round off with a request. Round off to say thank you for updating on the Swiss situation. I really appreciate that. And as a person from a neutral nation, okay, fair enough. Ireland is in a place and in a position where we are neutral on the side of the NATO alliance, and I understand that Switzerland is too. But I also understand they're in a difficult position. Praise where praise is due for the Swiss, and that this is a great move by their parliament, and I think we should laud them for it and celebrate it, just as we would the opposite if the opposite were true. So I think it's a positive signal from Switzerland, one that's very welcome. I'm very glad to see it, and I hope that maybe Austria will maybe take a leaf out of the book and we might see something from them. But I don't hold out crazy hope, but I think there is hope for that. So thanks very much, Doman. And mockers, or if anybody here is listening, I suppose it's coming up to 9 o'clock. I'd very much like 9 o'clock Eastern time here in the morning. It's 8:30 at the moment. A boom report, if possible. Please retweet and share the space, everybody. And if you're listening, visit MriyaReport.org and show your support with money. Thanks very much.
You know, David, you know what they say about the Swiss, right? It is how it is. You have to take the good with the bad, but at least their flag is a huge plus.
That's dreadful.
The trouble,
that's dreadful. That's absolutely appalling.
The trouble is, David, you brought up Austria. If you do the same with the Austrians, the flag's a huge minus.
I'll never do the same with the Austrians. It's a special case, but that is also equally hilarious. You're on a roll, Doman. Look out, everybody. He's hot.
Let's not play these flag games any further. But then again, Doman, the good thing about the Austrians is that they have massive capacity of Leopard ARVs and trucks and things, which the Ukrainian armed forces would need for the humanitarian cause currently around the Novakov Dam. And what is one of the biggest pluses of the well-appointed pioneers of the Austrian army? Saving lives in emergency and disaster areas, not just in Austria, where they're very proficient, but worldwide. And they've had a good role in this, and they have the equipment for it. It begs the question as to when some of them could convince themselves to actually bring that to bear.
Is there a similar lever? It's a crude question, forgive me, but is there a similar lever or opportunity that the Austrians might be holding out for as part of some kind of an alliance, whether military or economic?
No.
Damn it.
None. The only thing with the Austrians is money. It's always money.
America has money.
Yeah, they don't want your money.
That is more than money.
They want their role in the EU not to be challenged, where they have built as good Austrians under Kafka's rule of how to run the Habsburg type administration have become, like the French, good minions in the EU bureaucracy, and unfortunately also a force for sclerosis and rheumatism in the organization. So that's not to say that there's not great Austrian, say, men and women. There are a lot, but it is a challenge when the only thing they need is EU money, and their behavior is not quite as proving solidarity as it should.
David?
Thanks, Axel. I appreciate the insight. I had been wondering of the status of Austria. Personally speaking, this is not a widely held view, but it's my view. I believe it's necessary for some nations to be neutral. That's just my prerogative. I don't expect people to agree or disagree, but I do think a solution is in the offing. If that is the case, I've seen the solution in other spheres, political and economic. Perhaps some people can be got rid of by promotion. It's like getting demoted, except you just promote them. It used to be fashionable in Ireland. We needed to get rid of it. We used to get rid of politicians and send them off to Brussels. It's a great solution.
Yeah, David, I remember and I understand this, but unfortunately, the Austrians are already running out of politicians most recently, and they're so good about it that most recently the Social Democrat Party, the SPÖ, had a leadership challenge and they had tallied up the votes, and then they found out, what was it, a day or a day and a half later, or 2 days later, they found out that they had tallied up the votes the wrong way. And for
No, Axel, stop.
Yes.
You're good at counting in Austria.
Well, no, they counted them correctly. They just assigned them wrong.
Yeah.
So there were X votes for A and Y votes for B, but they said there were Y votes for A and X votes for B.
Imagine that. That is,
And you know, Favid, what a great number of votes they had to deal with and still got it wrong. I think it was about 600 or 500 or 400 thereabouts.
Something. Yeah.
There has to be motivation, guys. There has to be something that these people covet, right? The OSCE, they like having that, right?
They would like to continue. They would like to continue their business with Iran, with China, with Pakistan, with Cuba, with Russia. That's what they really want, David. So how should we make that work?
You weaken their alliances and make it necessary for them to make a choice.
I have a carrot approach. You all think about sticks, but I have a carrot.
I didn't. Please. I didn't take out any stick. I didn't say. I just described the situation. But please come up. Where's the carrot, Owen?
Okay, I have a great idea for a carrot. You know, there is one thing which annoys Austrians beyond all else, and that is
they don't win at football.
No, I don't think they care. They win at skiing. It's fine. No. The one thing that annoys Austrians beyond everything else is Americans showing up and talking about the sound of music. So I propose a suggestion. Austria hands over all of their Leopards to Ukraine and all of the auxiliary vehicles, and at the same time, every American on entry to Austria has to sign away their right to talk about the sound of music for the next 18 months.
Which nobody in Austria or Germany or Switzerland knows.
No, exactly. That's my
knows
point.
it because it doesn't exist.
Americans will never promise to stop speaking, especially if you ask them not to. Two, that's a Disney property. I'm not playing that game. I like Disney and I support them.
I support Walt Disney's original intent, furthering those who fight and who suffer by means of giving them comic relief.
I have an Austrian telling me that sounds totally fair. We should definitely do this.
That's a great deal. Come on, David. We can do this. We can have a word with Disney and, agree that The Sound of Music, an American product. This is not real. Just, these kind of disclaimers we put on top. And nobody talks about it anymore when they come to Austria because nobody knows of it. That's a fair deal for a good amount of tanks.
We're not that stuck for tanks, so.
Yeah, but we need more Leopard ARVs, and they have them galore. They really have them.
I like that. I like what you said about the other trucks. I know I just said tanks, but you're right. The humanitarian angle, surely their government already has a mandate. They don't need to pass anything new because they are, as you said, they're well known for reacting in disaster zones. Extremely well kitted out and extremely well trained. I think it's probably something that they're already mandated for, and maybe we just need to stimulate it via our good offices or our good Austrian friends. After signing a piece of paper on the way into a country and expecting Americans to abide by that, good luck. That's just I don't think they're going to promise to sign anything.
You do. But you do already. You fly into certain countries such as America, and you sign a little paper as a foreigner. And there's Americans who fly into other countries who have to sign a tax form before entering. It's okay. It's harmless. Come on.
It's
But
what 300.
I'm saying
trucks,
they'll sign it, but
300
I'm not
trucks and a
saying they will.
number of
You
tanks.
shouldn't expect it to, sign that tax document. Sure, there's a tax document, no problem. Anyway, my point is, I think we can get them by, as you're saying, by motivation and appealing to their better selves, but also that there isn't any new law needed here. I don't think. I would think it's probably already mandated as a necessity for emergency response. Probably it's at the gift of a minister or some secretary who has to make a determination. And that's influenceable. That doesn't need votes.
Dorman, could you highlight to our dear friend David, who has unfortunately, or no, fortunately, actually, fortunately not been exposed to the ramblings of the Austrian politicians currently in charge of the Defense Ministry, the Foreign Ministry, and the Chancellery, as well as the President. Just generally, what is the amalgam of their beliefs and what do they tend to say?
It's things like, it's nothing to do with us. Why can't we just have peace? Stuff like that, pretty much. And you know, who are
against,
you?
Yeah, sanctions against Russia are, say, against international law.
It's kind of like you know when Orban put those billboards up that had a big sort of airplane dropped bomb on European economy, right? And he said European sanctions are destroying the Hungarian economy and the European economy. European sanctions against Russia. Okay, that's basically what the Austrian government and most of the Austrian opposition think. The only difference is they would do it slightly more elegantly. Well, actually, quite a lot more elegantly. But it's same thing, just dressed up in a much nicer costume.
What did Mr. Nehammer say when he returned from Moscow?
I don't recall. Did he had useful conversations or some nonsense like that?
Exactly. He said very useful conversations with the Russian administration as to how to find an immediate negotiable way out of this conflict and so on and so forth. That's what he said. This was at the height of, when was this? Was this April last year?
Does that mean that he got paid?
Well, Austrian industry is extremely well intertwined with Russia, thanks to the long-standing Soviet, Russian, socialist, communist, Bolshevik, Stalinist, however you want to call it, the long-standing occupation of the eastern part of Austria after the Second World War. And the fact that certain elements of fascism, therefore, have not been quite addressed, as you can find also in the former Soviet occupied zone, meaning the what is today considered to be the eastern part of Germany. So you can find this there as well. Fascism had not been addressed because Western values and Western education and institution building didn't really progress as much. Austria managed to propagate a number of good old myths about its own people, the war, the Holocaust, the likes, and at the same time fall prey to another authoritarian version of the same ideology. Socialism, don't forget, it was called National Socialism for a reason.
That's a very scary tale, Axel. But,
it's
I
much
think,
scarier.
No, it's I say tale, but I mean scary reality, I should say. I think, honestly speaking, I'm just trying to draw some kind of context from to this to see if I can extrapolate from and get some sense. Maybe there's no sense here, but perhaps things may not always remain as they seem to have been so far.
Agreed. There's dynamics. I didn't mean to spell doom and gloom. I apologize. That was
No,
not
I
my
copy.
intention.
Of course, but what I'm trying to reach to would be in a scenario where, okay, so maybe themselves and the Hungarians are a clique or a strong unit or ideologically aligned. But recently we have seen from the other side of Europe, the Polish end, Northern Central Europe, extending its own influence, or should I say using its influence, or at least attempting to use its influence, which, I mean, naturally arises in European politics. People have groupings and similarities and buddies. And honestly speaking, I was very impressed. Thank you, Doman, for sharing that information with me. I hope I'm quoting it correctly. And so I wonder if something similar is not possible in an Austrian direction, as I said, via perhaps one of their allies. Maybe not, as cruel as direct coercion, but rather that there has been a new reality born in Europe, and freedom again is on the march. And it seems like just politically, the choices they have made are now having a rather earlier culmination than they would have thought, right? I mean, I'm sure they would have hoped and thought that the Putin regime would have continued, which is why they would have aligned themselves in that way. But given that they've made that calculation and it's proven to be false, perhaps that can be demonstrated to them, and they might make a different choice. I know I'm speculating, and there's no fact here, but I really am curious as to what it is we'll be able to tip them. Anyway, I've tipped them over, I should say, to contributing as they can for what it is that is comfortable in their national dynamic, which probably is humanitarian response and equipment and training, or even just instructors, or training camps. Let them come to your excellent Austrian training facilities and get tooled up. Something can be done. I just don't know what it might be. So thanks very much, everybody, for the forum. Please retweet, share the space, donate if you can, MriyaReport.org. Ms. Mockers, I beg your pardon. I've been rambling.
No, you're all right. I was happy to wait. I've got some bits and bobs to mention. One of them is ACMAT have been completely removed from the area around the Mariinsky direction in order to search for Delimkanov. A command was received from Kadyrov to find him there by any means and take him out no matter what the cost. Akhmat Special Forces will fulfill this order. So it would seem that Kadyrov suddenly got other things to think about. It's an awful shame for him, isn't it?
It's a bit careless losing your brothers like that. But this does mean, of course, that they're going to be running around, not fighting war against Ukrainians, but on a wild goose chase. So that's great. I mean, let them spend resources.
Exactly. I think that's exactly the right thing to do.
We have Austrian on Earth.
Hello, you hear me?
Solar system. Go ahead, Austrian on Earth. How do you like my plan? We can hear you loud and clear.
I had to jump in as Axel was speaking about how intertwined the Austrian economy is. Just for one example, there is a contract between the OMV, that's the oil company in Austria. There is a contract with Gazprom that is signed until 2040, and it has a take or pay clause in it. So even if we don't need those 6 billion cubic meters of Russian gas per year, we have to pay it. We don't. The original contract was signed until 2028, and 5 years ago they signed it until 2040. So nobody knows what's.
Please explain to people who owns OMV.
It's mainly state-owned, as far as I know, but not even the Austrian Parliament or anybody else knows exactly what is in this contract. They don't know, is there any clause to get out of this contract? Nobody knows what's in there. somebody tried to get. So whatever they did there, I have no idea. The thing with the Sound of Music. Well, I'm close to Sound of Music, and it is right. I think it's less than 0.1% of Austrians have even seen the film, but they're carrying buses through Salzburg and the close Berchtesgadener land, that's in Germany, to visit all the scenes where they were filming. And a third point, the Austrian Red Cross, I heard today, is preparing equipment for Kherson to deliver for water filtration devices. But it's not yet clear when they can be delivered. So there is some small thing starting, but as usual, it takes a while until Austria is coming into movement. Let's say it this way. That's it for me.
Österreich bewegt sich im Dreivierteltakt.
Yes, exactly.
Austria moves in the sequence of the waltz. Trying to get Doman back up.
Marcus, did you have seen any booms or other destructions at the moment? Something burning?
Yeah, I have indeed seen something burning. In fact, it was a very nice thing indeed. It is not right in front of me. Where is it? You know, I had it right in front of me as well. That's really annoying. There it is. This is the Novocherkassk State District Power Plant in Rostov. The roof is on fire, and I know a song about that. It's currently 200 square meters, and there was a bang of an explosion before it set on fire, which, well, it suggests there was a maintenance issue. I also have another couple of things that I feel is worth bringing to the room. So it seems that the Russian command is not particularly optimistic about containing the Ukrainian defense forces, but is planning not only a gesture of goodwill, but surprise, surprise, what they call leave land instruction, which means basically breaking all types of infrastructure facilities from sewage treatment plants to electrical substations. Scorched earth. We kind of knew they were going to do that. However, what's interesting is the commanders of the units stationed in temporarily occupied Luhansk region in the area of Svatove, Kremina, and Rubizhne were the first to receive such an order. Which is not where a lot of fighting is going on right now, particularly. So maybe it's to give them chance to create maximum destruction. But it does seem to me that there's some sort of, like they say, gesture of goodwill being planned there. So keep an eye on that. Welcome back, Doman.
Glad to be back. No, I've been hearing all sorts of rumors about Russians moving here, moving there, we're moving reserves from here and there, let's see how it goes for them. But in other news, there's been some reporting in very open sources that Ukrainians took out 5 MSTA-S self-propelled howitzers in a single field. So that's quite a lot. Those are the Russian most modern self-propelled howitzers. It's the sort of thing that Russians look at a Panzerhaubitze 5000 and say, this is nothing compared to MSTA-S. And they're right. It is nothing. The MSTA-S blows up much more readily. Much more readily. I mean, there's no comparing the two, really.
Do we have videos that I could peruse?
I'll go fetch some, and in the meantime, we can have a chat with Johannes here. I did hear the conversation. I hear the 0.1% of Austrians know of Sound of Music. I think that's about right, because that's roughly the people who work in, let's say, customer-facing roles in the core part of the tourism sector of the city of Salzburg. Because that's the only people who ever interact with anyone who brings up the Sound of Music to them. So it's really for their sake that I would want the Austrian leopards to be, gotten out of Austrian Bundesheer's hands on the basis of that. It would save them great tragedy and turmoil. Johannes, go ahead.
Yeah, just a short notice, because there has been, I think, quite a bit of justified discontent in the last few days about the abysmal failure of politicians to respond to the destruction of the Kachovka Dam. I just saw today that there's going to be a parliamentary debate in the German Bundestag in exactly half an hour, so like 3:25, and I'm probably going to watch it. I'm not sure how important it's going to be, but I mean, it's going to be interesting to watch how clearly blame is going to be assigned, or guilt is going to be assigned, or not. And maybe it's I don't know, maybe it's going to be like half an hour or an hour or so, but it's going to be live broadcast on Bundestag.de.
Johannes, I completely missed it. What are they actually discussing? Is this help for Kherson?
They're gonna have a again on the destruction of the Kachovka Dam. There's going to be like a special discussion in the Bundestag today, right now in half an hour.
Excellent. Well, I hope something good comes out of it, and rather than just the wonderful and indeed less than wonderful ideas of Sarah Wagenknecht being broadcast around the world yet again. Beyond that, I do sincerely hope that they'll come out to some good, sensible conclusion on the basis of it. Putin last night basically said that they did it. So I hope this can finally be put to death, or put to bed rather. Who did it? Who's responsible? As though A, it matters in the end of it, and B, it isn't patently obvious, especially from the responses of both Russian occupational troops on the left bank of Kherson and the Ukrainians on the right bank. It is patently obvious. Very frustrating that this is still being brought up, but hopefully this can move things finally along and well into some much better set and environment.
Thank you for the video, by the way, much appreciated. Would you like a tale of woe?
I would, especially because I think it could be instructive, as these things often are.
Well, let's have a see, shall we? This to me speaks of some serious type of desperation, and let's just see what you think. So, police officers from the Donetsk region have been reportedly rounded up and taken to Mariupol in preparation for deployment to the front line. Their wives are protesting that they have been taken under false pretenses, and none of them agreed to military service. I know, shocking, eh? So the Astra Telegram channel has published a video of a wife angrily protesting to these DNR officials. She said that her husband and employees of other municipal departments have been taken to a training ground in Mariupol for pre-deployment training. According to the man's wife, the policemen were told, "This is the last time you are training today. The commander is coming and you will be taken to the first line of demarcation in," a new one, "the Cascade Battalion." She protests. "None of them signed a contract. You're a personal officer, do you understand? If he does not wish to serve, he does not agree. They cannot force him just like that, stupidly take him and force him like a dog into some order." Love. Oh dear, love. You are naive, aren't you? Yeah, you don't call the shots round here. Anyway, now they all want to write resignation letters. Do you think that's going to help? Do you think?
No, they'll just say,
I
now
think.
we really don't need them for anything else, and they're going to allocate them to an even worse battalion.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to go, well, now you're unemployed, so you're perfect for the military. So, anyway, she is now being told, Melnikov, I'm not sure who this is now telling us that I'll put them in jail and they won't get out alive. I'm assuming that's the person in charge of them then. In response, an employee of the Ministry of Internal Affairs told the relatives that training is underway at the training ground as part of professional training in case of a collision with Ukrainian sabotage and reconnaissance groups. Bless. So, the mobilization of municipal employees appears to be taking place in a number of locations in the DNR. According to Mobilization DNR Live channel, police officers from the town of Torres in eastern Donetsk have been rounded up. The channel says that their wives organized themselves and picked them up from their place of deployment. The men are now being chased as deserters. Bless them wives. That's funny. More policemen are said to have been rounded up in Amvoyivka? I don't know. South of Torres, anyway. There, Mobilization DNR Live says about 30 women recaptured their men too. The men are probably being deployed to reinforce Russian troops facing the Ukrainian counteroffensive. And it is a sure sign of how serious the situation is for the Russians that they are now mobilizing municipal employees to fight in southern Ukraine. I mean, talk about desperation. And if they scoop up the police, what happens when the people kick off?
Well, so this is it, right?
Gonna be chaos.
Mr.
I think it's going to be chaos.
Well, there's that, yes, but you know, there's a bigger component here. So, first of all, Marcus, you were asking who Melnikov is. Melnikov is the quote deputy minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Donetsk People's Republic. He's a absolutely lovely person. Someone else can delve into the history. I don't particularly care to. But what I want to highlight in this context, right? So these are people who very much decided, okay, I'm going to not just cooperate, but I'm going to work for the occupation authorities, and I'm going to enforce the will of the occupation authorities in occupied territory, right? So I don't feel particularly bad for them. Now, the thing that you did mention in there, did you say they're going into Cascade? Yeah. So they're going to be they're being put into Cascade. Cascade is one of the main, let's call it, assault units of the Donetsk People's Republic. They've been around for quite a while. So currently they are fighting very close to Velika Novosilka. There was a report a few days ago that you might have recalled when Neskuchne and Blahodatne was liberated by Ukraine. It was Kaskad next to the Russian regular military that was defending those areas from Ukrainians, and then they pulled back as Blahodatne and Neskuchne were taken over by Ukraine, were liberated by Ukraine. And the last couple of days, they've been leading the counterattack. At least that's what Russian bloggers say, right? They've been leading the counterattack back against Ukrainians in the recent days. So clearly, they need reinforcements, right? Because something tells me that they're suffering quite significant casualties. Now, the areas of the Donetsk People's Republic, they're very low on people, frankly, especially the areas that are long occupied since 2015 onwards. That's my just assessment from about half of the population having left. The majority of those left behind were people who either sufficiently brainwashed or especially quite a bit older, and then many more were of course press ganged into Russian service and used very similarly to later Wagnerite convicts. They were used in the barely equipped sort of formations as the front most units in many cases. Now, Kaskad was at least in part treated a little bit better by the Russians because they were, let's say, a little bit more similar to a volunteer unit, perhaps, previously at least. But that can all change if the Russians decide it's time for that to change, I guess.
I've got a bit of a tangent, but it's something I felt worth mentioning. You know how the Russians have issues with, medication and hospital places and things like that?
Yes.
Well, would you believe that they've started having a few problems because the water of the Crimean Canal was for some reason contaminated. Can you imagine why that might have been? Anyway, our military have begun to get sick. It is not clear why. Something from Kakovka got into the water of the Crimean Canal. The guy looks really bad. We hope that the doctors can help. What someone said about cattle, burial grounds and cemeteries. The commanders need to urgently take action before the situation gets out of control. I remember now people talking about the buried cattle that they dug into and got themselves sick. So this is something that they're now talking about with regards to perhaps what's got into the water. I wouldn't want to be drinking that water.
That water is now poisoned. It isn't water anymore.
Indeed, quite, and this is just yet another example of how little Russians care and cared about all of this, and how little they care about their own people, but also these territories, right? The critical thing here is, look, the Russians don't care about these areas anymore. They are giving them up. They know they will be losing them shortly. They will of course try to kill as many Ukrainians in the process as possible in conducting their defense. However, deep down there's a realization that there's a very, very large chance that they won't be able to keep them, and therefore they really don't care what else happens there, right? They really, really don't care. Therefore, this is just an example of it. Also, not being able to foresee consequences down the line, You know, what is that a symptom of? Where's Tom? Tom, when you need him to explain what's going on in one's head. Thought he was still around.
You're right, though. An absolute lack of foresight. It's like the reasoning of a small child, you know, that they want something but they can't necessarily foresee the consequences.
Yeah, something like that. That's one of the ways that you can describe this, I guess. Small child. I would go with something not necessarily quite so, I don't know, sympathy inducing.
Yeah, it just speaks to me of not having developed beyond a certain level of reasoning. That's what I'm sort of getting at. But yeah, it's the picture you'd think was taken out of like some old era. There's one of them little Scooby-Doo vans that they're loading this guy into. So they've not even like got a ambulance or anything like that. They're literally using what they've found, what they've got. Yeah, the two guys loading him into the van are wearing like white boiler suits. So they obviously feel that he might be infectious, I suppose. But yeah, it looks pretty grim, and I can only say that, well, you've done it to yourselves. Like with everything, the blowing up of the dam, the guys further downstream who ended up mostly washing away were told that it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, there'll be flooding, but it won't be that bad. Now, obviously that was a lie, but do you think they really mapped that out properly? Do you think they really considered the situation? Because surely they should have known that that wasn't going to be just a small flood.
I don't think they had a good thought about that.
So the interceptions by the SBU, right? They basically said, "Hey, we didn't really mean to blow it up that much. We just meant to blow it up a bit," and that kind of explains things pretty well, I guess. Going from wanting it to blow it up completely. So they probably, I mean, I kind of believe that they wanted to release maybe half of the water out rather than all of the water, and therefore also a little bit more slowly, right? That's quite plausible. The thing is, when you're mining up a dam for demolition, I think it's very difficult to say, well, I just want to destroy half of it. I mean, I think that's also quite difficult to achieve. Explosives aren't the most precise tool in the world, especially not when you're doing the interaction between lots of explosives, a very large dam, and an insanely large water reservoir behind it. As a combination of all of that, that's it's not exactly a trivial matter, right? So I think that the risk calculus should have definitely included, yes, and this whole thing is going to be destroyed, and all of the water is going to go downhill. That I think that would have been a reasonable assumption by reasonable people who might be considering mining up a dam and destroying it. Just my comment on that, I guess.
Yes, well, they've made a flipping mess. That's what they've done. So I'm just having a look at what's going around, and well, according to a short message from the Russian telegrams, of course, something is going on in Marinka. I can't say what, because well, some of it's swearing, but something that doesn't sound good for the Russians is going on in Marinka. So We'll keep an eye on that for an update.
Are they in a pickle?
No, I don't think gherkins in Marinka. I did hear something along the lines of Kadyrovites having been sent there, not too long ago. So it could be that being a component here, right? And maybe the friend of Kadyrov's actually got hit at Marinka rather than somewhere down in Primorsk, as we were speculating previously. I don't know, but it sounds it sounds pretty plausible, pretty likely that that's the case. Either way, his boss now is saying, yeah, it wasn't such a shame that he was there, and if anybody can tell me where exactly he was, there might be a more. Yeah, I mean it's Kadyrov saying this, right? So let's maybe not give him the benefit of thinking it through this far. But it could just be that he says, "Hey, Ukrainian intelligence, tell me exactly where you hit my friend there, just so that I can figure out, and that my friends over in Moscow can figure out how good your intelligence really is, and if this was a lucky shot or did you actually know where he was and want to take him out." Anyway, Laughing Tommy, welcome up.
Yeah, so regarding the Marinka thing, there was something very interesting. Last week, the TikTok brigades were all full of piss and vinegar, saying how they were going to go there and break out through the front, etc., etc., etc. And then we got a very zero amount of videos from there. And what's interesting about this is, and I was telling Dom, so the alleged hit on the Kadyrovite commander happened in Primorsk, and there were two major units of Kadyrovites right now south of Orikhiv, so on the Zaporizhia front. Now, if they were so concerned about what happened in Primorsk, they would send detachments from the Kadyrovites in Zaporizhia. But if you combine the two pieces of news, they either are so committed to the engagement that they're in on the Zaporizhia front, and they can literally spare no detachments to go and check on the situation in Primorsk, or they were so severely beaten in Marinka that they are leaving there under the guise of, well, we have a more urgent situation with this missing commander. And given that we saw no videos of their actions, and we also saw no, how should I say, no reports of major advances in Marinka, I'm guessing that things haven't gone too well for them, especially with news about Marinka coming out now, but we'll see more detail and we'll get a clearer picture. But there's a real possibility that they just got slapped into oblivion.
I sure hope that's the case. That would be obviously by far the best for everyone, right?
Yeah. Sorry, just for context, the Akhmat, so it means strength in Chechen. They're supposed to be two whole battalions of them right behind the positions at Robotine, which is the first major settlement inside the current front line. And it's the one that has been reported as the settlement in front of which the current military action is happening. So it's very, very interesting that no people from two battalions could be detached to actually go and check out what's going on, and a battalion that's supposed to be a front line battalion, the one in Marinka, got sent, even though the other two battalions are supposed to be reserves.
This will sound as a silly question, but play along. So, Ahmad, are they the same as the TikTok soldiers?
Yes, definitely. I mean, Ahmad is the whole, like if you look at all the, how do you say, the Kadyrevite propaganda and so on, every time there's a banner or a triumphal arch or whatever you see around Chechnya, it's always emblazoned with the single word motto that is the Kadyrovites Ahmad, and also then it's shown in Russian, which is Sila. So you have Ahmad, Sila all over the place, and that's what they proclaim every time they do some speech or whatever. At the end, it's like an amen for their forces. So it's not as if they just call them their forces Ahmad. It's not all of their forces are Ahmad Yug, Ahmad Vostok, and so on, which are Ahmad in a given direction or name. So as far as I've seen, unless they, so the one south of Nikopol across the river in to the west of Enerhodar are Ahmad Krepost and Ahmad Grozny. So Krepost means fortress, Grozny is the capital of Chechnya. So it's the same thing all over. And it's very, very interesting to see that none of these people are apparently available, but the guys that were fighting on the front line are the ones that needed to respond. Because the guys in Enerhodar should also be free, right? I mean, they're not engaged with anybody as far as we know.
Yeah, indeed. And that's quite interesting. So I think that within the next 24 hours or so, we'll know more. But is there any indication where this guy actually was, the close friend of Kadyrov, his kind of second in command, who's apparently missing and or wounded, but certainly Kadyrov thinks he's missing? Is it likely that he was at Marinka, or is it likely that he was down in Primorsk or Henichensky, laughing Tommy?
So the claim is that he was he died in the strikes that were happening near Berdyansk recently. And there's supposedly a picture of him where he can be identified because of his beard among the burned up corpses. Now, there's and when asked for a further location, they pointed out Primorsk, which is at the looking by eye on the map, it's like 20 or 25 kilometers west of Berdyansk. So, according to the different information we have a report from the Ukrainian side that said they've killed him, and then we have all these reports that no, he's only wounded, and then a member of the, I think it was Volodin or however his name is, of the Russian Duma said that he's alive, but and he's currently well because he's spoken to him on the phone, etc. But the last time he also said something like that. The guy that he was saying that he had spoken to turned out to be dead as a doornail. So I wouldn't trust that line of evidence for his well-being too much.
Well, no, you see, he spoke to him using his special Ouija telephone.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
Is he in the room with us right now?
Yes, quite. No, it's very interesting. Quite a lot of their detachments then dispersed throughout the south of Ukraine, and so much more for Ukrainians to deal with. But I will say, after HIMARS have been kind of quiet for a while, and I'm guessing they were really saving up the ammunition for this. The taking out of the parade at or near Kremina earlier, as well as the dispensing with all of those Msta S howitzers. Again, the best self-propelled howitzers that Russia has, ones that were in development during the right at the end of the Soviet Union. I think they only got into service after the collapse of the Soviet Union, if I understand correctly. So, by far the most modern stuff that Russia has. 5 of them apparently getting taken out in 2 adjacent fields over the course of, well, no time at all. That's a great result. That is truly an excellent result when taking out Russian artillery. It is the best thing that Russia has for counter battery fire as well, because it's relatively highly mobile. It's the most responsive thing they have. And I think it's the only ones that also get integrated with their electronic warfare systems, right? With their counter battery radars more directly, rather than having to just kind of eyeball it off of a screen. So getting rid of these, as many off as possible, is really good. And well done, whomever it was who targeted those 5 there across those 2 fields. And yes, Russia does have the 2 S7s, right? The 8-inch guns, the Pions and Malkas. However, those are a little bit less responsive when it comes to counter battery fire, right? They're quite a bit less responsive. They can't shoot nearly as quickly, and they're a little bit more awkward to set up and take down again. So it's really those MSTA-S that Ukraine took out 5 off just now that made the biggest difference for anything like this.
So, Doman, did we talk about, I think we probably have, actually, about Kadyrov's right-hand man. We have, haven't we? But he's still not found, according to Russian Telegram. And that they've sent a big group of guys to go and find him. Yeah, I did tell you this. I remember now. My apologies. One of those things that my brain isn't working so fast today. Here we go. There's something I haven't told you about though. Yeah, that officials in the so-called Luhansk People's Republic are accusing PMC Wagner of kidnapping a Russian soldier from the 2nd Army Corps 6th Brigade, taking him to Popasna, beating him, causing brain injury and loss of use of his right hand, and then breaking his left hand. Now, I'm seeing more and more of this infighting, I suppose you would call it. The fact that there seems to be, I don't know whether it's that they're starting to get to the point where they don't know who to trust because they're that paranoid that they're now eating one another. But it does seem to be that there's an awful lot of trouble at mill going on. G-Man, what do you reckon?
I reckon whatever you said just now is absolutely spot on.
Thank you for listening.
I will. So, thing is, I'm a man, and I was trying to do something else at the same time as listening to you, which my wife would tell you I'm not very good at doing. So, sorry, but if you want, you could repeat it or just both.
I was just talking about the fact that it would seem that Russian forces, MOD forces, and Wagner have stopped getting along on a one-to-one basis. it would seem that they can't get along, and there's a lot of accusations flying now between the two groups, almost as though they're at war with one another.
Yeah, I would say yes, absolutely. You're right. Haven't heard you this time. There's been a Cold War brewing between them for a while, and it's just, yeah, I think it's become more of a hot war. Yeah, they're going to eat each other, like I think you said, and that's a sort of spectator sport. I mean, blood sports aren't really my thing, but it's a sort of spectator sport that I could probably watch. I put my hand up just to give an update. I had sent 2 emails yesterday. No, actually, it is today. It was very early today, but some last night, today, whatever. One to my own MP about the COVID dam and the lack of any response from the British government, or pretty much most governments. Also, now I haven't got a response from her, but it was sent late, and I didn't even get watching Prime Minister's questions. But I don't, from what summary I found in the news, I don't think there was any talk about it. It was basically all about Partygate and cake and stuff that doesn't really have any consequence. I also sent the same email, well, not the same email, but a modified version of that email to Ben Wallace at his parliamentary email address. I've got a reply to that email, more or less saying, this is the email for constituents, but they have passed it on to the Ministry of Defence, and they've given me an email address at the MOD as well, so I can actually follow up, which I will do anon shortly. So I'll look out for any reply from my own MP, and if there's anything significant out of that, I shall update you great people.
Excellent. Thank you, G-Man. Now, only right, and I think that they tend to be quite responsive, either reaching them through your MP or directly. I think it's very easy for them because they like agreeing with people they already agree with, more or less, and they say yes, we're very glad that you raised this because this is a thing that we're very concerned with ourselves, etc. With that, something that I've been quite concerned about is all of these damn Russian helicopters accumulating in the occupied territories. And Latin, I think you are similarly concerned with a similar concern, aren't you?
Well, I mean, helicopters are kind of back on the radar of open source intelligence, because I think it started to get a lot of attention with that success that they had against a Ukrainian column a few days ago, which was apparently a Ka-52 took credit for that. There was some cockpit video that was released of that. So there's been a lot of talk of, now, is it, Doman, really something we can say with certainty that there is a buildup of Russian rotary wing in occupied territories, or are we just seeing things being shuffled around to try and get them a little safer from long-range weapon systems the Ukrainians have? Because that's kind of the impression I'm getting.
I think the fair way to put it is that Russians have consolidated their close air support, at least rotary wing, in one or a small number of places because they realize the need to use them more. And again, they're being put to use more again after a little bit of some degree of a hiatus, at least.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. The two main points I wanted to make, well, we'll stick to one for now. I see Goldman's up and some hands, but the satellite imagery that I was looking at the last couple of days shows what appears to have been a move of assets from closer to the line in Nikolaev, I think. No, in correction, in Zaporizhia. I think it's in that oblast, down to Berdyansk. And that may be some of some of what you've been referring to as well, correct?
Yes, exactly. There were these. I think Radio Free Europe released some satellite imagery near Berdyansk of the just helicopters parked on runways and taxiways, more or less in the line. Well spaced, right? So if you hit one, you don't necessarily hit more than one. But it's almost as though, and this is something I was kind of on last night, is it's almost as though we have a weapon system specifically for this, that's not too different from something Ukraine already uses.
For whatever reason, they are not really hitting some of these concentrations of rotary wing and fixed wing yet. They must have their reasons, because they certainly have the capability to do it. But one of the interesting details that I noticed right away in that imagery was the presence of Kamov Ka-29s. Now, first of all, I'm surprised that the Vatniks and Russian Ministry of Defense have not immediately shown us this new wonder weapon, super Nazi killer. But what it is it's interesting, because it is and I know Goldman's familiar with it, because it actually has quite a civilian presence in the West. But it is another product of, it's the same company that makes the Ka-52. It has the same typical twin main rotor. And it's a larger, it's a heavier, thicker aircraft that originally started, its ancestors started out as kind of utility small transport types. The Ka-29 is the, quote, assault version of that helicopter. It can carry a small number of fully equipped troops, I think probably in the range of maybe 8. So not really a large, it's a small transport. And with the Ka-29, they've added defensive systems, they've added some armor, weapon systems that are similar to some of what we've seen in the Russian helicopters using. And I got to say, when I first saw that, my first thought was, this may well be a result of a Ka-52 shortage, because the Ka-52 has seen big losses. We've talked about that before. The numbers I've seen from different sources seems to indicate pretty close to a 50% attrition rate on that fleet, and that was the Russians' primary attack helicopter. It's also interesting in what is not in that picture, and what we have really not seen consistently a lot of in this conflict, which is post 24 February, is the yet another helicopter that the Russians have, which I think is probably their more capable gunship helicopter, which is probably the reason why they're holding them back somewhat. But that's the MIL Mi-28. Doesn't have that stability and rotor problem that we've identified, that's been out there discussed with these Kamov helicopters. But that one, we just don't see as much of it in Ukraine, and definitely not in that concentration that we've seen in the. I see Gunny, feel free to jump in. I think you kind of watched this file as well, right? But this is, anyways, just a few comments. I'll shut up for now. I think it's. There's some takeaways from that imagery that I think are interesting and may give us an indication where they're going with their rotary wing in response to some of the Ukrainian movement of the last few days.
Goldman, before we go to anything else, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I have no idea why they put these things out there other than their shortage of helicopters, right? I don't know what. It doesn't give them any additional capability that they don't already have with like an Mi-8, Mi-17 for transport and assault, and then with the Mi-24 or Ka-52. So other than just pure shortage of helicopters, or maybe qualified crew, maybe it's the crew that's the thing that they're short. I have no idea why they put these out there. Other than either crew shortages, in the types that they'd rather put out, or they just don't have the other assets, the normal assets, like the Army land asset type, because this is predominantly for their Navy. I don't know. I have no idea why they put this out there other than shortages of other types.
I mean, that makes sense, especially when they don't have so many maybe pilots left for some of the other types.
That's what I'm saying. It could be pilots that's driving it,
Zgoman, one of these K, whatever they were, the 29s or whatever they are, do they have a crew of several people, right? So it's not a pilot and weapons. They have a separate guy piloting and separate guy doing the weapons. So could it be that they just have plenty of people who know how to fly these things, because it's the same to fly whether an attack version or utility
Yeah.
version, more or less, right? So
Right.
it's easier to then have a separate weapons guy in it, next to him, behind him, whatever it is, to run that bit, and that training maybe doesn't take as long as for some of the newer models.
Sure. I mean, that's again something that could be part of this. You know, a shortage of training, a crew. You know, I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of, to be honest with you, is that they don't have crew or they don't have aircraft. And I think they have aircraft. It's hard for me to believe they don't have aircraft, but I could be wrong because they just haven't expended that many. So it's to me, it's got to be something else. I mean, we've seen 300. We know K-52s. There's a shortage, but they shouldn't have a shortage of like Mi-24s and other kind of attack aircraft, and they shouldn't have, if they want to use it for assault and troop transport, they shouldn't have a shortage of, you know, Mi-8s, Mi-17s, Mi-26. You know, they have, like I said, I'm at a loss other than crew shortages, why they would put this out there.
Gunny?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really sort of difficult to draw any conclusions. I mean, logistically, they've been flying squadrons for over a year now, probably doing a fairly high op tempo. So, what's the Russian squadron's spares situation? Aircraft need overhauls at certain stages, and things will go wrong. They will be being flown much higher tempo than you would do in peacetime. So that would be my first question. Do they have a problem with spares? Are they really struggling to move spares and other logistics around to squadrons sort of dotted here, there, and everywhere? And they've said, you know what, fuck it, we're just going to have to concentrate everything in one or two positions. That would be informative to me, because that would say to me that's where they think the main threat axis is. I think attack helicopters for them are going to be key. I don't think I think they're really going to struggle conducting like a mobile battle after a breakthrough when it happens. I don't think they're probably confident that they can do that. And because it's going to be armor doing the breach, they probably see their attack helicopters as a linchpin in capability of slowing and maybe stopping the Ukrainians. So I think as an asset, they're probably going to be even more important now. It's going to be like their air cavalry, really. It's going to be their mobile fire brigade. They're going to struggle moving armor around from point to point, dealing with breaches here, there, and everywhere. Much like the Germans did in the Second World War, you know, because they didn't really use low loaders or anything, so they had to move battle groups from one emergency to another, and that just increases your breakdown rate concurrently. So you start to lose vehicles on road marches as you have to kind of move around more. Plus, that it's very dangerous to be traveling around on roads and things. So yeah, I mean, state of the air crews after a solid year, over a year of combat ops. What state of the air crews in? And of course, if they start concentrating, and then they get clobbered 200 miles away, you've got a problem then, because then if you need 3 squadrons of attack helicopters and they're 150, 200 miles away, then they've got to transit. Now, you can't fly up the forward edge of the battle area, because it's going to be every Ukrainian with a Stinger or a Star Street is going to be taking pot shots at you. So you've got to take a kind of roundabout route to get to where you needed. And that's going to increase your time to react, and it's just going to complicate things, horrendously. So yeah, I think they're really important. I'd like to see more Latin on where we think they're concentrating on them, and it just says to me, you concentrate at where you think the maximum point, either the maximum point of danger is, or they're starting to think ahead of the game. They're writing off certain amounts of territory, and they might be kind of drawing a line where they think they're going to have to defend after all of this is done, and after they've given up territory to the Ukrainians. But it's dangerous. It's wherever they mass them. If you mass them and you're too close, you can start getting hit. and no matter how much you space out aircraft, blast and fragmentation, if you get enough of it on an airfield, you will start damaging these things. But even better, and don't forget, people always go, well, if they can hit the airfield, they can hit the helicopters. Where do the aircrew and the engineers live? Why even bother going after the helos? You kill the pilots and the gunners and the air engineers and the logistics. Those helicopters aren't going anywhere, are they? Everyone worries about the platform, but the platform is nothing without the 2 bits of meat in the front cockpit flying it. So that will have to be another consideration for them. Go after a barracks block where there's 15 aircrews. That squadron's taken off the board. Those aircraft are only good for gate guards. So yeah, it'd be really interesting to see if that's the case and whether that's reflected as well in other stuff. Whether they're going to revert to that with logistics like POL, ammunition, things like that. We know that they kind of disperse their ammunition and fuel depots because they just kept getting thwacked. But if they're having transportation problems, logistics problems, maybe we'll start to see dumps appearing way far back from the forward edge of the battle area. And if those are kind of in or around the Crimea Peninsula entry points, again, I don't know Latin, but that would say to me, again, they're starting to think that in the long run, they're going to have to set up there at the narrow neck of the peninsula, and they might have already fought the games up for them. And the defense of Crimea is going to be the next stage, but bleed the Ukrainians in the meantime as much as possible.
I'll just add a little bit to that before passing back to Latvian government and then expanding it down to our southeastern European friends. So, Gunny, if you check the thing in the furthest left in the nest, there's some imagery and there's satellite imagery from Radio Free Europe, and it's basically bases around Berdiansk, I think, where they've concentrated quite a lot of these. Now, my suggestion was that the predecessor to the Storm Shadow / Scalp, the French Apache, which has a bunch of these, which kind of cruise missile that somehow flies along the length of the runway, throws out 50-kilo warhead submunitions and destroys the runway. It would be a great thing for these possibly as well, because you get rid of the helicopters and the runways, and then you can hit something with something else wherever these crews live as well. But it really seems like a very frustrating threat to have to contend with right now. And like you said, they seem to have been their weapon of choice against the initial Ukrainian armored push or mechanized armored breakthrough. They'll probably continue wanting to do this, so let's get rid of them ASAP. And if we know that there's weaponry tailor-made to do this, be it either old school cluster bomb ATACMS or these sort of cruise missiles, just let's please use them. I'll kind of leave it at that. Gunny, if you want to follow up to that, go ahead. Otherwise, let's go to Latin and Spellman and then to Daniel and Tom.
Yeah, Apache was binned, wasn't it? So could have the West managed to shoehorn aspects of that design into Storm Shadow? I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I suppose it's possible. Most things are possible in life. The only other munition is long gone. That was TLAM, Tomahawk Land Attack, which, if I remember rightly, did have a munitions dispenser for anti-runway operations. Everything else has pretty much gone. Things like, well, you couldn't even use JPP munition dispenser that the RAF used to use, because that has to be dropped by aircraft. So that's a no-go. Their security would need to be really good around these 1 or 2 hubs as well, especially Berdiansk. I'd be from a base defense point of view. Anything near the sea would worry me, and we've seen that their base security tends to be very, very poor. And occupied Ukraine is just overrun with people with mobile phones and SF units. I suspect things like that. This could be an indicator as well of a deteriorating security situation behind the lines. I wouldn't necessarily dismiss that either. If you think about it, for every operational squadron, every dump, you need a defense platoon attachment, and these are people who are just gormlessly walking around a fence line 2 a.m, tabbing up and chatting about their girlfriends when they could be sat in a trench taking 155 artillery. So is this an indicator that they want to maximize number of people in the trenches, and they're going to start concentrating stuff like squadrons and logistics to kind of free up people from base defense. I think that might be at play here as well, where they concentrate these things, and what the Ukrainian capabilities are in terms of SF and partisans, that kind of thing as well. That hadn't really occurred to me. That might be in play here. That might be a problem for them, because we know that the SF and resistance fighters are, in some sectors they're just running rampant. Even if you just got a mobile phone, I suspect a lot of these hits, like that battalion or whatever that got itself whacked on parade. One person with a mobile phone with a secure mobile phone on an encrypted net can call stuff in, and the Ukrainians are so fast they've probably got assets in place for these sort of short notice fire missions, things like that. All you need is a lat and long, and Bob's your uncle. So yeah, I would look at that as well, maybe base security.
I agree with Gunny's idea of that this could potentially be a consolidation of units that have been degraded. The presence of those new helicopters. Now, a correction on that. I didn't have my numbers correct on that. It is slightly larger troop carrying capability than I thought. It's closer to 16 troops. That still doesn't make it a very large helicopter. The Russians have plenty of Mi-8s that they can use for troop transport, and we haven't seen a lot of air mobility on the Russian side anyways. The quality of troops that they have, for the most part, are the guys that are barely able to dig a trench. You're not going to throw troops like that into air mobile operations. So I really think that the presence of these new helicopters is probably an attempt to bolster if not specifically like the gunship role, I think, is what they're looking for, but on the less sophisticated side, probably just more helicopters to be able to lob unguided rockets at the Ukrainians that are advancing. The incident the other day, that success that the Ka-52 had against the Ukrainian column, I personally think it was a lucky shot. You're going to get that once Ukrainian defenses, once the Ukrainians are moving, once you're in a more fluid situation, the enemy has greater opportunity to find those holes in defenses. But yet, notwithstanding that success that they had, we've continued to see in the subsequent days, by my count, 2 Ka-52s shot down. There's no indication that this helicopter is suddenly about to change its fortunes in this war. It's not doing well. So I think the presence of these new helicopters is probably to attempt to bolster some kind of firepower, aerial artillery capability to try and take on the Ukrainian advance.
Yeah, I think that makes exactly that fits exactly with what we've seen thus far, especially at some point last week. They want to use this. Let's figure out how to minimize the possibility of that. Daniel.
Sorry, I got a call from my child. Okay, let the civilian put in the military stuff. First, if I remember very, very, very well, Doctrino attack helicopters of Russia operate at maximum 10 minutes range. So don't watch Berdiansk, watch something much closer, temporary airfield. Second thing, I'm less worried about them, and I will tell you why. This morning, Odessa was hit with calibers, and were 4 missiles and 1 escape. If I remember very, very, very well, in Odessa was IRST, and IRST, every time they said, when they engage, have 100% interception rate. So IRST is not there. I wonder where it can be. But I read something very interesting, some bragging from Russians, explaining how they use this. So they sent helicopters to attack armor, And if Gepard come, they will send fixed-wing aviation to destroy Gepard, something like that. And they were very happy because they say Manpad cannot hit, don't have enough range, like Osta also. I think their bragging is made it on fixed end. For example, in this morning, I watched on YouTube Andrew Perpetua and Konstantin talking about this. What's happening on Ukrainian front. And there are few takeaways very interesting. I can say Andrew Perpetua probably is one of the most well-informed, and he managed to be extremely conservative about Ukrainian success. He's never optimistic like me, you know? Even if you hear his laugh, he's laughing almost every time because he's an American, a happy man. And he said something and tried to dialogue with Konstantin. He said something like this: okay, why they are counter-attacking? Because if you deploy a huge line of fortification in 3 lines, and instead to stay on your fortification after your huge minefield, what do you try to achieve? Why do you counter-attack? Instead, let them to come to you, lose some armor in the minefield, which will clog the attack, will make, more advantage position, and use the fortification, which also is heavier to be dislodged. Remember Kherson, for example. He said something like this, Andrew and Konstantin. They expected this. They expected fierce counterattack, not a smart defense and falling line after line of defense, trying to keep the cohesion. He said, first, in these days of the offensive, they lost a lot of armor, Russians. In fact, the numbers are around 50 confirmed visuals. Not just only tanks, T-80s, but also BMPs, BTRs. And they lack that. They still attack. But the idea will be something like this. The assessment will be they lack armor heavily. Russian army become a light army, is no more heavy armor, heavy artillery army. And the generals and colonels took a political decision. Because if you go a counterattack, you claim 2 kilometers, you destroyed 2,000 Leopards and 5,000 Bradleys. Yes, the soldiers died bravely, heroically for Mother Russia, but look, we act like Vladimir Vladimirovich expects us. It's just a political statement. This you consolidate your cause, and even you can be promoted. Remember Lapin or others like him. And I'm less worried because yesterday, when I hear another counterattack, I was a bit worried because, don't want to see your friend under enemy hammer. But what I understand, Ukraine wants this. They want it very, very, very much because they have the range. The guns on Leopard are much, much, much better. And they want to provoke counterattacks, fierce counterattacks with huge losses because it's much easier to manage and they have technical advantage. This is my interpretation and synthesis, what I read and watch yesterday and today. I am not military, but I try to use my brain.
Danny, what's your read on that? Do you reckon, like Daniel, that Ukrainians are very much welcoming a Russian counterattack in areas that they've just liberated?
My takeaway, I'm not military.
No, Danny's. I just heard yours.
Again, look, disclaimer: the only thing I know about armor ops is the stuff I've read up, but there are some informed people who think the current operations, the intention is to try and get the Russians to commit mobile reserves, and to kill them, and then to go for the primary operation. So this is like punching, and I think someone called it punching and pinching, seeing what's what, maybe creating, if the opportunity arises, room for further operations. But mostly it feels to me like they want to get a feel for where the Russians are, try to get them to commit mobile reserves in different places, make them burn up fuel running around, create uncertainty within different corps and divisional HQs, and then where the hammer falls might be on the back of those operations. A lot of people have said, look, this is the very early stages of the counteroffensive, and the counteroffensive, as we understand it, the big stuff has not even begun yet. There are just 2, maybe 3 brigades who unfortunately are going to be entrusted with doing these operations, taking quite a lot of casualties, but forcing the Russians to move around and confusing them, and then the big hit comes. That's what it feels like to me. Are the Russians reacting to it? Don't know, got no idea. And where the hammer falls, the big hammer, well, 1, maybe 2 places, I don't think we can even begin to guess. But that's my feeling. It just, there are units that are really being heavily engaged at the moment, while the main force is just sort of floating around, and that's going to be in the back of every Russian senior commander's head. Where is the rest of it? I'm getting hurt here by 2 brigades worth. Where are the rest of them? What are they up to? Why aren't they attacking me? That's my impression anyway.
Thank you, Gunny. I think that makes a whole lot of sense. I wouldn't want to be in a position of someone thinking, oh my, there's 10 times more like this to come still somewhere. Is it here? Tommy.
Yeah, so something very interesting regarding what Latin and Zagoman were saying regarding the availability of helicopters. By now, if you look at Oryx, we have visual confirmations of 10% of the Mi-28 fleet having been taken down, and a quarter of all Ka-52s. And that's just the bare minimum visually confirmed losses. The Ukrainians are claiming way more on the Ka-52, and I'm thinking that pulling out those assets is exactly due to lack of availability, because they want to have enough stations in different locations so that they can enact their mobile defense plans. And if you look how they shifted bases throughout the course of the conflict, we had Chernobyivka, which was getting hammered, but they still kept sending helicopters there. Then we had Chaplinka after the right bank of the Dnipro was taken in Kherson. And now Berdiansk is in a similar position where it's only 100 kilometers of the front line, but it's 75 or so kilometers, so HIMARS range behind extreme HIMARS, so kilometers, so HIMARS range behind extreme HIMARS range behind the left line of defense, as far as I can tell, because I'm using measuring tools on a different map, because the one I'm using. Anyway, so my point is that if they want to stay close and like helicopters, that's where they have to be in. The number of helicopters shouldn't be so big anymore, because unless they're willing to commit their entire rotary wing fleet, I think these losses we're getting in a very serious amounts that are not sustainable. So they'll have to either completely sacrifice the capability that their army has, or start deploying a different type of assets to compensate so that they have sufficient mass for the plans.
a couple of points. This is a reminder, I think, this helicopter situation of a fact that often, well, it's never a bad thing to repeat it, that the Russian Air Force was not it was not staffed and financed for the kind of extended and pace of operations that we've seen over the last year. For all their bluster, for all their pre-24 February videos showing how incredible and awesome they were not ready for this fight. And not only were they not expecting it, they were clearly not ready for it. Another quick detail about the Ka-29s that are in Berdyansk is that they are actually from naval aviation. There's, on paper, 27 odd aircraft operational. 13 are clearly visible in the satellite imagery. So even if we take that literal number of 27, assume that there are that many operational, which I doubt, that's just in the one shot. That's half of that fleet being deployed. So these are crews that have probably not worked with their Air Force counterparts, being thrown into a battle that they have not participated in yet. I think this is the aviation equivalent of what Mockers was describing a few minutes ago about those police officers being thrown into the war. It's similar, and I'm not sure that they're after any kind of coordinated operations between aircraft types. Anyways, they've always shown us that they're not that great at that. I think they're trying to build up as much rudimentary firepower as they can to lob as many rockets as they can at the Ukrainians.
Scotland?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what missile this thing carries, because if you think about, as I've contended, the weakness of the K-52 is that it's an IR, or laser guided missile that kind of looks back at the aircraft to stay on target, so therefore it's vulnerable during flight. I'm trying to see if there's something that would lead me, if it was an IR missile, for instance, that could use a forward observer or forward targeting that allows the helicopter to not have to hold the target the whole time. That'd be something that would be to their advantage. And so it does carry a couple different types of missiles, anti-tank missiles, that the K-52 doesn't. So that, that could be part of why they're using it, or why they prefer these helicopters to an IR, a laser guided weapon that has to look back at the helicopter. Therefore, the helicopter needs to stay on the target the whole time. So if there's something other than that, that could be why they want to use these helicopters. Sorry, I'm reading and talking at the same time, trying to. So it could be the weapon that's makes it preferred to like a Ka-52, even though I know that they're running short of K-52s. If they could get something that they could be using someone else painting the target that guides the missile, then that could be an advantage over K-52.
Kenny?
I'd look for other stuff apart from aircraft. I would start looking for logistical dumps in the same area, all of that kind of thing. And I think that might also tell me that the air defense problem is getting so bad for them. They're going to go for really well defended aviation and logistics hubs, and hope that they can make them kind of immune rather than decentralize everything and spread air defense assets around. I wouldn't be surprised if you see more than just aircraft turning up at these maybe 1, 2, 3 primary locations. Just get it all together and ring it with everything that you've got. Put a cap over it, combat air patrol over it, and make these invulnerable in as far as you can. and hope that that works, rather than what they've been doing before, which really hasn't for them. It might also explain as well. I think Nukes and Radio, is it, does some fantastic stuff. He's detected some fast air kind of moved far back. Yurtsy airfield, is it? But well far back. It was somewhere the Ukrainians hit a couple of months ago. But the fast air seems to be relocating east as well. So that might tie into this as well. They're going to start moving fast air around, maybe out of Crimea, and kind of operate far back, and then do heavily defended sort of air defense bubbles. Really throw everything at it and see if that works with systems like Storm Shadow, etc. But I wouldn't regard Birdie Ants as being particularly safe from any weapon system. Well, we know it's not, because stuff has been getting hit there before. So but it has got that sea link, hasn't it? It's got the harbour facilities and everything as well. And for logistics, of course, that's absolutely key, because you can move a lot more by sea. And we know that the assault ships have been running from Sevastopol up and down the east coast of Crimea, that kind of thing. So they may be just depending more and more on sea logistics, and then trying to secure logistics and aviation hubs.
Latin?
Yeah, Goldman, I was also kind of going down that same road that you were just mentioning, trying to figure out if there was some kind of technical advantage. I'm not seeing it. It's a generation behind the Ka-52, and all of the ATGMs that I see that it can carry are line of sight weapons. I know the Mi-28 has a fire and forget ATGM, but the Mi-28, I think we're starting to see a similar pattern to the fixed wing. It appears to be they're more successful now, proven in combat, and more capable gunship helicopter. And they have consistently not been throwing it into the battle the same way they have the Ka-52. So I think that just like with the fixed wing, where the Su-25s have taken the brunt of losses, while the more advanced stuff has been sitting back more. Yeah, I think that's a similar dynamic. Somebody higher up has decided, we can't afford to lose our best stuff. You throw in the junk.
Yeah, I don't see the advantage. I agree with everything everybody said. I think they got spares problems. I think they got operator problems. They probably have, like Gunny said, they're probably consolidating at bases, because that helps work the spares issue, helps work the logistics issue, helps work security issue. And if you did consolidate, Birdie Ants would kind of be a natural place sitting between Melitopol and MriyaReport, right? So I just think I think I'm more inclined to believe what Gunny's saying at this point, that it's just a reflection of kind of the failure of the collective around the weapon system, not the weapon system itself. It just amazes me. I know K-52s, they had a limited number of those, but they should have a lot of Mi-24s, right? So they got to have spare problems then, if they're not putting Mi-24s in there, and they put these in there instead. It's got to be a spare crew, all that stuff together. And it's pretty far. I mean, it's not too far, but it's pretty far away from the front line. So, it's got to get there and it's got to get back. And it's not the ideal place to base them. It's just probably as close as they can get without too much risk, right? But they'll be. It doesn't take too long. It doesn't take too many more miles before that's like in HIMARS range, right? That's 100 kilometers away or something from the front now. It's.
So, Gunny, regarding naval assets in Berdiansk, right? We see every so often there's ferries and the like coming into Berdiansk, because it's the easiest place for Russians to resupply much of this long east to west front without having to truck things for over 100 kilometers, right? So there's quite a bit of them there, but I mean, are you what kind of stuff are you looking at? Are you looking at non-utility, non-transport vessels?
I would use it as a transport hub because it's got the offload capability there. I'm just looking at the map just to see if there's a ro-ro facility. That would be key, or something like a beach with a decent gradient, because things like the Rapushas need. You can offload them by crane, but you're talking about an awful amount of time. It's far easier to stick on the back of a truck and run it up a beach or a concrete ramp or something like that. So I would maybe, if anyone's listening who likes looking at satellite photographs, maybe look for an uptick in that. We know they have been running these assault ships up and down the coast, but I would look for an increase. Maybe also that oil refinery that got hit in Sevastopol. I stumbled across a pre-war photograph taken from a guest house across the way, and lo and behold, there was a assault ship that had run up to the ramp by that refinery. There's actually an embarkation point, and it looks like there might be some pipe work as well. So if it's going to become a hub, start looking for stuff like that. And as I said in the other place, mate, I might start looking for indications Russian surface units start operating off the coast to kind of maybe try and push out the air defense bubble, cover the sort of sea approaches against cruise missile strikes, stuff like that. If that happens and we start seeing warships actually picketing the coast, and they'll also want to look after the littoral space, like people in fast boats, special forces doing insertions nearby, all of that kind of thing, then I would say that's a final indicator that Berdyansk is going to become pretty crucial to the Russians for logistics.
I mean, I think it already is there. No, all of those things. Remember, we were looking a couple of weeks ago. There were big explosions in Berdyansk, and there were whatever ammo depot or whatever else it was. There was another one with a sort of parking lot. I don't know how to describe it better for their armored vehicles, right? All of this stuff, I think they're bringing straight into there by sea, because it's just the easiest way to get them in. And there's been reports about this for months now, because they don't have, ever since the Kerch Bridge was blown up, they don't have a steady rail supply to anywhere in occupied territories in Ukraine proper, beyond basically anywhere to the west of the city of Donetsk. So doing it by ship just seems to be the easiest. Gani, what capabilities do Russians have with regards to their surface combatants, their surface vessels? What capabilities do those have to affect anything on land other than, of course, caliber missiles? You said also push out the air defense bubble. Do they have another, like a mini Moskva or something that they could use that in the Sea of Azov, or how would they be doing that if they were to do that?
So air defense at sea is a little bit easier than overland, because obviously you haven't got buildings and stuff. So I would use probably the Krivacs that have a sort of early 90s for us air search capability. Not particularly good anti-aircraft missile system on it, but I would more use them maybe with a fighter controller on board to coordinate combat air patrols, stuff like that. And I would push them because they're relatively safe there. I would use them to cover sort of the east-south axis, in conjunction with an IL-76 or an A-50 or something like that, an airborne early warning aircraft. It would just make sense to me. And then they can keep an eye on the coastline as well, to one degree or another, depending on how good their surface search radars are. Probably not particularly great. the thing is, the Black Sea Flotilla has not been doing an awful lot. And again, I said a couple of months ago that when manpower is desperate, if you've got 1,000, 1,500 sailors on board ships, basically achieving the square root of fuck all, and you need people to grab a rifle and sit in a trench, there's got to be a point where the Black Sea Flotilla commander will be told, park it up, last man out, switch the lights off, I've got a job for your boys. There are indications that Novorossiysk is filling up, or it was a few days ago, filling up with surface ships. People kind of jumped on it and went, that's it, they're evacuating Sevastopol. Yeah, they do that. They tend to shuffle the deck quite a lot. It's another indication, though. If we start seeing the ships that might be worth salvaging from Sevastopol moving east and then not moving and basically just sitting there, that says to me they've probably moved them and they've gone dead ship and taken everyone off for other jobs. So, but that's what I'd use. I'd probably use the Krivax. The admirals, yeah, they tend to use the admirals because they're the premier ships now, apart from the Kilos. I think they're still using them to conduct caliber shoots, things like that. And I still think it's a Ukrainian priority to clear the West Black Sea. But they're going to need an anti-shipping missile capability to do that, or they're going to need to knock back the Russian fast air from the West Black Sea so they can start doing fighter bomber strikes or anti-ship missile strikes using aircraft. Whether they're going to ever get that capability, I don't know, but I still think it's as things progress, I think the importance of that might start to increase. But yeah, Birdie Ants, yeah, get some radar pickets out. That seems entirely logical to me. Probably at least one, maybe two Krivax if they're functioning. And the thing is, with the Krivax, all we've really seen is them moving around from ammunition jetty to fuel jetty, just cold moving. I don't think they've really been to sea at all. In which case, they'll have to use the admirals. That'll be the next best option. But they do need the admirals in around Sevastopol, so they haven't got a lot of really good assets to mess around with at the moment.
Thank you, Gunny. And to circle back to those helicopters, to Latin's comment. How would you guys think of Ukrainians could be taking those out, or at least limiting the threat? Certainly, it's a lot easier to get rid of them while they're on the ground rather than up in the air.
I would suggest if the Russians are going to do something really silly, like gather lots of assets in one or two key places, there'll be a time and a place to whack them. Not necessarily now. Enemy's making a mistake. Let them get on with it. Or maybe the assessment will be that these sort of centers of aviation and logistics are just going to be too hard to hit. The air defense is just going to be too comprehensive, and the Ukrainians will have to leave them alone and go after something else. But it's the age-old game, isn't it? They're getting the Russians to react to them, as opposed to the other way around. So that's all for the good. We will know once we start getting some nice photos and start seeing what's gathering in places like Berdyansk, then we'll get a feeling. But those blasts, I mean, that explosion a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? On what looks like waste ground, it says to me that was a logistics hub and vehicle park. Yeah. If they still want to go for that, if they still want to use that place, hey, let them crack on. They're probably short of options here. So yeah, look for a lot of air defense assets. Everything thrown into there to protect it.
Latin?
Dolman, sorry, if you wanted to repeat that question, go ahead. I was actually reading something else that I wanted to share. Did you want to just repeat that question in case?
Yeah. Getting rid of those helicopters. How would you go about it? What would be the suggestions beyond what we've heard thus far?
Well, I mean, basically any of the long-range systems it's well within. Well, it's almost HIMARS range now, and certainly Storm Shadow, although Storm Shadow might take out a few aircraft if they've spaced them out. There's issues there. Or just wait till they show up in the front and shoot them down with the existing ground-based air defenses that have proved so effective. That would be my approach.
So I'd really love to find out whether those Apache missiles ever got dismantled, or if they're still in storage somewhere. I would simply presume that they're still in storage somewhere because they're not that old. And I'd also presume that their attachments to planes are very similar to those of Scout Storm Shadows, because they're basically, one was developed from the other. And if those could be fitted to the Sukhoi 24s, it is literally meant for that purpose. Assuming that the, let's call it, electronic environment is conducive to them actually getting there.
That's not a weapon system I'm familiar with. Can you give me a little more info on that?
I have sent you a link, but basically it looks like a Storm Shadow, but it has about 10 submunitions in it, large ones, about 50 kilos of explosive each, and it flies along the length of a runway, and it throws them out as it flies along the length of a runway to make big holes in runway, and presumably anything else that's on top of the runway that it, it might be in the way between the large boom and the runway.
But it is a weapon that is powered, right? Like it gets it, the aircraft launches it, and the weapon itself makes its way to the target.
Look at the picture. It's a Scalp. It's a Storm Shadow.
And this is what's the origin of this weapon? Where's it come from?
It's French. It's the same lineage as Storm Shadow. They're the same thing.
It's the next generation. So it sounds like the latest generation of runway denial weapons. Gunny mentioned a few minutes ago. He quickly referenced something that the RAF used successfully in the Gulf War called JP-233, and the French had a system called Durandal, and both had the disadvantage of that the aircraft had to actually get to the airfield it was attacking, which exposed it to ground-based air defenses. But this sounds like something that would, so that would be phenomenal, and I don't see that it would be, especially if it's what do you know the guidance? Is it GPS?
The problem with
GPS
was it was discontinued as a project. So Scalp and Storm Shadow were a kind of development of it. They sort of binned it. So it all hinges on whether they kept them in storage. I'd be surprised. It's a little bit old now. I wouldn't really see any kind of.
They built more than 400 of them.
Right, no, it never went into serious production, did it? Because the whole project was shelved, and then they went on to Sculpt.
It's not what I hear.
Well, it could be useful, right? I mean, the thing about, if you're talking about two different things here, right? One is destruction of aircraft that are deployed, and there you want more fragmentation. For runway denial, a Storm Shadow really won't cut it, because at least the variant that they have right now, because you can blast a big hole in a runway. That's relatively easy to for fixed wing operations. It's relatively easy to patch up. But what you really want in some of these other older systems that we had been talking about just now, that Gunny mentioned, what they were doing, and it was successful, was that you create multiple holes in the runway, so harder to fix. But that's one of the two approaches. But with rotary, I mean, they can easily disperse them. I would think that the Ukrainians would be happy to have them just show up on the front and take care of them. I think they've shown that they can do that. And the last couple of days, more losses of Ka-52s, so no sign of changes there. But Doman, can I mention something that might have been discussed? And now with Axel here, I'd love to hear his input on it as well. Is that okay?
Always, Adam, always.
Okay, so this is what I'm reading right now is, and it might have been discussed before, apologies, but New York Times reporting from sources within the American administration that what the Biden administration is kind of considering right now is offering Ukraine, and this is the way they're wording it, is an Israel type of security arrangement. What does that mean? I think that's really worth breaking down. President Zelensky has talked about Israel being a model for the future defense and security of Ukraine. the big takeaways when I first read that this is something that could really be broken down. You could spend quite a while talking about this, but I'll just add this one point right now, that the first thing that I thought of since that partnership has been in place between the U.S. and Israel, which really, I guess you could probably say from at least 1973, when Israel moved a little bit further away from Europe, and especially France, and moved much more towards a security arrangement with the United States. One of the prime elements of that arrangement over the decades, especially in its earlier phases, was provision of large amounts of very sophisticated weaponry from the U.S. to Israel. In other words, weapons that Israel on its own might not have been able to operate or acquire. And I think that changes the calculus for what Ukraine could be offered. Ideally, yes, NATO membership would be. We don't know if that's really in the cards. We'll know in time. But this idea is intriguing. This is something that I think is worth breaking down.
Yeah, I think it will be superseded no matter what the Biden administration is now floating as test balloons. It will be superseded by many European nations and the neighbors, specifically of Ukraine, demanding a clear pathway to NATO. No matter what, it doesn't matter what the administration wants at this point in time. It really doesn't, because like last time, the Europeans will force a decision of what otherwise is an ambiguously procrastinating administration in regards to this.
To add a little bit to that, sorry, Latin, but not just the neighbors. Also, there was a discussion in the House of Commons today where both the Conservatives and Labour MPs were saying, no, Ukraine should go into NATO now, or at least should be given that pathway in Vilnius. Stoltenberg said the same today. Yet again, it's kind of. It is like Axel said. It's a way to go into halfway house that's being proposed, but I don't think that's going to be accepted. There's been way too many people warning against kind of a repeat of Bucharest 2008, and yes, having an Israel-like relationship, whatever that would of course be a good thing, but that works as a part of this timeline. And works as a part of the plan of bringing Ukraine into not the halfway house, but a proper house. And it works if it's kind of necessarily time limited, and not with any other red lines, floating around it. So it works as a transition state, but it doesn't work as anything like a long-term solution. So basically, when Finland and Sweden applied to join NATO, right, and they were issued with a bunch of security guarantees. Well, instead of getting security guarantees in the interim period, Ukraine could get such a relationship. This is but a temporary, as a temporary state, and as a temporary state, it will be perfectly acceptable for for Ukraine, for all of the countries that Axel mentioned as well, including for Britain, but as a very, very temporary state, with also at the same time Ukraine being given a clear pathway at Vilnius already.
Yeah, it will be. It's evident, whilst there is still significant hesitation in Germany. And this is all about Britain and Germany coming to a sensible conclusion. The Social Democrats are fully aware that they are about to lose one election after another. Social Democrats have no exit from this other than to get rid of the Greens at this point in time and enter into a different coalition if they want to retain power. Or they remain stubborn and continue what they're doing, and they will lose more votes. They will ooze them heavily. The Greens are oozing votes too at this point in time. So from a power preservation perspective, this government is already in a state of preparing for the next round of power broking and the likes. Everybody knows this. It's visible. You have the same kind of shakeup in Britain, but in Britain, fortunately, both parties do understand what the consequences of the strategic thinking emanating from the Second World War are. Therefore, both parties will act, now that they've shafted Corbyn, and the hard left. And both parties will act responsibly when it comes to national security and therefore NATO and deterrence. That is a great testimony to the strength of democracy on the island, as opposed to many admonishments which are constantly being brought forward against it. America has a complete, or North America has completely different challenges in Canada as well as in the US. We understand this, but there seems to be a clear majority, if it were just heads, albeit that's not important, within the NATO member states to give Ukraine what is the modern equivalent, the new version of what should have been in 2008 a membership action plan. You can't give a membership action plan in the format as we had them before easily, because it's extremely formalistic. And Ukraine has very little time to prepare for it. Ukraine, however, has managed to process, work through, analyze, review, adapt so many components of their military to the standards which NATO would require. It is more than ready to adapt. I'm absolutely certain that no matter whatever else remains in the information, communication structures, procedures, and processes, they will be able to adapt, and we will be able to adapt to them because they are the fighting army. There's a lot to be learned from that. So as a consequence, you have to deal with them in a different manner, I think even in an expedited manner. And the equivalent to what is the pathway, and Doman is completely right to describe it as such, and I think we've done this here now repeatedly, consequence is that this pathway has to be clearly understood for everyone in NATO and communicated. That requires something which the US administration can have, should have, may have, and I hope it will show. And that is diplomatic strength. And because this is the time to make history and to make right one of the biggest wrongs and correct one of the biggest ever mistakes, strategic mistakes, which we allowed to occur under our watch. And that was 2008, not pushing the French and the German government to allow Georgia and Ukraine to accede to NATO via a map. This must never happen again. The future of Europe is at stake.
Yeah, I really agree with everything that you and Axel said, and I'll only add that if this Israeli model, and that's just one title you can give it, because during the Cold War there were other similar models that you could look to as a transitional thing. Yes, useful NATO member. I'll draw the historical comparison to countries within NATO, even like countries like Greece and Turkey, which in their at that time were much poorer. And they were kind of the second tier of NATO, and they received a lot of aid regularly from NATO and from the U.S. South Korea, Spain were similar. So that again, whether you want to call it an Israeli model or something else, probably has some utility even after NATO membership. Which, like Axel said, if Europe really wants to take the leadership on this, they're probably going to push for full membership at some point.
And see, this is where I just want to make this quite clear, right? This is a push for full membership now, if not with immediate effect, because that's already what's moving forward. It's like Finland and Sweden went for full membership now, and of course, effect took for Finland, however many months it took to get the votes together, and for Sweden is still waiting. But in the interim, they got security guarantees. This Israel-like relationship is in absence of direct security guarantees because they can't be implemented in the same way, not an identical way. So that in that form, that makes perfect sense, and that's a good thing. But to leave Ukraine without a clear pathway and equivalent to a map at Vilnius would be a by NATO, and I don't care about 2 of the member states, frankly. It's the other 29 that matter, and the leadership of it has to do this right. But Stoltenberg has it right. So that's a really good start, as do plenty of European members, including Britain, very loudly and vociferously. So it's a good start. JUN?
Yeah, good afternoon. Trying to multitask here again, 3 things at once. It's not going to go well. I'm watching a Atlantic Council webinar about Vilnius, and they had a guy from America. I didn't pick up his name, but he was in the Obama administration, and he was at the meeting in 2008 with Putin, and he went on about how Putin really hates genuinely NATO. Well, guess what? Do we care? No. So I think it just demonstrates what Axel was talking about, with the American attitude, unless it changes, because it should have happened 13 years ago. But anyway, it didn't. I did read something from Ben Wallace talking about offering membership of the Joint Expeditionary Force as a stepping stone. I mean, Finland and Sweden had membership of that subgroup within NATO before they were actually in NATO. That may have some. That could be something, but really just want to see a firm commitment from especially the European countries within NATO that this is going to happen and it's going to happen. There's going to be a firm timetable. I think that will happen. At least I hope so.
Thank you, G-Man. I mean, it has to, right? It was funny earlier. So, I didn't think I'd agree with David Lammy on many strategic matters, and he was like, yeah, Ukraine needs to go into NATO. That's very clear, which I'm very very glad to hear. It's always easier when, like we were discussing about Norway yesterday, it's always easier when all, or at least the bulk of a parliament's representation are clear on the really important bits, because then we can all move along to the other stuff. Lexicon.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I decided to skip the Atlantic Council because I'd rather sit in on this one, and I'm not sure they may make it available. I never check back. To me, what I want to see, what's missing, is a sense of urgency. Urgency about Ukrainian lives as well as the whole ecology. And that's just continuing. I mean, the attritional part, this phase 1 is going to continue to be attritional. And I just hope that Ukraine can maintain much better ratios. But I don't know if it was John Partial or if it was John Spencer's little bit in DW last night. But I agree with people who are saying what we need is this commitment in whatever language you put it, that Ukraine has to win, and that we want not, for all the years it's going to take, Ukraine needs to win, and this is an urgent question. And because the full implication of that, and I give credit to whichever one of these guys, they probably both said it, but the point is that means the volume of flows, the pace, the rate and force of these flows of missions and equipment that it takes for Ukraine to win soon, as soon as it's humanly capable of doing with everything it needs. If we want to talk about and then, so that means other things. It means an engagement, a commitment that this will happen because, yes, Ukraine can. So it means the pace has to, let's say, continue to increase the pace. We could just put it that way. Everything it needs. Yes, a clear path to NATO. That's fine. I don't even care if they don't talk about it, but it implies that, because when Ukraine wins, then obviously there's no bar. I've been hearing lately that it's America that's the biggest holdup. It's America that won't say Ukraine's got to win or find some phrase to say it. It's what Stoltenberg is holding off from criticizing, but it's what we all know he means. So, okay, we want the urgency that means that the support comes at an increasing speed, because it's going to be, I would say that, you know, the rate of attrition of equipment is going to be faster and faster too. We know that if the first phase is successful, it's going to be huge, big strikes and big use of armament, of munitions and so on. And I mean, the notion that Ukraine just lost 15 Bradleys, so we'll send 15 more when they should have 800 Bradleys in the field, it just curls my hair. So it implies that other things we could fill it out, but to understand the meaning of the sense of urgency and say Ukrainian lives and Ukraine, the land, the people, the environment are crucial to us, and we'll do what it takes to get it done now when we can. So yeah, it implies not only those flows, if you want to say Israel pattern, yeah, ultimately Ukraine special, so it's going to get super duper stuff just the way Israel does. That's fine, but understand the pace, commit to that pace, commit to getting it done, and we're with you all the way. And that obviously means there's no bar to NATO membership. So I think we can find new ways to articulate it, whatever. But I really do feel America, Canada's no better, but America is, or I'm seeing more sign to in whatever creative ways we can do. And to see America as more of a blockage now than any other countries, never mind Turkey and Hungary. But anyway, yeah, that's my view. To me, it's really urgent.
No, it's something that Zelensky and Reznikov have put on the top of the list of priorities. It's something that Stoltenberg's put on the top of the list of priorities. It's something now that, you know, quite a few other people have put on the very much at the top of the list of priorities. So I think it very much has to get done. And you know, it doesn't mean that Ukraine will be a NATO member state in July, and how Sweden doesn't seem to be on its way to being a NATO member state in July. But it means that there is a clear message also that it is not up to Putin to decide who gets to join NATO or the EU, right? It's the same statement, just like Josep Borrell said at Castel Mimi a week and a half ago, whenever that was, 2 weeks ago, the meeting in Moldova. He said, you know, Russia does not get decide whether Moldova makes it into the EU or not, Transnistria up or down. It's about Moldova and Moldova's improvement that will bring Moldova into the European Union. The same applies here. There will not be any red lines drawn by Russia. And you know, there's just few things more important than that. Frank Monkey. Freight Monkey.
Freight Monkey, are you there? I'm going to guess not. Oh,
I think
disappeared.
Yeah, I think Freight Monkey has been overindulging on the GNP now that Swiss leopards are finally in some number going to leave Switzerland and go do something useful.
Well, whatever it is, it's that Twitter thing again. The minute you want to have a conversation, off they go.
He's coming back.
Oh, fair enough. Well, in the meantime, I'll give you a little bit of an update in the Bakhmut sector. That Ukrainian troops have, according to the Deputy Defense Minister Hanna Maliar, or however you say it, they have advanced 200 to 500 meters in different areas in Bakhmut, and 300 to 350 meters in the Zaporizhia section. Doesn't say exactly where, but I think we can probably have a guess from what we're hearing and seeing. So just confirmation of advances in both areas there. Nice.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. as always. Speculation of 2 Sukhoi-25s down as well over Bakhmut, I think. Speculation.
Can we add one speculation?
Of course.
And this is not in regard to what is on Twitter. Forget everything which is being said on Twitter about this, because this is not from Twitter. It is not unlikely that Ukrainian troops are significantly further advancing than people currently think, and then people currently discussing, because the Russians simply do not know how to deal with it. We should be prepared for substantial advances in the next 48 hours.
I like the sound of that a lot, Axel. Freight Monkey, are you back?
Yeah, apologies. I had every time I get a call from someone, it disconnects my audio, and then for some reason it won't reconnect. It's a bit of a nightmare, but it is what it is. I had 2 comments and 1 question. One of the comments on the I heard that Doman was also mentioning the Swiss leopards. I think that's very positive. It needs to still pass the upper house, the Senate, but the Senate has been much more forthcoming with these issues than the lower house. Partly because there's basically no tankies in the Senate. So that's quite positive. I think that should go through relatively quickly. It's much faster, this development, than I thought. I don't know how much it opens up the possibility to afterwards send other equipment apart from Leopards, because there's the whole question about, what is a Swiss weapon and what is a formerly Swiss weapon, because it was built by the Germans, utilized by the Swiss, and then maybe sold back to the Germans. I haven't really checked into that, but in general, it is positive. I would hope that we could send some of the surplus, less possibly useful equipment. When I mean useful in 20, 30 years, because when you're looking on a defense policy, you've got to think quite far ahead, but still useful today, i.e. what we would be decommissioning in the next 5 to 10 years. I'm thinking particularly of artillery pieces, and I'm thinking of other transport vehicles, maybe some of the armed transport vehicles like the Duro trucks and that kind of stuff. So I don't know if any of that is realistic, but at least there's some positive sounds there. And then my second comment, which is more in a humorous standard, I don't know what David Lammy said, but I heard Doman mentioning David Lammy. If David Lammy has said something that I can wholeheartedly agree with, something about Ukraine joining Switzerland, joining NATO, that could be on the list of Russia's greatest achievements, getting me to agree wholeheartedly with David Lammy. Because
Do you want to know what he said?
Yes, I'd love to know what he said.
We can't repeat the failures of the 2 Minsk agreements. Britain should play a leading role in securing Ukraine with a path to join NATO.
That is amazing. That I would have not expected that. I haven't followed British frontline politics so closely in the past few years since I left the UK, but I do remember David Lammy as being one of the antitheses of anything that I believe in. So the fact that he would come up with a statement that I wholeheartedly agree with, it goes back to what we were discussing yesterday, Doman. That is one of Russia's great achievements. Thank you. And the third one, I was hearing what Lexicon was saying a little bit before about maybe a potential reticence of the United States on some issues. And I was wondering if anybody could guide me on this. Is that more political because they have an election coming up, and well, it is next year, but still it's pretty much election time starting already. Is it due to that, or do we think there's something else there?
I don't have an answer for that, Doman.
Very Monkey, can you repeat the last bit of the question? I got distracted by somebody finally figuring out that I meant the cruise missile, not the helicopter.
No problem. My question is the American reticence or alleged reticence, what Lexicon was talking about. Do we know if that is more political because of maybe the election coming up and all the issues around Donald Trump, or do we think it's something else?
It's internal compromises. It's internal compromises within the administration, and that's really a shame because there's no point in it. And that's what happens when you, I don't know, don't pay attention to Russia for 30 years and only care about something else. Yeah, it's really a shame. The thing is, I'm really glad for strong British leadership here, because that's gonna be making all the difference. Yeah, Lexicon, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's this internal compromises and stuff. I think there's reticence about the sending the full volume of materials needed. This notion, when I was saying that the Ukraine lost 15 Bradley, so we're sending 15 more, is a signal that Ukraine has what it has, and so that's good enough. Ukraine, you've got what we decided that your junior team can play with. And so to me, it's a reticence, it's a timorousness about about spending what it costs, about showing leadership to say, what are we accomplishing with sending this kind of support? What have we achieved vis-a-vis our biggest, our one of our two biggest competitors? And it also, to me, what I find kind of demoralizing is that it's a timorousness about seeing Ukrainians as vital a partner as somebody else, as Israel, as who else has been supported by America. I think it must be demoralizing for Ukrainians. They talk about, oh, Zelensky's real good at begging for stuff. Well, who the heck is putting him in a position where he has to reiterate his requests? So I see it as an unworthy timorousness, fear and quavering. I don't like it to look like, well, the old man just hasn't got it anymore, but I don't know, where is the leadership in articulating the policy? Say it in words that suit you, but make clear that these people are allies. They're confronting a demonic foe that has no regard for them or for us. And we got to do this job. So to me, yeah, I agree with you, and it's internal stuff. But to me, when you have that kind of internal stuff, then you stand up at the front and you say, this is the way we're going. Donald Trump is evidence that failure to lead and failure to stake your ground doesn't get you anywhere, and it leaves the field wide open for nut bars. Not a note I wish it to end on, but let's leave it there.
Yeah, various snacks, nuts, of course, being one of the better options are available. Laughing Tommy.
Yes, thank you. So just a quick question to Axo regarding those advances. Axo, is that a feeling of yours, or do you have some other source?
I have a very good feeling from my discussions with other people.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel.
What I hear is Ukraine is a black hole, a really, really black hole. You cannot get any info. That's why all the sorts of information are just rumors and Russians. Even like, imagine commanders who have connections and talk with people like Axel, for example. They say, look, we have a great success southwest of Bakhmut. Is a nice village there. They lost a lot of troops, Russians there. And still, they will not give the details. Where did you move?
And
What
they
sector?
shouldn't. And they
Yes,
shouldn't, and they don't.
of course. And this makes people wonder. You know, Ukrainian Telegram and Twitter is full of optimists, and I understand them. They trust their army, which is also very, very good to trust your army. But I think we need to be a bit cautious what will happen. We have no idea what will happen. Possibly to be better, possibly just stay and let them to send continuous lines of BMPs and T-62s and T-80s against Leopard. And I totally agree with it. And I hope they will do continuously because they are morons. But I want to jump a bit on the American stuff. Not because I'm American and qualified and I go there. But I'll come back to my old tropes. I always stare and stare and stare and stare. Jack Sullivan is connected with Moscow, right? Jack Sullivan, I think Moscow entered it in his head. I don't have anything against this man. I don't know him very well. I don't read it too much about him. And I don't care for, like I said, he's that bad. But also, he has an impression, because Russian inflexibility in diplomacy was always acting like bullies, you know? And I don't think Jack Sullivan don't trust American administration, this or another Republican or Democrat. And I think we can be calm and don't panic about Trump becoming ex-president. Trump probably will be a nice teammate. But it is another issue. If you look today, what was the most interesting happened? The Lieutenant Colonel of 72nd Brigade, so he's like talking with Shoigu and Gerasimov, which already got the pledge of loyalty from Kadyrov, starting to put Kadyrovites, so no Minister of Defense, Kadyrovites, personally, you know, that Chechen stuff, that Muslim revenge against Prigozhin. And this can escalate extremely quickly. If I think I said to you, Domen, yesterday or 2 days ago, I said you something like this. If Prigozhin lost, will be killed. Or Shoigu, Gerasimov, or I don't know, someone very high top, will lose their head. This will spiral in a civil war extremely fast. And it's not why, when, if. I think the tendency are recognized even in inside Kremlin circle. The centrifugal force is too great. And look how they add Akhmat to Bakhmut to change the Wagner post, right? After that, Akhmat going to save their compatriots, betrayal by Prigozhin because Lieutenant Colonel 72nd Brigade says so. It is part of this huge mess where they are, you know? And I think in American administration will say why we want Western military districts to fight with Ingush, Chechen, Dagestani, and I don't know, southern military districts, and Siberia with their, you know, factions, splitting, starting, killing each other. Will be a mess. Always love to contest Ghani on the Russian subject, but he has a point when he says it's a mess and we don't want big Yugoslavia there. And it's not about we can do something, we can influence something. Maybe we can, but not to stop that. And I think this here, this prospect, which is plausible, even the actual American administration tried to mitigate anything to mitigate. And about what Lexicon said, 15 strikers, 15 Bradleys. No, Lexicon. I think the idea is I will make Russians ridiculous. Russians and P-55s again. They don't have tanks. And what is horrible for them, their tanks are destroyed by Magyar drones, not even ATGM, not even tank versus tank, Leopard versus P-80. No, just small drones of $8,000 each. And they destroyed P-80. Russian army is a light infantry army prospect. It's not there yet, but is on the work so. And they will lose Donetsk, Zaporizhia. I don't know where the main hammer will hit, but they will lose their battle. They will lose reserve, they will lose artillery, they will lose armor, they will lose any VDV unit, marine infantry, and reserve what they have. And when this is done, they are done. And I mean, they are done to the border Lugansk with Russian Federation. Because you don't have armor, you cannot stop Ukrainians. You don't have javelin. You don't have this idea of very light units ready to ambush. There's no way. Probably, I am too optimistic, probably, but probably towards the end of this year will be over. But I'll say, with lots of blood, lots of tears, lots of cities destroyed. And will be nice. It will be nice to see the prospect, because the Russian prospect is not encouraged inside Russia also. They understand they will need to pay compensation. The people who have some brain, I don't say females or old men or 60s, 70s, it doesn't matter. They are total Putin guys. But people understand they will need to pay compensation again. And that compensation will mean I don't know why. My theory in my head is Russia now is Germany after Kaiser. I feel it is there. Will go there.
No, it's much worse.
Oh, I love your optimism, man.
No, but it is, and you know, this is. I think this is what's driving a lot of this fear and concerns in so many places. Because but what will happen then? But what will happen next? But then what? But what if? But then we have this other headache to deal with. Yeah, of course you have this other headache to deal with, because you know, the Russian Empire never deimperialized, the Soviet Union never actually dissolved. You know, that's why you still have these headaches, and these headaches will keep on coming. And there's nothing surprising about that. There's nothing you know, particularly odd about that. It just needs to undergo what it needs to undergo, and in this case, it probably will lead to a civil war, because they're not very good at sorting stuff out any other way. You know, Russia and Czechoslovakia, Russian Federation and Czechoslovakia, very different places, very, very different levels of willingness to just, you know, divide stuff up and be done with it. Not to mention that there isn't any clarity at all, whatever Fred Monkey's favorite young lieutenant with a map and a compass, I guess the other kind of a compass in this case, wants to tell you. there isn't a very clear way to draw borders, divide it up, whatever it is either. So what's going to happen is going to be a right mess, and everybody has to get ready for it and be prepared and be aware that that is going to happen, kind of regardless.
We cannot influence. This is
Correct.
This is, I think,
100%.
what the Americans don't understand it. They need to take the Saudi lesson to the face, because for 80 years, Saudi Arabia usually listen what State Department says. For a few years after some orange monkey took the orb, Saudi Arabia started to imagine, we can play against you, we can ally with Russians, we can buy weapons from Russians, we can deal with Chinese. And they took this because, they buy some football club. They invested in this tool we use now because, Elon Musk didn't have 44 billion. And I think they need to take this lesson home and understand we cannot do anything in Russia. Who can influence Russia? Probably a bit China, but just a bit, because Russians, they have problems home, problems which they try to negate. They try to nullify. I can say 1.5 years ago, when I started to watch very closely take an interview in Moscow, in Leningrad, at appearance, they look very close like us. The shops are similar, the roads are similar, people are young people, for example, right? Cosmopolitan like us, with, rings, tattoos, normal people in appearance. And this is the difficulty which many, many people, they have. The first impression, the so-called European cultural space vibe, I think this pull out. Personally, I cannot say I'm expert in Russian culture, right? But I draw the lessons, and the lessons are not even close what we imagine. I saw that documentary in this morning on BBC World Service, and I was stunned what is happening in Russian society. You hear about Ukrainians talking about splitting families, talking with their relatives in Russia, okay, when the war started, yeah? Same thing is happening now in Russia. The family are splitting, no? The young, the cerebral, educated, they start judging harsh because, at home, they don't talk what they talk in public. And they judge very harsh, especially when this woman, Uliana, her name, her brother in VDV died in Crimea or Kherson early in the war. And her father is totally zombified. And she tried to explain to him, man, I am scared in the tram because the policeman watched me. I had a yellow umbrella and blue jeans. Yeah, but it's normal because this means the Ukrainian flag is not normal to be afraid to dress like this. And a guy in my front was already interrogated because he had yellow and blue clothes, and he took off his shirt, it was yellow, and tried to explain her father, and her father cannot listen. And they share the same dead brother, which interestingly was volunteering at the beginning of the war. But the different tastes in the society, they are split in this moment. because you know, if was an interview, a YouTuber interviewer try to speak with a couple, small child in the car, you know, and the mother say, I don't want, they already started the mobilization. I don't want him to go. We are young, we have our things, we have a small child, but he wants to go voluntarily. And he smiled and say, yeah, I want to go. It's my duty. And what to do? To hide myself, things like that. Imagine this thing hurt home. That woman, which probably loved her husband, was probably not so violent Russian. That woman is not a regime sympathizer. And this is happening in Russia at this moment. They are split in the family, in society fabric. It will not be easy to patch this. And of course, the old ones, which are totally, they are Nazis there, they bombed in Donbass for 8 years, all the bullshit.
So exactly, Daniel, right? And this is where it's complicated. And this is where it's going to be a complete and utter mess. Imagining it as a, you know, simple balkanization scenario is one thing, because we know how to wrap our heads around that. That's one thing. It's going to be much more messy still, because you're going to have that with an overlay of coups, and maybe it won't happen right away. Maybe it'll happen in 10, 15, 20 years. That's quite possible. Maybe it won't happen at all if they, you know, manage to collapse inward instead of, you know, outward like that, because then it's much easier for bits to just break off the edges. But either way, it's going to be messy. And like you said, you can't affect it from the outside, certainly not plannedly, certainly not structurally. Just get them out of other territories that they occupy elsewhere, you know, as easy as this can be. In Moldova, in Georgia, and then let them figure it out. You know, limit, let them figure it out. Prevent them from affecting the outside world. That's what can be done. The rest is we'll see, right? The rest we'll see about. All right, Axel, if you have a host phone handy, I think Shaggy came to replace me, which you know, I don't want to stand in Shaggy's way. Who knows? With the sheer number of vehicles that he's lost over the last year or so, you know, I really don't want to be in the way of someone with a
unshack yourself.
with a motor pool of that size.
So Domen is watching Scooby-Doo, but he's not watching Andor.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Let me just race back.
Well, while you're racing, oh, Doman's coming back. Can't leave us alone, obviously. Yeah, while you're racing, I will. Oh dear. Right. No, sorry, I can't answer questions.
56 we're up to.
56.
I've got loads, Vernon. There's loads of them. So yeah, in the hundreds. So don't worry about that.
56 was 452 buchankas, i.e. Scooby-Doo vans.
Oh, I see. I get you now. Well, there's something else that's being collected at the moment. Don't know if anybody's noticed, but yesterday, the Russian command sent a pile of reserves into the Ukrainian advance in the south. And it would appear that quite a number of them have ended up in Ukrainian captivity, judging by the videos. Obviously, the ones who didn't end up in captivity were a bit less amenable to giving up. But after the videos released today of the Ukrainian unit destroying those self-propelled howitzers in the fields southeast of Staromlin Mnivka, that'll do. It is noted that those strikes are just outside of the Surovikin line. That is the main defense line for the Russians. And they sent some reserves into this area. And I think this is what Ukraine are trying to achieve, that, that reserves are pouring into areas. And unfortunately, yesterday, that didn't work so well for them. They didn't last very long, those reserves. They got used up quite quickly. Doman, you've taken your hand down, but you're not allowed to do that when I'm here. So carry on.
Oh no, it's about the US. I already explained the 56. That was all.
Oh, it was a legacy hand, was it? I'll let you off.
But I can tell you about Starom Linivka if you'd like to.
Oh yes, please, because you can pronounce it better than me.
Yeah, so Starom Linivka means the village of.
Excellent. And this area we were watching last night, weren't we? Yesterday, saying, "Oh, that might be the next one to go," and if that place goes, then that might cause a bit of a domino effect in and around some of the areas there, and so I'm waiting to see the dominoes fall now, I think.
Sure, I hope so. I'm really excited about all those MSTA-S howitzers getting destroyed. Anyone who wants to comment a little bit on just how important those are, I'm sure this is something we'll raise with Thomas Tyner later today. He's joining us in an hour and 39 minutes for another, I forget what these things are called, 2020. It's going to be longer again, isn't it? Like yesterday. Only right. I mean, there's no point in limiting it to 20 minutes, really. Yes. Where was I? 5 MSTA-S howitzers apparently killed by Ukrainians, destroyed, hit by Ukrainians earlier today, or maybe yesterday, in 2 adjacent fields. The best, the most modern stuff that Russia has, being ready for the scrapyard. And Russians said that they're just as good as Panzerhaubitze 2000, if not better, because of course they're Russians, so they're obviously better as far as Russians are concerned.
Definitely get better at getting hit. Definitely today, anyway. Good afternoon, everybody. And Marcus, did you hear about the? I'm reading about a new German military aid package. I'm just wondering if you come across it or whether I'm reading some rubbish from somebody. It contains 8 tracked all-terrain vehicles, Bandwagon 206s, so BV 206s, 55,000 rounds of Gepard ammunition, 68 reconnaissance drone, vector type. I can't remember reading about vector ones, so I'm going to have to Google that one in a little bit. 146 border protection vehicles, 94 drone detection systems, and 21 truck tractor trains, 8x8s, HX81s, and some semi-trailers, 16 of them. And some rations as well, 11,000 group module rations. So that's a little update from me. Laughing Tommy. Oh, sorry, Damon. Your hand's
I have to just disappoint you real quick. So the numbers that you listed are aggregate numbers, but it's so the Bundesregierung website does the following. It says 55,000 rounds of ammunition for Gepards, and the brackets before 53,000. So actually, it's 2,000, not 55,000. They just sent an extra 2,000.
Oh no, that's rubbish.
Yes, so I'm sorry to have to disappoint you. So with the vector drones, it went from 54 to 68, so it's 14. Border protection vehicles is actually plus 16. Drone detection systems, it's plus 3. Tractor trains 8x8 is plus 2. Semi-trailers, it's also plus 2. That's it. The rest was fine. So sorry about that, but just to make sure that we stay above 85% correct.
Thanks very much for that, Tom. I'm always good at getting corrected on. I don't want to give out dodgy information. Laughing Tommy.
Yeah, so just wanted to point out that those 5 units that we saw, the Mistas, they are basically, that's 5 out of 6 in a battery, and there are 3 batteries to a battalion and 2 such battalions to a brigade. So the unit that was stationed there, the basically lost about about 15% of its total combat power in a single engagement.
Okay, thanks very much for that, I think. So, okay, 15% doesn't sound a hell of a lot. I mean, it's a chunk. But yeah, that means there's plenty left in reserve.
Because it's a whole functioning unit. They will have, on a stretch at the front, they will have 2 battalions covering different positions, and a third of one of those battalions just got annihilated in a very short span of time. That's why it's so impressive, and that's why people have been sharing it so much, because it's a tremendous success of counter-battery fire, and given that it's self-propelled artillery, that means that a small section of the front is basically without cover for a certain amount of time. So if that success is replicated, it's getting very bad for the Russians very quickly, because they have 1 artillery regiment there and another artillery brigade. So that sector of the front, this is very big trouble.
Okay, yeah. Well, when you put it like that, I completely backtrack on what I just said. That's really, yeah, that's very good. Thank you, Daphne. Thank you. So I had some news from the Ukrainian Defense Intelligence Unit. So they've been apparently appealing to residents of Crimea to phone them with information to help the residents of Crimea be liberated more quickly than they would be if they didn't collect some information and, for instance, report on the locations and addresses of the occupation forces, the personnel and leadership, to report to the Ukraine Intelligence Unit ammunition and fuel and lubricant storage points, locations of military equipment. I think this is all a very good idea. In Crimea right now, who have access to a phone and can see any of these things, if they can safely report where all these things are, locations of electronic warfare equipment, and headquarters and command posts, for instance. I'm not forgetting some locations of where air defences are. All those bits of information, if fed through to the Ukrainian intelligence department, will be filtered out and will probably be sent on fire missions. And that will be a lot of booms for you to report on, Mockers. I'm sure you're going to love reporting on any of those, any and all of those booms.
I'll be worn out writing them down. Now, I'm going to bid you all adieu, and Axel is going to take over from me. So thank you, everybody, for listening today, and thank you for being with us. And of course, if you have any spare change in your pocket, you know where to put it. MriyaReport.org. We've had an absolutely amazing response to the floods in Kherson, and obviously we're really, really pleased with that effort. But every day is a new day to do something good. So carry on, folks, and I'll speak to you soon.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mockers. Very enjoyable listening to you, and have a nice time off the space for a second or two, or at least out of the co-host chair. Have a nice little rest. Jamie.
Hey, y'all. I have 2 things briefly. One is I called my dad last night and I told him that I had donated in his name to Saving and whomever and Kherson for his Father's Day gift. well, really just a card because we don't give gifts anymore. And he started crying and said, "Thank you. That was the best Father's Day gift he said that he'd ever gotten." So, and if anybody else did that, yeah, my dad does not cry. But I had shown him pictures of cats and dogs and people, and we live way out of state, so, but we're extremely close. And the other thing, this is a US based thing, but I want to keep everybody safe. There's a strong possibility of there are already tornado watches and warnings in the deep south, and the weather, yeah, I know it's not supposed to be Tornado Alley this time of year. So please stay safe, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia. We love you. And that's all I had to say right now. And I'm hoping for some booms. All right. Slava Ukraini.
All right, Slava. Yeah, everyone keep safe wherever you are, whether you're in Ukraine for obvious reasons, or whether you're in places where the weather isn't very conducive to staying safe, i.e. the southern part of the US or some parts of that at the moment. So yeah, keep safe, obey the warnings. I guess they're there for a reason. Yeah. Speaking about the US, I was reading earlier today that a US senator has blocked a rather big arms sale to Hungary. Because, well, Hungary's been stalling Sweden's NATO bid. So apparently this is a senator called James Risch. I've never heard of him, but apparently he's quite big, a top Republican on the US Foreign Relations Committee. So yeah, 735 million of US arms to Hungary is stuck because of Hungary's attitude towards Sweden's membership of NATO, which I found quite comedy. Jamie.
I have the gifted article. I can send it to you from the Washington Post.
Okay, I'm reading bits of it from the new Voice of Ukraine. So yeah, there's apparently 24 HIMARS launchers in that package and 100 rockets and pods and assorted stuff. So yeah, Johannes.
He's not normally one to speak up, so this is a major change.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I know about that committee, but I don't really know the individual members. It's not my kind of side of the pond, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it seems quite. Doesn't normally happen, those type of things. I only get rubber stamped, if I remember correctly. So this is a bit out of the ordinary.
That's actually not true. It happens often enough that senators can hold up the process of a decision by means of putting in their veto for a vote to go to the full Senate, respectively the advice to go to the full Senate. There's procedural motions in that regard, and the senators hold sway in that regard. They are in a very strong position, and that has been used many, many times. And it's a very common political tool. It's just procedurally relatively unknown in Europe, because we do not have these structures in our upper houses often enough.
Okay, thanks for that, Axel. I didn't know that. Learning every day. Johannes.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's interesting. I could say a few words about the special debate that was just held in the German Bundestag on the demolition of the Novakhovka dam. And that's just, I mean, that's not a, I mean, that was just a debate, so not something where actual decisions are taken. So there was no like resolution adopted or so, but still it was interesting in that sense, because we saw like in previous days that the international response to this unbelievable war crime is so muted. And so I really look forward to seeing whether at least the members of parliament who will take the floor would be kind of somewhat more unambiguous in their in their denouncement of this crime. And I think the debate was quite okay. So I think the strongest interventions came by Robin Wagner, who is kind of the guy for civil society in Eastern Europe, who's a member of the Green Party, who opened the debate, and also by Marie-Louise Strack-Zimmermann, of course. I mean, that's unsurprising. I mean, she's been from the liberals, but I think also the bigger parties, the SPD, which is of course in the governing coalition, and also the CDU members. I mean, I think they were all unanimous in the sense that, well, it is a war crime. It is clearly, I mean, blame clearly has to be assigned to Russia, even if we don't know exactly what happened. And they also, I mean, virtually everybody called for this crime to be prosecuted by the ICC. I think, which was quite interesting. And I think I heard the W word a couple of times, so Ukraine must win. And that's something that you unfortunately still don't hear from Olaf Scholz or from other heads of government, but at least you do hear it in the parliament in such a high-level debate. And that's, at least, I mean, that's encouraging, although I didn't hear calls for, I mean, I think everybody virtually called for maintaining military assistance, but I've not heard specific calls for like these Taurus missiles, and so it's not for a specific new kit to be delivered to Ukraine. Maybe that's not within the scope of this debate. I don't know, but I didn't notice that. But what was also quite interesting was parties who are kind of one would say pro-Russian, which is on the left is Die Linke, and then you have this right-wing radical party, Alternative für Deutschland, so Alternative for Germany. And their speaker was a guy called whose name is Eugen Schmidt, and he was actually born in Kazakhstan, so he's Russian German, and he's speaking with a thick Russian accent. And when even he didn't say that, well, the war was actually started by NATO or something like that, but his strategy was kind of sowing doubt, so we don't know what has happened, and we still don't know what happened to Nord Stream 2 and so and such. And so I guess, I mean, his message, and also the message of the guy from Die Linke, was that the actual problem is the military, the ongoing military support. And the guy from Die Linke, whose name I've forgotten, he did something that I especially detest. So opposing military support to Ukraine, and out of concern for the Ukrainian people. I mean, that's something that of course that's more prevalent, I think, among left-wing tankies. That you say, oh, you want to, Ukraine shouldn't be supported because else more people will die, and that was kind of the argument coming from the Linke, whose speaker dutifully said that well, this is just dutifully denounced Russia's aggression, but still called for a kind of effectively called for freezing the conflict, for truce. Which of course would all be in Russia's interest. So, made the debunked claim that Ukraine refuses, or that the West refuses to negotiate, and that the Kremlin actually wants. And I think he got some pushback by the next speaker on that, who made it clear that well, the Kremlin has stated unambiguously that they don't want to negotiate short of Ukraine's total capitulation. But anyway, I think in total, it was a good debate in the sense that there is obviously outrage, that there is, at least among the democratic parties, unanimity where the blame has to be assigned and what the solution is going to be, like continuing to support Ukraine until it has won. So that, I think that was, yeah, I mean, it could have been much worse, I think.
Thanks, Johannes. Axel, did you manage to listen to any of that those proceedings in Germany to get a gist of how things went from your perspective?
Not at all. Not at all. I've been in conference calls in our business from morning till the evening, and or yeah, whatever is now late afternoon in your case. So absolutely not. I only participated in some of the earlier proceedings involving your good self and the defense against the tanky realm, and that was it.
Okay, all right, brilliant. Yeah, I was reading earlier on about a bit of a hoo-ha between Prigozhin and Wagner. There's various stories going around. The stories that one of Kadrov's buddies has been injured. There's a story that actually Prigozhin's leaked to the location of one of those chaps. So it looks like I think they're called the Prigozhinites now. I think I quite like Wangers basically. So the Wangers and the Kadrovites maybe bashing heads soon, which would be a very good thing for us. Yeah. So I can see I've got a few people in the panel. I've got Zagorman, G-Man, I think Tommy and Johannes. So if any of you guys have any topics to bring up, or I could just read out a little bit more news as I see it. So there's been obviously Russian strikes in some places, and there are casualties, unfortunately. So the Russians have hit Odessa earlier on. And they've been shelling eastern Donetsk as well, killing 6 people, and continuing their reign of terror from the skies on civilians. You'd expect to hear them hitting the military, but they seem to prefer to go after the civilians, which is typically Russian. So, in a little bit of other news, the IAEA, or news to me anyway, the IAEA, which was supposed to be going to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant today, but that's been postponed due to safety concerns. How about that? Safety concerns at the nuclear power plant that Russia is currently controlling. So we hope that those safety concerns could be allayed by the Russian side soon. So Grossi, who is the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, can get in there. I think he's taking a new group of people, so there can be a rotation. So there can be a rotation of the agency's mission at the plant, and an increase of its personnel from 4 people to 6 people. So hopefully that can happen soon, and then he can come out with a full report, an on-eyes view of what's happening in there at the moment. So yeah, that was actually supposed to happen today. So that's been postponed. Axel, are you there? Or are you gardening? How's your cellar doing these days?
Yeah, just when I managed to pump everything out, obviously the last residue of some water broke through, but it's completely irrelevant. I fixed it all. So I'm just rearranging matters here to be ready to rock and roll.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, in what is it now? So it is in about an hour and a quarter's time. We have Thomas Steiner coming. I think it's an hour and a quarter, if I've got my timing right, to give one of his short chats, fireside chats, shall we say, regarding the ongoings of the counteroffensive. So on his timeline, he's written a few interesting things today. Anyway, bring those up. Sorry, I just had to put the phone down then to do my typing. So yeah, he's got a few interesting things today. He's got a map on his timeline, which shows, I think it might be an infrared photo, based on the colours, but I don't know. Anyway, it's in nice red relief, which basically shows the Kurvakahovka reservoir as it is now, with a lot of the water drain from it. I read earlier that it's now 70% empty. So yeah, it basically looks like quite similar actually to a couple of photos I put up on my timeline a day or so ago, which showed what the waterways and the watercourse of that area was like in 1943. So yeah, some of that relief is coming through as the water escapes down the Dnipro after the Kurvakahovka Dam was blown up by the Russians. So it does highlight a causeway, an old kind of causeway, which was the old Dnipro crossing from Nikopol. So yeah, these are the kind of areas, these old roads and these old previously submerged ways, which were used in the past, which would be, I think I put it yesterday, kind of interesting places to cross, because they used to be crossings decades ago.
Yeah, and we briefly touched upon this late yesterday. I'm not quite sure. Well, it was a few hours after Thomas was on, and we spoke briefly with, I think, Chuck. Yeah, it was with Chuck and David when we transitioned across from the interview with Mick Ryan at the time, that there is more than significant evidence that the old passageways, there's a number of them, but one of them is important because it had been one of the main roads significantly hardened with gravel and everything else, one of the very few gravel supported roads with banquettes and everything, from Nikopol down south towards what the area of where you would connect and later to what is today in Hodar. And there's two additional corridors going off from that. Some of the maps Thomas and I play with from those days, both staff maps as well as very specialized local area maps, have survived the war, and they show quite easily a variety of options. I'm 100% certain that the Ukrainians have everything they need in terms of cartography and understanding as to what's going on, because the Soviets, when they then later on built the dam, did a lot of cartography and photography of the basin when it was, prior to filling it up. So I think they know exactly what to do. And the Russians shot themselves massively into the foot.
Yeah, hopefully it's a case of short-term gain, long-term pain in that respect. They blew up the dam for whatever reasons they did, and that has caused massive problems and some problems for the Ukrainian military. But in the long term, previously was protected by a massive reservoir, and now it's drained. It's draining, and it's 70% drained. So yeah, thank goodness they're so stupid. Although I wish they weren't as barbarically stupid. I wish they just be stupid and stay at home and be stupid, kind of stupid. That would be my preferred matter on that. But yeah, when Thomas comes, I guess he's going to talk about that in part, as well as maybe what the publicly known advances on the front.
Yeah, and apart from that, also, if you have questions, there's still time for a little while to send in questions for the discussion with Thomas. So if you want to put them through, you can send them either to us as moderators, or you can reply simply to the invitation thread for the China SITREP today on our page, where if you reply, your question will be tabulated, and we'll see how we can fit this into the flow of what he will be reporting on today. And it seems I need to recycle because I can't accept any request.
Long time, so I was struggling to find all the buttons to get it all opened up again. Yeah, I've not seen any requests for a little while. I did restart my folder and do the old housekeeping before I came up to host. So yeah. Oh, I can see one now. I wonder if that's going to be Axel. It is Axel. So we'll bring Axel up. Hopefully, I can bring him up. Yeah, just hang on a second, people. Oh, yeah, there it is. He's up again, I think, or he's coming up, which is all very excellent. Right then, so I'm going to flip back to my my little news tab I've got open on my laptop. So there was a little bit, just a little bit of economic news. So UZ, which is Ukrasnastia, I hope I said that right, has signed a long-term sustainable economic recovery plan. So it's called the Ukrainian Business Compact 2023, and this is a railway plan. So I'm reading quite a lot to do with Ukrainian railways, and as we know, because we've had guests from the Ukrainian railways on here on MriyaReport, they're very efficient. They're doing a lot of work to integrate themselves with the European network. And yeah, they do a lot of, they have a lot of meetings and sign a lot of deals is what I glean from a lot of the reports I get. So they're rebuilding infrastructure and replacing wagons and the like. So yeah, well done to the Ukrainian railways. Jeff.
Good morning, Shaggy. Good morning, Axel. As I was signing on, I heard my ears perked up when I heard the word Nikopol. We were talking about that yesterday, Axel. I assume Thomas is.
Yes, indeed, we did.
Yeah, I assume Thomas is going to have some words for us on that.
I shall certainly hope so, given the fact that we both have a, shall we say, a predilection for maps.
Indeed, we do. Well, anyway, I just wanted to pop up and say hi. I'll listen right now because I'm just sorting through my morning tea and just wanted to check in. Anyway, I'm going to go silent.
You're very welcome. You can stick around with us and have your tea whilst chatting with us. At the moment, everybody is preparing quite literally for the China SITREP. You know, the longest ever 20 minutes, which on the first day were 44. On the second day, 1 hour and 14. So we'll try to find a way to constrain ourselves a little and to maybe make it even punchier. But then again, it was quite charming and very informative, I think, yesterday. People enjoyed it. We had tremendous positive feedback. So we'll continue today and see how long it goes.
Yeah, yesterday had the added benefit, Axel, of the doubling, the tripling of the donations went on as long as Thomas spoke for. So yeah, that was all good. Wonderful day yesterday.
I did see one interesting thing this morning, briefly in Twitter. Ukrainians, there was some images of a Ukrainian standing in front of a captured Mista 152 millimeter SPG, apparently somewhere in the areas where the current thrusts are in the south. So I found that there wasn't really anything else that hasn't been geolocated or anything else like that. But the thing that struck me about that is it is a clear indication that of the Ukrainian penetrations, the probes, have broken into the rear area at least 5 to 10 kilometers behind the main lines. If they could actually get to where one of those guns had apparently been disabled by Ukrainian fire by Ukrainian artillery.
Yeah, there's a lot of rumor about this as to how the Ukrainians may or may not have done it. There was one drone video reporting 3 of them to be destroyed very quickly by GLMRS. On the other hand, we discussed it, I think, on Monday already with Thomas, the likelihood that the Ukrainians are using the remaining volcano or new volcano as well as Excalibur ammunition is also not to be discarded. So we shall have a little look-see. In the video, it seemed like GLMRS, but yeah, you're quite right. The targeted artillery is further behind the lines than people would have expected, because the main line evidently is not the first line, it's the second line of contact there. And the Ukrainians have made progress. As I indicated about, I don't know, an hour ago or something, we should not be surprised to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces on a variety of attack vectors are far further than we have been led to believe.
Yeah, it seems quite interesting. I did see the video as well of, I think it was 3 of them being taken out by what looked like artillery or something. And then, yeah, so if the Ukrainians have actually managed to go up there to those positions on foot, as it were, with men, that, yeah, either maybe say either a really quick advance or very close artillery support, so they don't have to travel that far to actually get there, just calling the shots. And then running through the smoke and take everyone else out. So yeah, not quite sure which. I suppose we'll find out over the forthcoming hours and days. Great, man.
Hey guys, I spoke with an ex-British soldier who's here in the UAE. He's part of one of those guys who came here, I think 20 years ago or so, and were training the army here, the local military, and then basically a lot of these guys stayed on, and they've got a sort of cool little military expats, what would you call it? I don't know, community. I'm not part of it, but I know some of these guys, and so I spoke to them, and he reminded me of one thing which was also reminded by Yehuda a few times during the whole Kherson counteroffensive, which is that what we don't see on the maps is necessarily how porous the lines can be. So you might have a map that represents something and you think, okay, this is the advance, but actually in reality, you've got units kind of a bit more all over the place than you would necessarily expect. So that could be an explanation for what you guys are talking about right now. Yeah, something to keep in mind.
Yeah, another explanation could be this other report that I'm just reading now. It's not normally from a publication that I kind of believe a hell of a lot. It's the New York Post, but it had a quite an amusing story in there saying that Putin's stressed administration staff start each day with a bottle of vodka. So if that is true, I'll just read the first paragraph. Vladimir Putin stressed out Kremlin staffers, along with prominent politician, governors, and members of Russia's elite, have been hitting the bottle since the start of the war. This is from the independent Russian language news website, Verstka. Now, I wonder if that's one of those ones that means truth, or the other one, whatever it is, truth or fact. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, so yeah, if they are hitting a bottle before the bosses are hitting the bottle before they make their decisions, that could explain why things don't seem to be going to plan, or in Russian, according to plan. So Axel, if you can hear me now, I've managed to lock myself out of my phone for the next 22 seconds. So I can't.
That's interesting. I can still hear you. Freight, but we can go to Freight Monkey in the meantime.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not sure that the New York Post, I'm not sure which one the New York Post is, but I'm not exactly sure if they're the sort of, what would you call it, the top tier of journalism. But also, if they're reporting on an independent Russian media story, then it might be a little bit off, maybe. But it's still amusing and not very hard to believe. I mean, we do know that there is a whole lot of alcohol involved in Russian decision making, as we've also seen by intercepted phone calls by military personnel as well, and ranking commanding officers, which is always interesting. That's gone a little bit more quiet. It seems to me that maybe the Russians are relying a little less on their mobile phones, and they've learned their lesson there. But it was amusing whilst we were able to get a lot of those. I mean, we still do get interceptions, or maybe it's just that the SBU is not very keen on putting them out in public, which actually, now that I think about it, that sounds more realistic as well.
Yeah, thanks for that. I've managed to get into my phone again. I apparently tried to unlock it 3 times and failed. So there we go. So we're all good now. Jeff?
Yeah, I was going to say, I respond to Freight that the Post is, if I understand it, is the same general realm of sensation over entertainment as the Daily Mail.
Not possible. The Daily Mail is the crown jewel of British newspapers. Only sometimes to be outdone by some of its peers. But I do not think that anything can come close to the Daily Mail in terms of sensation and absolute bogus stories from time to time.
Well, let's say the Post has its moments of trying to compete. I'll put it at that.
I just don't think that Americans have the. I don't think Americans are capable to do for the same amount of tabloid. It's a bit like, I don't think the Brits have the equivalent of a Tucker Carlson. You know, that talk show teleprompter reading host that the Americans specialize in. I think the Brits specialize more in the tabloids. But you know, you need a bit of everything in this world, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I mean, the Daily Mail, I just call that the Daily Whale. And yeah, it does have the New York Post does have a big red banner at the top of it, which is normally a bit of a red flag, to me when it comes to news. But I just found that the article quite funny. Medvedev, of course, gets a mention because vodka was mentioned. So yeah, apparently he's been producing his own moonshine in his estate outside of Plois on the Volga River, which does not surprise me one little bit. So yeah, he's been on the source, and other decision makers, as you say, seem to be on the source as well. I have half a bottle of white wine waiting for me for when I finish my co-hosting session, and it's chilling nicely. Pregnant.
Yeah, I think there's maybe a tactical sort of strategic thought as to maybe we should be actually supplying vodka to the Russians. I'm not saying to reopen sales to Moscow, but essentially to the soldiers. There's something a little bit biblical about that. I maybe have got my ancient history a little bit mixed up, but in I think maybe it was Xenophon or one of the ancient Greek writers who was no, it wasn't. It was anyway, in the Greco-Persian Wars, the prelude to that, there was a whole story about making the enemy soldiers drunk. I wonder if something like that maybe in the future will come back up. Maybe there'll be a story of Ukrainians leaving large amounts of booze for Russian soldiers to drink up and become combat ineffective. It's just a thought that passed my mind. Anyway.
Yes, I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. It would seem like a bit of a waste. If you could just drink a little bit, be quite good, but not obviously not when you're on duty. I did think about maybe putting something into their vodka and passing it to them, but I told that was against the Geneva Convention, so that's probably why I'm not in the military or in charge of anything.
But some lady did that. I remember early in the war. She apparently poisoned soldiers with her bread or something like that. That was I don't know how many of those stories are a little bit more urban myth and folklore by now, rather than real. But I don't have trouble believing them for 1 second.
Yeah, I also remember hearing that story as well. I think it was some stuff, wasn't there? A little babushka, but yeah, I mean, I hope it's true. I don't know if it is or not. It's a nice thought. Bloke. Bloke Quibberkawas. You have your hand up. There.
Hi. I just wanted to point out that we may not need to supply the Russians with anything. They seem to be very good at causing trouble for themselves. So there are reports of cholera, dysentery coming in amongst Russian soldiers. And some of them are thinking that maybe they made a mistake of blowing the dam. And if we look at on the scale of debilitation, dysentery in trench warfare, I think, is right up there on the scale of something that is going to affect them a lot more. So the Russians don't need a lot of help to shoot themselves in the foot. But maybe we can offer some vodka to hurry along the dehydration and either send them home or send them back horizontally. Either way, it's all good.
Yeah, it definitely can't be easy, or definitely a hell of a lot harder trying to fight when you got diarrhea or something like that. That can't be good whatsoever. I mean, you're in a whole heap of. Well, I won't say that. I'll leave that one out there. But yeah, if they're gonna mess with freshwater supplies by blowing up a dam that supplies a hell of a lot of the area with fresh water, then if they're not prepared, they're going to be drinking horrible stuff. I think I heard Marcus mention before about the Crimea Dam. The waters in that have virtually stopped, and the Russians are drinking out of that, and they're wondering why they're getting ill. So, well, they shouldn't be there in the first place. I mean, I hope they do get ill. I hope they're out of the fight. That will mean that the Ukrainian counteroffensive will have more of an impact and more of an effect if a lot of their troops are down with stomach bugs or in hospital. That'd be very good. So I'm going to have a look at a little bit more news now to tell you about. So Stoltenberg has been talking regarding Ukraine and NATO membership, and more broadly of NATO and how it can help arm Ukraine for the offensive. So he's reiterated that it is he wants alliance members to ensure that Ukraine keeps on getting enough arms so it can pursue its counteroffensive against Russia, replacing things that are lost. And one thing I heard today was the US is sending more Bradley fighting vehicles over. So the numbers that I saw would replace the number that we reportedly saw being taken out the other day. So yeah, back to having the same number, or if not, a few more on the Ukrainian side. So this replenishing of any losses that Ukraine suffers, which are going to happen during a counteroffensive, is very so they can just keep on rolling, keep that military ball rolling, as it were, of the counteroffensive, and basically keep doing what they do. It should be very good. Let's see another.
I think you're right. I think you're right. They're making progress. By the way, I can see Lexicon David has joined us. David, the Canadian.
Yeah, there's Lexicon. Lexicon.
Hi. I was just saying earlier today, but I guess before you were around, that I've been thinking about this 15 more Bradleys. I was saying earlier that it occurs to me, that's nice, but to me it's a way of, it underlines the view that you guys are the B team. So, okay, like, one of your crickets inside the hula hoop, your little circus yard you have there that you're playing with.
Lexicon.
Yeah.
Lexicon, did you just say Shaggy and I are the B team?
No, I'm saying.
Okay.
It's saying to Ukraine.
Sorry.
Well, that says maybe. I'm not going there. No, but
okay, Shaggy, we're packing up. We're leaving.
Actually, B team is a promotion for me. So yeah, carry on, Lexicon.
Well, I don't know what they're calling, what they're taking Ukraine for, but it's like your cricket. I don't know what to call this. You got some trained little animals there, and he breaks his stick, and you give him another one. Anyway, the fact is that there aren't enough Bradleys, and that's nice. 15 are gone. You put them back to status quo ante, but we should be ramping them up. Okay, 15 went. That means there need to be 45 where those were, and so on and so on. To me, it underscores that view on the part of the U.S. that this is. I always remember Biden saying they don't need F-16s. They don't need 1,000 Bradleys or Mardars or whatever. So I just, I knew it annoyed me at the moment. And it just today came singing home to me that it's not, it's a statement of intent. You're where you're at, and that's where you're going to be. And you play it out with that. You play with what you got, okay? And I don't know, either when your grown-ups come and see us, or you're way out there, so don't come and see us, or you're the cordon sanitaire to keep us Europe and the Ruskies separated, or there's some kind of role allowed to Ukraine to just shuffle along. Just shuffle at the pace you can, and do your job, and we'll keep you in 80 or 90 or something Bradleys, and but we're not gonna all out say you are truly partners and you are human beings, and your country, your environment is one that merits preserving. One of the most, if we can say that, remarkable environments for human life for ages, since human time immemorial. But it's just, instead of saying that, it's just, we'll just muck along, and this is what you got, what is what you'll get. And I just feel disappointed, as you might hear from my tone. I'd like to see more, and I'd like to say so in somebody's ear. Just saying it in yours. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, I'd also like to see more. I mean, there's plugging a gap with the like replacement. I mean, that's good from some point of view, but when you and that'd be good in a defensive posture, plugging gaps. But when you're in an offensive posture, I would have thought you wanted to, well, flood through the gaps basically. So you want to at least have that gap filled, and then push through as well. And for that, you'd need more. So yeah, 3 times more for everything lost. I really like that number. So if they lost 15,
replacement
number
ratio.
40.
Yep.
Exactly. That'd be quite nice. I fully concur with that 3-to-1 ratio there, Lexicon. I like that number.
And rising.
Yeah, and rising. So For instance, for every Storm Shadow fired at Russian positions, it should be replaced with 3 more, and infinitum on everything that the Ukrainians are using defending themselves against the Russians. That would sort things out pretty quickly if that ratio went forward in across all the arms and munitions. I think it'd be over in short order.
Well, like if you're in it to win it, then if you're going into the counter offensive, which means prodding and probing and attriting, one, then going into some weaknesses you feel you've identified, 2, which means hit harder in like 3 or more places, then step 3, smash on through to the other side where you've chosen to do that, 1 place, 2 places, whatever. That means you've got an accelerating requirement for really offensive capable material, right? You don't just we're in it to win it. We need to save. We got to have a.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, there's the other thought as well that the Ukrainians haven't deployed that many offensive brigades yet compared to what they actually have. So yeah, I think it's all part of the plan. But yeah, I do like our little. We're going to have to write to somebody to say this 3-to-1 ratio for replacements is the way forward. But, yeah,
let's do it.
It's making me smile. That 3-to-1. I mean, that's like the miracle of compound interest, isn't it? On steroids. That'd be great.
Yes, compound on steroids.
So yeah, somebody just put the song "Break On Through" to the other side by the Doors into my head, and I have to thank that person on air for that because that's just rolling around my head.
That was being my theme
so
song.
interesting. It's so interesting. We all have this issue with pop culture. I think Lexicon and I will probably given our advanced wisdom. Let's put it this way. I presume we can reach deep into the pockets of the 1960s and 70s music as well. And there are so many things which constantly pop into my mind when I listen to our discussions and when I look at Twitter or I listen to what happens on the radio. The Ukrainians are extremely keen on very modern, hardcore sounds and tunes and trance and everything else. But for me, whenever I listen to this stuff, there are so many parallels to all this kind of, I don't know, how do you call this? It is essentially cultural framing and milestones, which we all have. Break On Through to the Other Side was essentially the very first thing which I thought about when I thought about them crossing over the basin. 100%, no question, Shaggy. I'm with you.
Yeah, there's a lot of music from back in the day, from the Vietnam era, that rings true these days as well. A lot of the videos that I see about the Ukrainian conflict produced by Ukrainians, by the guys themselves. I've got a lot of Ukrainian tunes I'd never heard of before, but are very, very, very good. Half the time I don't know what they're saying because it's in Ukrainian, but after a little bit of Googling away, I generally find it and find a subtitled version of it. Yeah, very, very good. Virtual.
Yes, I just want to say that I completely agree with Lexicon. I guess like we all do, but this is not just an equipment issue. It's also it's a political message that we will not escalate. We will give you as little as possible. We are scared to death of giving an appearance of escalating, so we will keep things even, and if this is the strategy to every week or every second week to give equipment to Ukraine, they have to wait 2 or 3 months to get the new equipment.
No,
And what happens
actually,
when
just briefly, the Bradleys, they are literally standing in Poland.
Okay, that's good, because it seems that also, a lot of Abrams are standing in Poland, but they're not using those. So I don't understand what they're doing, but anyway, I think you have like a counteroffensive. You lose a lot of when the real punch comes. They might lose a lot over a very short period of time when they're breaking through. They will have losses, and they might have huge losses within a very short time, and then they have no buffer. So to me, this is far from good enough. This is ridiculous, actually. It's I'm quite pissed off that they're doing this.
Yeah, I've got a feeling there's various different marshalling areas. There's going to be marshalling areas of spare in Poland, marshalling there where the Russians can't hit it for definite because it's a NATO country. And yeah, so it'll be a whole supply chain of these things. I did read a report earlier on today about regarding Abrams. Yeah, they're still in Poland at the moment because there's training going on. That training is due to finish from the report that I read at the end of August. So I guess some of them will be finished a bit earlier, and hopefully that's the majority. Hopefully that's the final bit of training for the guys who are getting the Abrams will be finished at the end of August. That's me thinking. Hopefully there. I hope it doesn't mean the first ones will be finished at the end of August. Is my point. So
the physical tanks that Ukraine will actually get, are they done with the production of those, or can they use the ones in Poland?
Oh, I don't know that one. Gunny would definitely know that one, I think. Well, Gunny might know that one, but he's not here. Laughing. Have you any idea of the actual Abrams in Poland? I know they're using training tanks in Poland to do the actual training, and not the ones they're going to be using in Ukraine. But I would actually thought the ones that are actually going to be used in Ukraine would be moved there first of all, so that once the tank crews are trained, they can just hop on a train and then get to their new equipment, which is in Ukraine.
I'm sorry, Shay, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, Virtual had a question regarding tanks. Virtual, do you want to ask Tom? Tell Tommy, Laughing Tommy, your question.
Sure. We know that there are Abrams in Poland now, like Shaggy said, that the Ukrainians are training on. Maybe, is that right? But I don't know if these are the physical tanks that actually they will use, that they will actually give to Ukraine. As far as I understand, the tanks, the Abrams that's going to be used in Ukraine, they're not done yet. They're not ready yet. So I don't know if you know anything about it.
I think you're correct. I think that the training tanks, and I don't remember if it was where the training was taking place exactly, but I am pretty sure that the ones that are being trained on are not the ones that are going to be dispatched to the fight, actually. But they should be the same. It's just that as far as the training aspect goes, but the ones that are going to come in from the US are not the ones that are being trained on.
What's the last timetable on that? Do you know? Were they promised by by this offensive, by the summer, or?
No. They were never promised for the offensive. The first estimate that was given was for 2024, but then it got shortened to this autumn. So that's the official timeline that has been given through multiple interviews and so on. If anything is moving, it's not been officially reported so far.
Okay, yeah, thanks everybody.
Good stuff. Thanks a lot, Laughing. And thank you, Virtual. Zigolman.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the US aid package and what, I guess it was Lexicon was talking about the Bradleys. I am hoping, and this is what I would do if I were Ukraine, I would ask the United States to have the reserve vehicles, kind of pre-stationed in Poland, and not officially take possession of them until I wanted them, because once you have them, you have to store them. So this could be just an accounting gimmick where there's additional Bradleys or pre-staged waiting for them to be needed, and then turn over the title to them. when they need them. You know, to me, I could see ideally 2 levels of staging with the large equipment. You know, the tanks and Bradleys and all the other infantry fighting vehicles, where you'd have a small number of reserve that are actually in theater, and then a larger number that are staged in Poland, maybe not technically in Ukraine when they're needed. So I'm hoping that's what this is. This is purely an accounting gimmick to turn over the title of some things that are pre-staged in Poland. That's how I would do it. I wouldn't want my reserve unit, all of my reserve armor, you know, actually physically in Ukraine necessarily, because then it becomes vulnerable, right? So just a thought on that this is all part of the plan on how reserve armor is handled.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Zagelman. Back up. I can't see Primus, so if you can see him, Axel, or if you're there, Primus, yeah, just talk. I wonder if I've got
I just processed those requests for you.
Okay, thanks a lot. There he is. Primus, you're there now. I can see you now.
Thank you, Shaggy. So, my understanding of what's going on with the M1s in Germany right now, there's 31 of them. Apparently, they're of a training variety, whatever that means. Or at least they're specifically going to be used for training, and they're working on 31 M1A1 Abrams. So they're taking out the kind of the special depleted uranium composite armor is in there and replacing it with, I don't know whatever they're going to replace it with, tungsten. I don't know. But basically turning into an export level tank. I don't know what else they're doing. I'm sure they're doing depot level maintenance on it, but they should be there in a month or two, is my understanding. And then we'll see what else happens. I mean, it is only 31 tanks. The U.S. has about 2,300 sitting in parks and so on that we could send over in theory, although some of them are actually the older original M1s with 105 millimeters, but whatever. But yeah, that's the thing. The original plan was to send new build M1A2 SEP V3s, and those would have been newly manufactured. Those would have been arriving in towards the end of the year or early 2024. Is my understanding, but they decided to move up the timeline by using tanks they already had and making them ready. So that's what's going on with that. They did just make a decision about sending over depleted uranium rounds with the M1 tanks as well. Apparently that was a debate for some reason for several weeks. I don't really know what else they would have been shooting on there if they didn't have the depleted uranium rounds or the anti-tank stuff, but there we go. They're sending them with the the Sabo rounds there, and they are pretty much the best out there. So if they do run into any Russian tanks, they are dead. There's no going back from that. They will kill those. Those are pretty much the best anti-tank round in the world, in my opinion. I might be biased as an American. So, anyways, there you go.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I've heard they're very good. I'm not military. I did a bit of Googling, and they're supposed to be brilliant. So yeah, more of those. But I like it when somebody describes some equipment being sent to Ukraine as the best, because they deserve the best, and they will be able to make great use of the best of whatever they're given. Hoxie and then virtual.
Good morning, afternoon, evening to all. Don't forget to retweet the space. Quick question for Primus, completely out of ignorance. How big a deal is it to remanufacture, or is it even possible, an existing M1 with the armor that we really don't want them to have? Is it possible? If so, how long does it take? And can that be manufacturer and doing it there? All these are things that I don't know. It may have been discussed earlier, but
Well, I don't have direct knowledge on that, so I will give my best assessment of it though. And it is something that can be swapped out because, I mean, you have to be able to replace armor if it gets damaged. Otherwise, you're throwing away the whole tank, right? So, they should be able to detach that armor and replace it. It's not just like a plate you can screw on and off. I believe it's like sandwiched inside the actual, composite armor. Or so they really do have to take off like the blocks of the armor. And it's usually around the front glacis of the tank, like the the turret wall on the outside is usually where you'd see that, is my understanding. So they have to take apart the turret and replace it. Clearly it takes some time, but we also have a lot of experience because we've exported a lot of M1 tanks. So I don't think it's I don't think it's necessarily a quick process. But like anything, goes along with it. It's a big process, kind of getting the tanks to where they need to go, scheduling the depot time to do it, and that kind of thing. I don't think the actual work takes a whole lot of time. But then you also have to manufacture the tungsten armor or whatever it is they're replacing it with. So you have to make that, and that probably does takes more than a minute too. So it takes a little time, but we have a lot of experience. I just think it's absurd that they're doing this at all. That they should just send it with a depleted uranium on there, because they're not going to be used for, I don't know, like, low tier fights. This is peer on peer engagement, and they're going to be used immediately. So, I don't think it's a big deal. I've heard people talk about M1 tanks getting damaged in Iraq, and they just basically threw parts into the scrapyards. So I don't even think it's particularly secret. So I don't know why this is such a big concern. It almost feels more like gatekeeping as a reason not to send M1s. And say it's going to take a lot longer when you can just send the leopards that presumably don't have that. Actually, they definitely don't have that. But yeah, it feels more like gatekeeping than anything else to me. But apparently that's some very classified armor. But it's like also like 20, 30, 40 years old. I mean, it's not a new tank. I mean, I know those mixtures have changed, but I mean, it's not a new system either, and I don't think it's worth risking Ukrainian lives. I mean, there are some survivability impacts on it because, I mean, the Saudis lost a lot of M1s in like freaking Yemen. So, it does make a difference. But I mean, a downgraded M1, without that armor is probably just as good as a Leopard 2A6. Well, maybe somewhere between an A4 and an A6 because we're sending the M1A1s. I don't know what else they're doing to it. I've heard they're making a couple sensor changes on those two. Maybe not on the plus side. I don't know for sure. I couldn't confirm that, but it just takes time. They're getting there. It's unnecessary in my opinion, but it is what it is. That's what's happening. They'll get there eventually, and they will kick some ass.
Yeah, I look forward to them arriving. I am disappointed they're being, in effect, down armored, but hopefully they'll always still be effective. Virtual and then Zagorman.
Yeah, so I heard you talking about depleted uranium for the tanks, like for the ammunition or shells. So I saw a clip of Putin whining about depleted uranium, and now he's going to use it as well. So so I'm wondering, are they actually already using it, or do they even have tanks that can use this kind of ammunition? I don't think that too many models that can. Does anybody know?
Laughing or Primus? I actually heard they were using it already, but just to get confirmed or denied by Laughing or Primus.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that really caused the controversy has been it's a fake controversy, is the British sending their Challenger 2 tanks, and they use depleted uranium. The Leopards generally don't, because the Germans and so on have concerns about depleted uranium, but especially the A6s don't need that because they have a 55 caliber barrel instead of the 44. So they kind of get the extra velocity, so you don't really need that. Is my understanding. Axel would probably know better than me on that one. So yeah, it was regarding the Challengers. I mean, the Russians have been using depleted uranium shells because that's kind of a standard outfit for their their higher end tanks. That's what they use for armor piercing. So they've had access to it as well. And sometimes there's like machine gun bullets which might have a little bit of DU in there. I'm not sure about that. So I think it's been used for quite a while in the theater by the Russians and whatever the Ukrainians captured, so it's really nothing new. But it's the challengers which are going to be using it. And I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen the challengers yet, too. I'm kind of on challenger watch right now, hoping they're going to show up sometime soon.
Just to be clear, I was referring to Russian tanks that Putin would now start using depleted
Well, they
uranium.
have the Russians have tanks which have used the equivalent of depleted uranium shells, but it's not their main ammo. But yes, it's nothing unusual. That's the whole point. So the discussion about the DU shells is just, shall we say, a bit ephemeral.
Yeah, it's a little bit of distraction, really, them moaning about something they're already using. So go on, and then laughing.
Yeah, I just had a comment and a question. I did hear that there are some revised optics going into the new tanks, but that's just something I read. I don't know whether it's true or not. That they have some optics they don't want to put into the fight yet. But the question I would ask on you know, kind of Hop C's question, just from an engineering perspective, does anybody know what the difference in weight between the app is? Because that would tell you what level of you know, what level of maintenance this work could be done. If the weight of the new armor is less than the plated uranium armor, then it could probably be done at a deeper level, just using the existing attach points. But that, to me, that's the first thing I would ask is what's the weight difference between the two types of armor, and then the resulting impact of the attach points would be, as an engineer, the first question I would ask. If somebody knows that the difference in weight of those chunks of armor, when comparatively, that would be helpful understanding.
Yeah, it'd be a very interesting answer to that one. Laughing?
Yeah, so regarding the Russian tanks, the T-80 Block 5 has the ability to fire a variation of the Svinet round, which contains a depleted uranium penetrator. And TASS, the Russian news agency, was bragging about it back in 2018, and they have been using those during the war in Ukraine. Actually, there were, I think, one or two, at least one was destroyed. There was a video of it. But yes, they have weapon tanks that they have the ability to use them. And I also think there have been captured depleted uranium shells, so they are using them. Because there's no way to capture a Soviet pattern DU shell from another place than Russia, because they have never exported them, since it's the most advanced shell they have. So if we have captured ones in Ukraine, they can be coming from the Ukrainians.
Yeah, thanks, Laughing. One thing I did see today, actually, was the first video of a Mitlik being used. So I think a Mitlik is, if I've said that correctly, is that rope, that explosive rope that is used to clear mines in a minefield. So the video I saw of it today, I don't know. I mean, I thought that thing was supposed to be long. It's supposed to go a long way and like a bit of a straight line. And the one I saw kind of shot up in the air quite a bit, came down over what looked like a bit of a ditch type thing with a bit of bushes. And it was a bit. It wasn't a very long length of explosion that happened afterwards. It was kind of concentrated. Maybe that was supposed to happen that way. But yeah, somebody asked me the other day, had I seen any examples of that Mitlik rope being used, and today was the first time I saw some.
Supposed to be 100 and something meters long thing. It's not meant to be. It's supposed to be, because it's the longer it gets, since it's a rope of explosives, the heavier it gets. And there's different factors to it. But there was this other Russian thing which Yeah, it's also 90 meters. The UR-77 meteorite. So yeah, and they're both about 100 meters. So I don't know what you saw, but it's supposed to be 100 meters if that's what you saw.
Yeah, the rope that I saw, it looked to be maybe around about that much in length. But when it came down on the ground, it only kind of covered about maybe 30, 35, maybe 40 meters, probably more like 30 actually. But it came down more spaghetti and quite fat rather than a long straight line. I mean, it definitely created a boom. It definitely cleared that area of mine. I didn't see any secondary explosions. But then I'm not military, so I just my brain may not register it. I'm going to try and dig out that video and pass it to somebody who might know what they're talking about with regards to whether it was used properly or whether it was used for another reason. It looked good though, but it was just my first use of the Mitlik. I'll try and dig it out for you, Laffy.
The meteorites, they posted videos to the Ukrainians, I mean. They used them in the Battle of Bakhmut, where they would lay them across the street where the Russians were advancing and just blow them up. And also they showed one being used near the, and this is just from memory because I can't search for the videos now, but they showed one being used near the southwest of Bakhmut across the canal near Klishchivka. So yeah, that's two uses I can remember, but I think both of those were UR-77, so the Soviet pattern one. They weren't the Miklik, which is the M58, the US one. So I don't know if there was previous use of the Mikliks or if what you saw was an actual Miklik. I don't really, unless you can see the launcher in the video, I don't know how you would distinguish between the two visually from a drone video, for example, but maybe it would show.
Yeah, the kind of launcher thing that I saw looked quite small actually. I thought it was the Mitlik one was a bit bigger, so maybe it wasn't a Mitlik. It said it on their tweet, but maybe it wasn't. We'll have to see. So yeah. I had high hopes for those Mitlik things because they looked great actually when I saw them on demos for clearing minefields, a couple side by side, just to clear a row right through the minefields. That
has been used like from what do you call it, two-wheeled trailer, that is the kind of thing you can basically attach behind the car. They show it on Wikipedia, it's behind an M113 APC, but I guess you can hitch it to whatever. But yeah, it's not supposed to be a big thing. The Russians use sort of like an APC look thing, but it's this one's different. And this is good because you can hitch it to whatever armored vehicle you want, actually. So this system is way better.
Okay, then maybe it was actually that, but it did look like it was on exactly as you say, like a little two-wheel vehicle, like when you see those little generators being pulled behind a van or something like that, just on two wheels. It was about that. It looked like triangular shape. So yeah, it may have actually been that then.
Yeah, precisely. Like it's a very good idea to do it this way because you can hitch to existing vehicles. That's one. Actually, the Israelis use a lot of different systems that operate in this way, which you can then hitch to the Merkava tanks, their APCs, their IFVs, everything. It's a good idea. The more modular your design, the more flexible your units.
Yeah, interoperability. Always good. So if you haven't got a dedicated device for it, that means you can use it in a very different ways, and yeah, just hook it behind anything that can pull it. Brilliant. David, good afternoon, sir.
Well, and good afternoon to you, Shaggy. How are you?
I am fair to middling.
Oh, well, that's very good, very, very good. Yeah. Anyway, so listen. So the thing to remember is Miklik is just a device. So if the device has a rocket on it, and behind it, right, there is explosive rope, then it's pretty much what you've got. It doesn't really matter. We could fixate forever on how far it goes. The UK used to have something that would go much further than the American system. I think the American system is its own device. I think that's 250 meters. Maybe it's a little bit less. Maybe it's a little bit more. UK, I think in the 1980s, I think it was 500 meters. They tend to snake, right? The thing to remember is there's a rocket on it, right? And the way you would get it straight is if it wasn't slowing down and it just carried on. Otherwise, you'll just get some sort of snaking on it. I've not seen anything with like you say, a little trailer. That sounds great, but of course, that would mean that you would have less distance. But right, if you could have 20 of those instead of just having the one APC type device that would do it, then you're in a much better position. You could be pulling those behind a whole load of, so Bradleys, 10 Bradleys came up and you could cover a lot of distance, couldn't you? So the question is to just about how effective they are at clearing the mines. That's the only thing to be, the only question. So it's how fat the fire hose of it's not a fire hose of crap, it's a fire hose of explosives, and how effective it is at clearing the mines close by. Normally they would say that regardless, when you put a mitlik in it, you roll it after or use a plow anyway, because it's not 100% perfect.
Brilliant, thanks for that, David. I've just sent you, David, the actual video that I saw, and I'm just in the process. There you go as well, laughing. I've just DM'd it to you as well, the tweet that I saw, so you can have a little look yourselves at it. Maybe I should put it up in the nest. I'll wait to see if Axel wants. I'll send it to Axel as well, and maybe he can put it in the nest.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll do. I'll do that. David, you for 1 minute while I just send this DM to Axel. I can't multitask. I'm like you.
It's just where you know my ability to multitask. It's pretty limited, right? But I can talk at the same time as I'm in the garden, Shaggy. I'm looking at my tomatoes.
What a surprise!
I know, but my tomatoes.
You can deal with the tomatoes and talk.
Yes,
multitasking.
No, it is.
It's okay, David. I'm back now. I'm obviously quick at doing this. You can continue though.
And I just demonstrated how amazing I am at multitasking as well.
You are looking at the flowers and talking at the same time. That is an achievement.
It is, and you know what? I'm very proud of it.
I'm very proud of you. Laughing Tommy.
Enough of this happy banter.
Yeah, so I saw the video and it looks exactly like the two-wheel trailer that's supposed to deploy. Now, usually snaking can happen if there's a rope that's attached to the trailer that is supposed to keep the line straight as it pulls out. So sometimes, and I've heard this from a US soldier who's had experience with this, in a YouTube video, and he says that basically sometimes what will happen is that the rope will rip, but this doesn't seem to be the case. Now, when the rope rips, what happens is that some unlucky sod has to go after the munition, somehow dispose of it, which sometimes happens by shooting it, according to the guy, sometimes by different means, because it's a lot of explosives and you don't want to get too close to it after it's been armed and deployed if it doesn't detonate all by its lonesome. And that's what I know about it. But this looks correct. I don't know if it snakes, you're going to lose some length, which it appears that it did. But then again, the lane that you're going to open is going to be wider, so maybe that's how it was intended to be used in the first place in this case.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I do it interrupt. I'm properly multitasking because I'm watering at the same time, which is why I interrupted. So if you look at loads and loads of the Mikliks being used, you'll see pretty much they all snake. because it needs to you need to, for it to be straight, it would need to keep on accelerating. But at the point where it slows down because you pulled something, you're always going to get that bit. The only way they would do it is, I guess, if you thought about it, and when it was all in the air, there was a little bit of a parachute at the end, but that which would pull it straight. But I don't think they do that anymore. So.
Yeah, Axel's now popped the little video up in the nest. So it's the one on the on the far left. Laughing then Jameson.
Also, now that I look at it for a second or third time, you can see that as it falls across the vegetation, it actually creates an arc over the tree line. So basically, that's the reason you would also lose out a bit on the length of the deployment. So yeah, it's definitely a MriyaReport. It's the same trailer. It's attached to some sort of lightly armored four-wheeled vehicle. I can't exactly say what it is because there's two. The image zooms out at the point after it's deployed and we see the actual vehicle. So I think it's a bit too tall to be a Humvee, but I can't say for sure.
Thanks a lot, Laughing. Jameson.
Yeah, so OIF-1 in the second Iraq War, if you want to call it that, in the invasion, the Marines hit a minefield, and there's a very popular video that was going on YouTube at the time of Marines. It's basically the ones they used then was on an M1 Abrams chassis, and it's a lot bigger. I've seen the ones with like the trailers and air vehicles that are, you know, breaching vehicles that have them, and I even think I saw a video back in the day on like some type of MRAP. But at any rate, I think they are different sizes because if you think about it, if you want to have tanks go through, use the tank one. If you want maybe vehicles, this gives you more flexibility on the battlefield. You can't exactly bring a tank everywhere you want to go. So that's probably why they didn't get the big one, because if it's on that Abrams chassis and it's got that depleted armor, uranium armor or what have you, then that's probably why they didn't get that one. Also, if Axel's still on, I'm working, so I can't see right now. But or whoever, I have a question in particular
I'm here.
about the weasels 1 and 2, the German weasels. Was there any talk about sending weasels over to Ukraine at any point? A, and B,
yes,
because if they did and they had a breakthrough, those things would eat the Russians up. I yield. I'm just curious.
Yeah, weasels are on the list of articles which the Ukrainians, after having trained in Germany, found very useful.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then don't be surprised if you see packs of weasels going deep into enemy lines. I was watching a video of a Leopard crewmen who were training against weasels, and they said weasels, they hated going up against weasels more than anything because the weasel can go just about anywhere and they can take out a tank from anywhere. They can go twice as far and they're really fast and maneuverable, and because they're small, they're hard to load. So I feel like if they had some weasels, they really could cause havoc in the rear of the Russians.
They sound great. Yeah, more weasels, please, or weasels in the field. Jeff.
Aren't weasels amphib? I seem to recall seeing some videos of them fording.
I wouldn't call this amphib. They're capable of crossing light waterways. Amphibious, I wouldn't call it.
Okay, so light waterways, like perhaps some of the open patches between Nikopol and the south bank of the former reservoir?
The weasel is, as they say, what, a light armored weapons carrier and attack support vehicle. So
answer is yes.
It's like
very
if
light.
It's like a tank and an MRAP had a baby. That's what the weasel looks like, and they usually have like tow missiles. I know there's a German version of the tow. They might have heavy machine guns, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I remember.
Is it,
I remember seeing a vid.
There's a couple of versions. There's a couple of versions. That's the whole thing. There's a very flexible setup for what you can do with it. You can have them as ambulance. You can have them as spotter, command vehicle. There's a Weasel came out, for example, the Weasel 2 came out as a supposed replacement for the functionality of the Gepard, which is complete nuts because it's just really a light air defense system. It's really just the light air defense. It is supplementary to have, and the Ocelot, which then came on later, the air defense system, is definitely okay. However, it is only supplemental. Having it for an attack is perfect. If you had Weasels as, say, a recce and fire control vehicle, or you have the Ocelot on top of it, and you can move with your light infantry and mechanized infantry appropriately, that's exactly what you would want it for.
That's total havoc. Getting past, if you're able to infiltrate past the enemy's front lines.
Yeah, so that's what the tanker was saying. They would use either the infantry or they would use a few weasels to make contact, so the leopards would focus on them, and then the weasels would basically flank them on both sides and tear them up from the back end. But I think that would be good for reconnaissance, obviously. But it's a multi-purpose system, so because it's so flexible, not all of them, but a lot of them are. You can really change your munitions depending on the mission, and so I feel like they're kind of like the SAS in North African enemy lines, or used as a maneuver element to, as Patton would say, hold them in the nose so you can kick them in the ass.
And the German Bundeswehr doesn't really like to get rid of them. They really dislike the idea of having to, having to part with them.
Well, they like their toys. I understand that.
Well, they have so few of them, given the fact that they've been drained for ages.
Yeah, I was just having a look at that on Google. Apparently 343 were made, which doesn't seem a hell of a lot, actually. So maybe a niche bit of equipment. I was surprised to see they had tracks on as well. I thought they would be wheeled, but no, they're tracked, which is better for the mud, in the mud and stuff, that they're wheeled, I'm led to believe, which in turn, would maybe we'll see them going over that little bit of causeway in Nikopol. Don't know. We can hope.
They're very funky, very little aggressive, bastards. They call them Weasel, and the Weasel, because that animal is quite, versatile. But the way they are set up, and I think Jameson is right, the way you would use them is to have a bunch of Weasels teasing out the enemy and then outflanking them. And so the behavior is more like raptors.
They sound like Jack Russells to me, which I suppose a bit weasel-like in my dog point of view. I wonder if we'll ever see a piece of military equipment called a Jack Russell. Maybe just a Russell.
Alrighty. David, are we going to swap you in, Shaggy? How are we going to do this? Because in about 4 minutes, we'll have Thomas joining us, right?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm easy.
Hey, I could stay with Shaggy, but I'm just thinking about, are you finished with your tomatoes, David? Can we come back to reasonably military things?
We can. Does it? I'm watering at the moment. I'm obviously not doing the watering that some people have done, and they've had an open mic. But which and there have been some notable people who've done that, right? Let's not name any names, but no. So yes, I am going to turn off the water.
None of them are on this panel at this time.
No, exactly, because that would be wrong for someone to do that.
Okay, David. When you're ready, finish your normal plant watering. Just let me know, and I will evacuate the co-host.
I have finished. I have turned the tap off. The flow has stopped.
Okay, I shall bid my farewell and adieu to everybody. Have a great rest of the afternoon and enjoy Thomas.
But Shaggy, come back to the panel. It is a pleasure having you with us.
Okay, will do. Will do. Thanks, Axel.
There we are. It was the afternoon starts with innuendo. Wonderful.
Is there anything else other than the unending innuendo?
No, that's all you get.
I can see Thomas already in the audience. I sent him an invite. I hope. Oh, there you go. Buonasera, good evening, guten Abend, Thomas.
Hello, hello. How is everybody tonight? Or today or this morning? I'm sorry. I don't know where every one of you is right now based at, but I wish you all a good time and welcome back to the MriyaReport, and no matter in what time zone you are.
And welcome to you, Thomas.
Wherever you are. Well, as we have a anyway, reason is are fond of genocide and the likes. Fortunately, we don't have to tolerate this much. Thomas, we've had very interesting conversations early on and lots of questions as a feedback to yesterday's segment. I sent you a few of them. I don't know whether you had any moment to go through it, but it's quite interesting. People picked up on the basin, they picked up on the maps, they wanted to know something about propaganda, and then there's a lot about proximity shells and also airburst ammunition. I don't know, where would you like to start today?
I got some questions and people asked lots of questions. So for the first thing, there was this question that I think is important to answer. How many brigades does Ukraine have in total? How many are meant for the offensive? I keep a list of all the brigades I can find that the Ukrainians have. I have 150 brigades in that list right now. Yes, there's a signal brigade, there's 2 engineering brigades, we have, I think, there's also included, the offensive guard brigades, which are 9 brigades. There's at least, if I remember right, about 10 National Guard brigades who are kind of reserve formation of light infantry. There's a territorial defense brigades, which is around 30 by now, maybe even more, 35 could be. I would have to count each type. There's 4 army aviation brigades, and there's at least 15 artillery brigades, but in summary, Ukraine has around 150 brigades, smaller than NATO brigades, because Ukrainian brigades have much less logistics, because a NATO brigade is meant to be able to fight 5,000 kilometers from home, and the Ukrainian brigade doesn't need that because it's at home and doesn't need to have all kinds of second line, third line support within the brigade because it has it at home. It doesn't need basically to have its own bakery platoon because obviously Ukraine can bake its own stuff in Ukraine and deliver it to the frontline troops. So if you look at combat brigades, there's around 100 to 120 combat brigades. All told, some of them, like the National Guard brigades, aren't at the front. They're more for rear area security. Some of the territorial defense brigades aren't at the front. They are guarding the border with Belarus. But there is 5 tank brigades, I think 32 by now, if I'm not mistaken, mechanized brigades, 2 Jaeger brigades, almost a dozen air assault and airborne brigades, motorized brigades, 5 or 6. Yeah, I should have counted before it, but just by my memory now, I'm 4 Marine brigades, I know, 2 mountain brigades. So there's enough brigades that Ukraine has, and of all those, 35 are meant for the offensive. So even if Ukraine throws all those 35s into attacking the Russian lines, there's still some 85, 90 brigades left to guard the borders and the other parts of the front. And as we have seen, the 37th Marine Brigade advanced so quickly, so fast into the Russian line, 55 Marine Brigades, which are not part of the offensive formation, but were just meant front next to the 37th Marines, had to move up to basically keep contact with the 37th Marines, which is just advancing into the Russian line with a pretty good speed, and yeah, making a name for itself, the 37th Marines here.
And it's fair to say, in addition to their advance, and that there's some indications that today, for example, Rivnopil has been liberated in the last few hours at least. That rumor abounded across various sources on both Telegram as well as finally even on Twitter. And we do not know necessarily what to make of it. We haven't heard anything yet on Facebook from the representatives of the CSU, but still, they seem to widen the corridors. So the counterattacks the Russians have brought against them don't really seem to stick, right?
They don't. The Ukrainians sent this 37th Brigade into the fight with 2 artillery brigades in support. That means that Ukrainian brigade has approximately 100 artillery tubes and barrels and rocket launchers behind its back. That means when the Russians counterattack or try to make a stand, an immense amount of artillery fire rains down on these Russians and breaks up their attack or destroys whatever fortification the Russians have. So due to the lack of air power, artillery is king on this battlefield, and the Ukrainians are using it very, very well to hit the Russians far before they can attack the 37th Marines. And more important than something being liberated, because I know every liberation is like 5-10 houses. More importantly, the Russians are losing an immense amount of equipment. The Russians lost today 5 of their best self-propelled howitzers to a HIMARS strike in the matter of minutes. They had these 5 howitzers parked strangely before their main defense line. So the Russians built a main defense line, but are trying to stop the Ukrainians even reaching it, which tells us that the Russians aren't very confident that their main defense line can stop the Ukrainians, because they're so desperate to stop them even reaching the defense line that the Russians built. So more valuable than the Ukrainians liberating small villages is that the Russians are pushing reserves forward to try to stop the Ukrainians from reaching the Russian main defense line. And the Ukrainians are very thankful for the Russians being that dumb and moving that reserves up, because now the Ukrainian HIMARS and Excalibur shells can just rain down on them and destroy them. And the Russians can't replace that. There's no chance anymore during the offensive to replace these losses. So Russia pushing reserves forward tells us that they are not very confident that their main defense line can stop the Ukrainians. Because why would you make a counterattack for a village of 5 or 10 houses with some of your best reserves if you have a defense line that you're confident that the Ukrainians could attack and not break through? So it's not looking good for the Russian main defense line. And the second thing is Russia losing some of its best equipment in these shows that they have learned nothing in 1 year of war, and they don't still realize that HIMARS, if they move stuff into HIMARS range, HIMARS with its GMLRS rockets will come and destroy that equipment. So once again, we are all lucky that the Russians are so dumb. And second thing, it looks very good for the Ukrainians, because, you know, that's what they want in this phase of the battle. They want the Russians to into HIMARS range so the Ukrainians can destroy it. And exactly what the Ukrainians want the Russians to do, the Russians are doing. So well done on both sides.
But it's pretty unique, isn't it? That the Russian commanders who have access to the information, who have seen the battlefield, who have almost likely been cycled through and experienced this, have not yet heeded, exactly their experience. Or is it just simply lack of coordination between themselves? We hear of field telephones, wire telephones, lack of good communication, therefore delayed action, them leaving equipment behind already now in areas where they shouldn't have many of them actually posted. What is this? Is this still the impact of their complete disorganization, or is it carelessness as such, individual carelessness?
Carelessness. Just today we heard about this strike that hit a Russian concentration of troops, where around 100 were killed and 100 were wounded, because it's not very clear yet what happened, but some Russian general told a unit to move up to the front to contrast a Ukrainian attack, but told the unit to wait at some point to basically receive a speech or something. And the unit concentrated there and waited for that speech, and Ukrainian artillery was like, thank you, and killed half of them, and the other half is wounded, and nobody basically moved out of this place unscathed. So this is complete morose lack of intelligence, absolute carelessness. It's typical Russian general stuff, they're complete. In the Russian military for the last 20 years under Putin, only imbeciles were promoted. And you can see it here very well, because the enemy has drones everywhere. The enemy has artillery that is just ready to fire. And within the range of these drones and this artillery, I tell 200 of my troops to sit around and wait for me. And naturally, all of them get killed by artillery. This is an invitation to the Ukrainians. It's like a birthday cake. Ridiculous. But the Russians will not learn. There will be another Russian unit like that. Like, they don't learn. It's just incompetence and carelessness. And luckily, they are like that. And some of the Russian commanders are a bit more, competent, but those are a handful. And those are mostly, I assume, the military, not because they're lazy imbeciles who want to steal from the government in an easy, secure position, but the people who are radical nationalists, fanatics, bloodthirsty murderers. Those went to the special forces because they knew they could go and kill people in Afghanistan, in Syria, and wherever. Those are a little bit more competent.
Like Strelkov.
Yes, those are a little bit more competent, but the thing is that those guys are not making it past captain or lieutenant, because either they die in combat, or when they go beyond captain and when they go from the lower ranks to the higher ranks, they become a stumbling block for the higher officers to steal and be corrupt. So they are removed from the service, and most of them then are moved over to the intelligence agencies, where they go and then murder people in other countries. And yeah, so the Russian military, conscripts, mobilized men that have no desire to be there, and officers that were promoted like the general of a military district didn't promote the most competent people, but the people he knew that could steal the most and would share with him. And that permeates the whole Russian military. From the defense minister down, everybody was like, so who should we promote? This competent guy, or that guy who has a really brilliant idea how we can steal money from the defense budget by faking software that we get from China, but sell to the ministry for a massive price. And then he has already the idea how to launder that money and place it into a Dubai bank account. And I guarantee you, every time the Russian general staff or higher ups were like, promote the guy with the corruption, expected results.
Understood. If there ever was a human resource
you didn't get that job. Ivan, you're just not corrupt enough.
I mean, it's Prigozhin got his wealth by being in corruption schemes with Shoigu. And basically now what Shoigu tried to do, because Prigozhin is criticizing him, Shoigu told him that from now on, Prigozhin has to use specific suppliers that he, Shoigu, tells him for feeding the military, basically trying to cut him out from the corruption scheme they both cooked up 20 years ago to become rich. And obviously Prigozhin is now really, really pissed and hates him even more. So these are all criminals and crooks. It's kind of like, think about The Godfather, the movie, you know?
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
completely familiar.
are smart family. That's not the Russian military. Think about the dumb idiots that they fight with, you know, the bloodthirsty, incompetent hacks, and Hyman Roth and all these people that are corrupt, incompetent, greedy, and so on. Those people are the Russian general staff, right? And those people are, none of them has any clue what to do. They're incompetent. They're getting Russian troops killed. I mean, you build a defensive line that you are proud of and advertise and are saying it's impregnable. It can't be broken
Impregnable.
through. Thank you. And then when the Ukrainians advance towards it, you send your reserves out from that line to try to stop the Ukrainians from reaching it. It's like, why did you build it in the first place? And you're going to waste your best units trying to counterattack for a village of 5 to 10 houses. And after that attack failed, you tell these units to park in some tree lines in range of Ukrainian artillery, where Ukrainian drones can spot them, and you lose entire batteries of your best artillery. Okay, gross incompetence. But you know, I love it. I'm all for it. I mean, the Russians, please continue like that. You're doing great. Please, every time you can gather in groups of 500 guys, Russian soldiers, please do it. It's a bonding experience, I guarantee. Come on, keep doing that.
If it weren't so tragic and so horrific, one would have to say it's funny. That's how strange it is, isn't it? I mean, there's a cultural challenge in that. I agree. Now, we had a number of other questions. I don't know. Shall we go through those?
Wait,
yes, please.
For the other questions, just one thing. The Russian military goes back to the times of the Tsars, it goes back to Peter the Great, it goes back to the Napoleonic times. The lives of Russians are always worthless. For the rulers in the Kremlin, the only lives that are relevant are the people that rule in the Kremlin. Everybody else in the Russian Empire is mass, and it has not changed. And you can see it right now, what Putin is doing with the Russians, what Stalin was doing with the Russians, it was the Tsar Nicholas II was doing with the Russians. It goes all the time back. So this is not tragic. This is the Russian, when people talk about the mysterious Russian soul, this is it, that life is worthless. And that the only life in Russia that ever had any value in this culture was the 4 or 5 people ruling in the Kremlin. Maybe the wives, but you know, so many Tsars killed their brothers or killed their fathers or killed their spouses or killed their children. So not even that. So mostly it's the 3, 4, 5 people ruling in the Kremlin. That's the only valuable lives in Russia. Everything else is just mass that the Kremlin never really cares about. And we shouldn't have any problems with that, because if the Russians are sick and demented and perverted, why should we care?
You're making, or you're underlining a point I've been highlighting here for a long time. I couldn't agree more. Since the days of the Oprichnina, the untouchables, the people who have benefited from this authoritarian rule are very few. Well, shall we go to the other questions?
Yes, please.
Now, there were people who were talking about partisan activity. I think the question came up in a different fashion already on Monday, but we haven't touched much upon it. I think you highlighted that, yes, a few days prior to movements,
the activation was visible. Certain bridges, certain depots went up in flames in and around Melitopol. How would you, from the outside looking in, gauge the overall partisan activity in this war?
Right now, it's very limited because the Russians are still in control of that areas, you know, and they could still go out there and execute more people. If you think that these protests that we saw in Melitopol at the beginning of the invasion, every day of people protesting the Russian invasion, and then they suddenly stopped, if you think the Russians didn't execute those people, all those people, I have a bridge to sell you. So right now, the partisans have a very limited role, mostly I think in reconnaissance, telling the Ukrainians over apps and over communications where Russians gather, where depots are, where they gather, where they have ammunition stored, where they hide their tanks, where the command posts are. The activation of all the special forces and partisans in the occupied territories will come at a later stage when the Ukrainian army is near and it's time to block a Russian escape. The Ukrainians will break through and the Russians will try to escape to Crimea. And if then they drive through a village and the only bridge is blown up and there's 20 partisans and 4 special forces holding the other side of the bridge, those Russians don't escape and can only surrender. So right now, I assume from what I have seen and heard, partisan activity to be limited to reconnaissance and target acquisition for the artillery, and partisan combat formations, which I guarantee you the Ukrainians have prepared from Melitopol all down to Simferopol and Sevastopol, because every Crimean Tatar male is ready to fight the Russians with a gun in his hand. I guarantee you that. So these units have definitely been prepared. The activation will come at a later stage. For that, we are too early in the offensive now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, we also had questions about shells. Should we go into granular detail and talk a little bit about that?
Yes, yes, please. Come on.
Okay, one question which came up was about tungsten carbide proximity shells and why we see so few of them supposedly in action. Maybe it's just not the phase, or maybe it's not the right time. And then if you could explain a little bit more about the both airburst as well as the shells which you declared yesterday should be perfectly in use for the purpose of getting rid of helicopter fields. Some people wanted to hear a little bit more about it.
There seems to be a bit of confusion because tungsten carbide. Are we speaking about the alternative warhead GMLRS rockets with the 180,000 tungsten fragments?
I
Or
don't know. The question, I tried to clarify the question further with the person, but unfortunately I had no feedback.
okay, let's just talk about artillery a little bit. So artillery fires a shell, correct? The shell is filled with explosive. To detonate that explosive, you need a fuse. The fuse comes in different variants. The most simple is a point detonating, also called super quick fuse, where basically the moment the shell impacts, switch is crushed and the fuse is triggered and the shell detonates. You can have a small delay if you want to, let's say, have the shell first penetrate a bunker top and then explode, or if you want to have to explode it on contact with the ground. So these are point detonating. Almost all Ukraine artillery we have seen that came from the West is using point detonating. If you see some American M777 guns or M119 guns, if the fuse has some electric colored green, that's the standard coloring in the United States Army for point detonating fuses. So basically, the moment there's a contact on the tip of the shell with the ground, it will detonate. Shrapnel will spread out in a circular motion. Problem is, if the ground is soft, the shell will bury a little bit into the ground, and then the shrapnel will go a little bit an angle up because, you know, in the earth it will not penetrate very far. Point detonating is also very useful against structures because you can make a delay of like a up to 0.5 seconds, I think, standard. I would have to check because, you know, there's every country has its own fuse production. They're all a little bit different. And with the delay, the shell will come down, penetrate the ground, because there's a delay between the crush switch getting crushed at the tip of the shell at the fuse and the fuse triggering the explosive. So it comes down, buries a bit into the ground, then detonates, which is ideal if you try to destroy a bunker or a building or something like that. Now, airburst ammunition is which is basically a radar that measures the distance to the ground. And at a certain distance to the ground, the shell will detonate. And since it's detonating above ground, the shrapnel will fly in all directions, circular motion, and will fly actually farther, and it will rain down, and it will kill everything under the shell. So this is excellent to kill infantry in trenches, or if you have a lot of light-skinned vehicles. A shell like that will rain down shrapnel and it will shred all those light-skinned vehicles, jeeps, trucks, something like that. The French have delivered almost all their Caesar ammunition that the Ukrainians received with a multi-option fuse where you can just turn between these modes, like there's pictograms on it between airburst, ground, penetrate, delay, and so on. You can just turn a little bit. Airburst, the United States, I haven't seen a single United States airburst shell so far delivered to the Ukrainian, airburst fuse to the Ukrainians. I don't know why. The Germans and the Slovaks and the Poles all delivered multi-option fuses. The American mortar ammunition came with multi-option fuses for airburst. So we have the ability with the mortars to fire. A mortar is an artillery system that is muzzle loaded on the front and not from the rear, and which is a howitzer, small detail. But you know, I have some threads for artillery for those people that are deeply interested into artillery workings. I think there's not many people that are that much interested in artillery work.
Thomas, I have to correct you. By the end of the war, we will have about 450 artillery aficionados here. Don't worry.
Okay. I can make another quiz. I made a quiz for let's guess tank ammunition just by the blast that comes out of the Western tanks, and there was like 1,000 people who took the quiz, and I was like, why? Maybe I should make an artillery ammunition quiz of like impacts, and people can guess what kind it was.
Excellent. I'd like to see that.
Okay, then back. So these are the different kinds of artillery. The shells are always the same. The fuses change. So the screws before a fire mission screw into the shell, and the fuse is the thing that detonates it upon impact, or with a proximity fuse upon reaching the right predetermined distance to the ground. LRS rockets come in two versions. One is a unitary warhead, which is just one big explosive that comes down and detonates, that's it. And one comes with 180,000 tungsten fragments. And between those fragments, there's a tube of high explosive to push those 180,000 fragments in all directions to shred everything that is in a radius of 200-300 meters around the detonation. Not many of those tungsten alternative warheads have been produced, as far as I know. And one of the problems is HIMARS and M270 rockets come in pods of 6. Each pod holds 6 rockets of exactly the same type. You cannot mix rockets, buildings, if you want to hit fortifications, if you want to hit armored equipment, you have to use the unitary warhead, which is the M31 GMLRS rocket series. So Ukraine gets a lot more of those because they keep hitting Russian positions, buildings, bunkers, command posts, artillery systems with those. The M30 GMLRS rocket with the tungsten fragments that spread out in a circular, that shred everything. It's not just spreading, it's just really shredding everything around it. Those pods have a limited use. They are meant against infantry in the open. So for infantry in the open, you can use mortars with proximity fuses, or if you have it, artillery with proximity fuses, which is much cheaper and exactly as effective, the air burst. So if you have a HIMARS loaded with these 6 M30 rockets with tungsten fragments, you need to be sure that you will have some targets full of infantry that you can hit with those quickly, because if not, you have a pod where you have used 2 rockets and then you have maybe to wait 1-2 days for the next targets to appear, for which you can use the M30. So the Ukrainians have received more than 10,000 unitary warhead rockets. And as far as I know, a few hundred of the tungsten fragment rockets. Now, that was a very detailed explanation, and I think I overshot here by explaining it in too much detail, because the question was just about basic artillery stuff, or should I go on and start with dual purpose improved conventional munitions?
You can, but the thing is, I just received a message from a friend of the space, from Chris, who said that maybe the person was asking about anti-aircraft cannons like the 20 or 30 millimeter proximity helicopters, comparable to what the CRAM uses, is what he
Oops,
said.
that is a complete different topic. Okay.
I know. He said, it's his interpretation. He was equally befuddled as to the ambiguity of the question.
Because for modern air defense cannons like the Skynex or the Sky Ranger, and I think also some Gepards with the laser rangefinder, usually you fired an anti-aircraft cannon at a target and you hope to hit it. Then came timed shells with a timer, you know. There's also time fuses for artillery, but nobody uses them anymore because other stuff is more precise. But for anti-air defense systems, you could use timers, and the shell you fired at a target would detonate and burst into shrapnel at a amount of time, creating a hail of shrapnel, which obviously has a bigger radius and therefore a bigger chance to destroy an aerial target than just a bullet, even if the bullet is 35 millimeters. That has then been improved with laser rangefinders, where the laser rangefinders determine exactly, like the Gepard is 1.8 kilometers from the drone, and the shells are programmed, the fuses of the shells the Gepard fired are programmed to detonate exactly 20 meters, 30 meters before the drone. So you get, with a few shots, like 2-3 rounds, you're sure to take it down. Problem is that excellent ammunition is made by Switzerland, which is kind of like saying Ukraine doesn't need it, you know. Ukrainians can just die because we are the Swiss, we are neutral. We have to guard all the Russian money in our banks. So Ukrainians didn't get that ammunition. Yeah, this would be the best ammunition to take down drones, also because you need far fewer rounds to hit a target, because even with a radar corrected fire, the Gepard needs a few shots until he hits a drone. If the drone, if there's this fused ammunition with the laser rangefinder. One shot goes out there and creates like a meter wide rain of shrapnel, and you can be sure the drone will be so damaged after the first round, it will just fall down. And yes, if Switzerland would finally wake up from its slumber of being like not even a sleeping beauty, just sleeping corrupt bank house, and would start to allow other countries to export this ammunition, because the Swiss are not holding it. The Swiss already sold that ammunition to other countries and are just blocking other countries for donating it to Ukraine. So if Ukraine would get that ammunition, that would be a much, much needed improvement of the Gepard's ability to shoot down drones quickly and efficiently.
So the Swiss actually produce high performance ammunition, high performance weapon systems. They just don't like them to be used when it matters.
The thing is, the Swiss don't like to be asked. The thing is that if you look at the N law from the United Kingdom, which Ukraine got about 8,000 by now, the warhead is from Switzerland. And Ben Wallace was like, fuck that shit, we're not asking those guys, and just delivered. And the Swiss were like, very good, you didn't ask us. Because if you had asked, you would have said no, but you didn't ask, smart guy. And the countries like Germany and Norway were like trying to be nice and told the Swiss, you don't have a problem if we export this ammunition to Ukraine. And the Swiss was like, no, we are neutral, we have to say no. So Ben Wallace again did the right thing by telling the Swiss, we're not even asking you, we're just delivering, and you have heard nothing. And yeah, nobody has made a problem about the NLAW being delivered to Ukraine, even though every single warhead in those rockets comes from Switzerland, and the Swiss are like, we never heard a request, so we could never say no, so there's no problem. So the real...
Mein Name is Hase, ich weiß von nichts.
Yeah.
My name is
So
Rabbit, I know nothing.
Yeah, so the thing that, for example, there's 100 Leopard 1A5 tanks, 96, that a Swiss company owns that are parked in Italy, and those Leopard 1A5 were actually Italians, and the Swiss company owns them. And if the Swiss company and the Italian government and the German government wouldn't have asked the Swiss if they can the depot and send them to Ukraine, and the Swiss government, if there's no public request, you know, they pretend that everything is fine, everything is dandy, and there's no problem at all. That's the problem. You shouldn't just ask these. Insert the insult that you want to insert here. I have some very harsh word here, but I will not speak them out.
That's okay,
yeah.
but they now agree to sell back 25 Leopards by first decommissioning them, so they are not weapons anymore, and they're selling them back to the German manufacturer. So these end up with Krauss-Maffei. These are A4s. They can upgrade them to whatever it is then thereafter. They could even put a new proper sensible A5 turret on it. And finally, Bob's your uncle. These things could even, because they're completely new, were sold as non-weapon system back to Germany. They could even go to Ukraine.
They will go to Ukraine. They will go to Ukraine. See, that with the Swiss, it's like if you make like the German government a public request, can we send the Gepards with this excellent Swiss ammunition that a German company has been producing in Switzerland, but is now stored in Germany, that the German government paid for? Can we send this ammunition with the Gepards to Ukraine? Such a public request, the Swiss government said no. The British were just like, we're sending, and the Swiss, if they have a problem, they can write us a letter. And the Swiss were really happy that nobody asked them, and they never wrote a letter. So the thing is with the Swiss government for a decision about that, and if people just act like Ben Wallace did, the Swiss are like, okay, fine. Like the Italians have some Aspide air defense system that uses Swiss radar components, and the last Italian government asked the Swiss if they can export them. The Swiss were like, no. And all that Aspide system have now turned up in Ukraine because the current Italian defense minister was like, if we send them and we don't announce it, the Swiss will not know it, so who cares? The Swiss didn't care and the Ukrainians are happy. So that's how you deal with the Swiss. Just do it, make a public mention of it, and the Swiss will be then very quiet and accept whatever you do, because in the end they know that the right decision is to help Ukraine, but for internal politics, because they have a bunch of right-wing parties and left-wing parties who are quite obnoxious, as I figure out from Swiss news, they have the consumption that they are absolutely neutral and will not give Ukraine anything. So don't ask, and you will not have any problems when you export weapons to Ukraine from Switzerland.
That, funny enough, brings us to the other question which came back, because it turns to what we should be doing. What leverage points should we press upon and include in our letters of support to government representatives of crucial countries? And should it always include, please do things under the radar? How would you like our listeners to actually advocate? Because this pragmatism seemingly is not just only necessary and suitable with the Swiss, there are many others too, right?
Some countries need a little bit more pressure to move. The interesting thing is that the Germans moved from the back of the line with the old defense minister, who was an incompetent, lazy person, to the first, one of the most active supporters of Ukraine with the new defense minister. Complete turn, a U-turn that you haven't seen before in politics. It's kind of like wild. But countries like Italy and Spain and France, especially France,